Council meeting. Please take
All right, again, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We will ask folks if you are willing and able to stand for the invocation, followed immediately by the Pledge of Allegiance. We will call Pastor Ken Squires to the podium to give the invocation. Thank you, Pastor.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Council, those who've come today to participate in our government. Let's pray. Father, I thank you in the name of Jesus Christ that is above all names, that we can come and recognize, Father, that you've established the city with a redemptive purpose. I pray your blessing over all of the governance today. Thank you. The last couple days we've celebrated our independence. We recognize as a nation we're so grateful, even though we have a lot of shortcomings. We know, Father, that civilizations come and go, but the word of God will last forever. So give wisdom from above for all of those who are making decisions today below. In Jesus' name. And everyone said, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk.
Approval of the minutes of the regular meeting and the City-County en banc meeting on June 22nd, 2021.
Has every member had an opportunity to review the minutes, and if so, is there any discussion or proposed changes for either of the minutes? If there is no discussion, then I will make a motion to pass the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. The result of 7 yeas, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Under proclamation, Park and Recreation Month.
Do we have someone here to represent Parks to come down and accept the proclamation? Excellent.
Welcome. Come on up here, Troy. Okay, Troy never seeks the limelight. Proclamation of the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout the country, including Wichita. And whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, and the attraction and retention of businesses and crime reduction. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas Wichita recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brandon Whipple, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim July 2021 as Park and Recreation Month.
Well, thanks, Mayor and Council. I'd like to say I thank you guys for this opportunity to come and say something about the impact that Parks and Rec has on our community. I would have to say that the team that's behind me is one of the hard and working ones that I've been involved with over my career, and we're essential to what we do in our community to help not only people recreate, but have an economic impact on the communities that we serve. So we proudly serve the community and look forward to continue to be able to provide services that make our city a better place to live, play, and also have an impact on our economic resources that we provide to the community as well. So thank you, guys.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Under the public agenda, we have Jody Zimmerman, community events and street closures.
Yeah, I think I started by saying I thought there was only one person on public agenda. That was wrong. I actually have at least 5 folks on public agendas. So, Jody, if you could make your way down to the podium. And during public agenda, as you're walking down, just for everyone else who's on the public agenda, you have 5 minutes. The timer is on your screen. It starts when you start. However, once it hits 5 minutes, I'm not going to cut anyone off so long as you just finish your thought quickly. And we ask for you to say your name and your address if you're comfortable and willing to do so for the clerk.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jimmy Zimmerman, and I live at 2104 South Elizabeth, Wichita. Previously, we had sent a letter to the City Council and kind of give you an idea of what we were here to discuss today. In the past, 12-step fellowships, and we like to remain anonymous. With our 12 traditions and our concepts, we like to keep in the spirit of anonymity. And so when I speak today, I'm going to reference 12-step fellowships and not a particular 12-step. Also, one of our traditions is that we maintain not being under any surveillance at any time. And in the past, we've had permits that fall under the block party permit. And in reviewing the city ordinances, and this time when we wanted to apply for a permit to have an outside event, we were told that we no longer qualified for a block party permit, but rather we fell under the community event. The issue that we have as being a 12-step fellowship, that under the community event, it requires that you have on-site police officers on duty, which goes completely against the grain of any fellowship, any 12-step fellowship foundation. Newcomers just really, they're just not going to attend an event where we really encourage the newcomers and their family members and friends to get involved, but if there are police officers, most likely we won't see them attend the event. From what I can see from under the city ordinances, I couldn't find anything that even references 12-step fellowships. I've seen other not-for-profit organizations listed on the city ordinances, but nothing in reference to 12-step ordinances. So my request today really is twofold. One, to allow our group, and I believe you have been in contact with the community events manager, Isaac, to allow us to have a block party permit on September the 18th. We've already provided all of the information that is required, and the only reason that we're falling under a community event, from my understanding, is because we're having outside entertainment. And like I said, in the past, we've been able to have it under a block party. In addition, we're also requesting that the city ordinance be reviewed and possibly change that to allow 12-step fellowships to list 12-step fellowships in the organization, but to actually list them as a block party permit. And that's all I have today.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we'll work with Ms. Zimmerman on this, okay?
Please do. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Sean Gates, new business aimed at curbing recidivism.
Mr. Gates.
Good morning, everybody, council, citizens. My name is Sean Gates, and I'm a longtime citizen of Wichita. In 1999, I was sent to Topeka Juvenile Correctional Facility for a stint of 2 years. After that time, I was able to go to Wichita State, be very involved in the community. I'm also on the Community Corrections Board. So I recently started a business called the Shore Shuttle, and it's designed to help stop recidivism. Citizens who have anyone who's incarcerated in any state facility can go to our website. They can book a ticket, and we'll take them round trip directly to visitation to visit their loved one. We're more affordable than like getting on Greyhound. Should you get on Greyhound, you may have to, kind of work around their schedule, their bus stops or whatever. So we want to provide this service, and I'm really here today just kind of let you know that we're here to help. During my stint, one of the things that helped me get back into the community, be involved, was visitations. A lot of people don't have transportation to and from that's reliable, but those visits mean a lot to those people, and it helps them stay connected with their family and community. And so it's our hope that through this service, offering this service, that we can help people stay out. And I have flyers if you guys like. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Celeste Rosette, City Finances and House Citizens Pay.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. You will soon approve the city's 2022 budget. Debt payments are growing on bonds for tax increment financing, TIFs, community improvement districts, CIDs, and state tax revenue bonds, STAR bonds. If a development fails, the city has to cover the debt, as you did with the Hyatt Hotel, or sell public land to meet the past due bond payments, as you did with the Douglas and Hillside TIF. Spending on development comes at the expense of quality of life for Wichitans. I am concerned that our economic development projects are misdirecting tax money for the benefit of wealthy developers. Everyone supports economic development, but who follows up on the actual return of our projects? Who oversees that taxpayer subsidies are absolutely necessary to create the economic development? Riverside TIF District, Topgolf Sports, and the new ball stadium are three recent projects being subsidized by taxpayers. Riverside TIF District, why was it necessary to spend $700,000 in public funds for sewer upgrades? In the current hot housing market, houses are being snapped up for a premium. So why do Jerry Jones and Dave Burke need taxpayer help to build homes? Why weren't infrastructure costs passed to the homeowners in special assessments? And why was our public land given away without a competitive bid? Why did Jerry Jones and Dave Burke need a TIF district to build these homes? Topgolf Sports Attraction is being built with $10 million in STAR bonds. Why was it necessary for Wichita taxpayers in the state of Kansas to subsidize this? Topgolf is a multi-billion-dollar company. George Leham was interested in a similar project, but competition ended when you handpicked Topgolf for taxpayer subsidies. Oklahoma City and Overland Park didn't need to give subsidies to Topgolf. So why do Wichita taxpayers have to help with this attraction? Why wasn't competition from these other locations part of the visitor estimates built into the project? This project could not have been approved today. Effective last Thursday, state legislators tightened up STAR bond requirements. Rules were put into place to prevent projects like this from being approved if they did not support a compelling need. The state post audit found fuzzy data, biased revenue estimates, and lack of compliance with visitor numbers. The data used to approve Topgolf was out of date and not independently prepared. And why does this area north of Rock Road and east of Wichita need help? This land would have been developed regardless of whether there was assistance. Even today in the paper, you see where Ruffin, on his own, without taxpayer subsidies, is developing Kellogg and Webb. That's the way free business should work. The new ball stadium, $42 million in Star Bonds debt, isn't being paid for as predicted. So to make debt payments, revenue from a previous Star Bond project from 2007 is being tapped. This first project was paid off and the sales tax revenue was expected to go to the state. But instead, the revenue from this first project will be used to pay off the new stadium debt until 2027, and then it has to stop. So revenue will have to cover these debt payments. It's not meeting it now, so we look down the road and see we have problems ahead. This project would not have been approved today. The data used to support the new ball stadium was inflated by the city manager. What will the new budget show? Will we have adequate fire equipment? Who will fix the rusted gates around Price Woodard Park, a park named after the first black mayor of Wichita? Who will clean up graffiti on our public buildings, landscape parklands, and find funds for homeless and mental health assistance? How about upkeep on our public buildings? Will they become run down like Wichita Ice Rink Center? Will funds disappear from the hotel guest tax to help more wealthy developers build hotels? Will more public land be sold to meet debt payments? Why can I not get a copy of the current last 5-year inspection on Century 2 showing backflow preventer buildup? Councilman Johnson, I hope you'll help me find that inspection. 3 of you are up for re-election this year. Taxpayers deserve to know how you spend our money on wealthy developers who don't need the assistance. It is time you spent taxpayer money on maintaining our city and supporting those who live and work here. Public subsidies should only be used when necessary, and make economic project results part of the city manager's annual performance review. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Guys, we got a big agenda, and for us to continue through the big agenda, we need to maintain decorum. So as mentioned at the very beginning, we ask that people not clap so that we can get through this, and I don't have to remind folks of decorum every time someone speaks.
Gary Stedham.
Madam Clerk, sorry.
Sorry. Gary Stedham, sidewalks and my responsibility.
Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes. Please state your name and your address for the record, if you're comfortable.
I'm Gary Stedham, and I live at 8401 West Maple. I've lived here 2 years this month, the 12th of June. I find it's rather disturbing of what I found out. One morning last year during this COVID thing, I was looking out my kitchen window and there was a lady jogging, wasn't jogging, she was walking rather rapidly down my sidewalk. She had a baby in a little 3-wheel carriage. And there was a raise of about 2.5 inches in one edge of my sidewalk, and she hit it, she didn't see it, and that baby's head came forward, and all the things that she had on its little carriage bounced on all over my sidewalk and yard. Beg your pardon, wrong statement. Your sidewalk, my responsibility according to you. So I called who's in charge of sidewalks and responsibilities, and I get a hold of this Ann Chandler, which somebody's made a wrong decision putting her in charge. Nonetheless, I am told it's my responsibility to fix that sidewalk, and I find it rather disturbing if any one of you buy a product and I come along because of my abilities to write an ordinance without having it voted on, I'm going to tell you I'm going to put a hood on it on your car that I like and you're responsible for it, and anybody that touches it, you get to repair it. If that person had got hurt on my sidewalk, this person, and I haven't got up to the Constitution yet, of which you pulled this ordinance and wrote it. If that person had got hurt, I'm responsible for the medical responsibilities of that individual or individuals. I find it, I'd like to ask the mayor here, do you believe this is a democracy that you're running here? I'd like to have a verbal answer to that. Do you think it's a democracy?
So I don't want to use up your time. I can answer questions after you're done
Well,
in 2 minutes.
If it is to me, in my opinion, by what I've observed the short time I've lived here, this is dictator, communistic, if you will. How can it be that you put a sidewalk or anything on my property that I pay taxes on, then you burden me with the abating property owners, except you, I have to pay for all the upkeep. Any grass that goes over it, according to what you wrote here, any gravel that's on it, any ice and snow on that sidewalk, and any repair as a result of your forestry division planting the wrong kind of trees that have surface roots that push the sidewalk up and destroy it, and I have to come along and fix it at your inspection for you. And as a result of this, you plant trees that grow in high lines and contract it out to butcher them and make it look ugly. I heard someone say to beautify the city, you come by my house, I challenge you. I bought it 2 years ago and I spent 10 grand on upgrading the yard and a sprinkling system. I had the forestry division come out, yours. I planted a tree that has tap roots and not surface roots. And now then I find that I have to mow it, even though you own it. And you took another 40 feet of my yard from the sidewalk in. You don't mow it, but if I don't, you mow it and put it on my taxes. And if I don't pay for this sidewalk now, that's going to be, Miss Ann has had a contractor come out and have an estimate on. They stopped by 10 days ago and told me what it was going to cost me roughly, and it's going to be put on my tax roll. So I don't know if anybody listens to this, but I may request another audience because I'm going to research. This ordinance was written in 1983, and I doubt that any of you have reviewed it. Because if I want to go exercise on a public abating property that's got a sidewalk, and I fall down, you guys are going to be responsible for my hip replacement. I'm 81 years old and I'm pretty fragile. My sidewalks is your responsibility, but yet to put them in, but I'm still have diaper rash over me having to be responsible for it. Thank you.
So did you say the ordinance was in 1983?
I know some of your relation and I voted for you and I didn't think you would put up with this.
To be honest, I wasn't doing much in 1983, so we can review the ordinance then.
A lady named Wright wrote this, and you folks have just carried it right on up until you wear it out.
There's nothing fragile about that, gentlemen. We have two people on the board here to speak, Vice Mayor Johnson and then Councilmember Sorrello will be next. So Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Bob or Jennifer, I do believe this is a state law, correct? And the ordinance was to put the city within the state law.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor, that's correct. This is consistent with the law that other cities have adopted as well in Kansas.
Thank you. So it's something I definitely understand. I hear it a lot from folks in District 1. I actually have read that ordinance, but it's a state law. And I would help you if you want, talk to some of your state legislature, your representative or state senator, and maybe that can get changed on the state level. But at this point, it's state law and out of our power.
Strangely, we have a few state lawmakers here today. So you might have an opportunity to chat with one of them to get this revised in the legislature and fixed. Councilmember Sorrello.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor Johnson. Sorry for bringing up that this is a state law. I also wanted to ask, I don't know, Bob, maybe you can help. Are there any funding programs that especially low-income citizens might be able to apply for to help pay for some of these repairs?
We have, I'm sorry, Mayor, Councilmember, we have used community development block grant funds in very limited cases where there was usually no sidewalk, and we used those federal funds to install sidewalks. But you're right, it's only for those at low income.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Laura Broyles, Housing for Reentry Program for Women in Crisis.
Ms. Broyles, welcome and good morning.
Thank you. I have a handout that she'll give it to you later. My name is Laura Broyles. I live at 1128 North Market. I am the President Director of New Life Reentry Program. It's a program that helps women who are homeless due to not only incarceration, but through domestic violence, human trafficking, and anytime that most of my women have addiction problems as well. My program has been in existence for 10 years. We had a house on Custer Street that ran for 8 years and had to close that house because the owner passed away and the house went to his heir. We are different from other programs in the city. Most programs have their clients pay a monthly rent. Ours, we tend to deal with women who have more mental health issues, women who have tougher problems getting into or staying in the homeless shelters. And our program helps with life skills, with transportation, with dealing with anger, with dealing with addiction. We help them with their budgeting and try to get them in contact with all the resources that are available to them in the city. We're also on the IRIS program, which does referrals out to different programs in the county. We try to give them a safe place with supervision and accountability so that they can become productive members of society. We try to get them whatever is appropriate for them and kind of do a case management plan. We are working toward a new home for women, and we've been trying to renovate a house on University near McLean, but it keeps getting vandalized because it is broken into, and recently we lost all our copper pipes from the basement. So we are looking for a place, if the city has anything available that I can get women into fairly quickly. The need is great. I could fill a house today. I've taken a couple women into my home at this moment one is pregnant and one is very schizophrenic, but needing a place for people like that. I gave you on your flyer that you'll get is some statements of women who have been through the program. There have been over 120 women that have been housed in this place over the past 10 years. One of the women that I have with me is a good example. She has 5 years clean now. When I picked her up from Subway, she was sitting on a curb at Subway, and somebody had given her my name and about the program. She had been in and out of prison, jail repeatedly during her life, and picked her up and brought her to the house. She ended up being one of the best house leaders I've ever had, and she now is 5 years clean, and I'm very, very proud of her. So the program does work. Women can get stable. We do have a good non-recidivism rate with helping these women, because people just need some support sometimes to get on their feet and to break the patterns of relationships with men, and that can get them stable again and get them on their own and know that they can do it by themselves. So thank you for this time. I appreciate it. And any help that can be given to this program, I would really appreciate. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnson's on the board. I'm not sure if he has a question or not, but Vice Mayor Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. One thing, it's not property, but if you'd like help with it, we can connect you to our housing department, so there's federal funds that might be able to help your organization out.
That would be great, thank you.
Now, it's competitive, it's not a lot of funds there, but
Okay.
it's something that I can help you with if you like.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. We love to meet with you outside of the meeting and to see if there is any ways that some of the opportunities we have coming in, particularly from the federal money, coming up with housing, if there's a way we can partner on some level. So love to chat with you after this.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items 1 through 33.
All right, on to the consent agenda. Has everyone had a moment to review the consent agenda? And if so, is there any discussion on a consent agenda? Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to pull items 12 through 17.
Items 12 through 17 will be pulled. Other comments, suggestions, or requests on the consent agenda? If there are none, then I will make a motion to pass the consent agenda as written with the exceptions of items 12 through 17, which we will immediately discuss following the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion has been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. With a result of 6 yeas to 1 nay, that motion does pass. We are on items 12 through 17. Chair recognizes Vice Mayor Johnson for discussion.
Thanks, Mayor. As to not take up the council's time on each item, I would say I need to abstain from items 12 through 17 due to a personal conflict.
Clerk will note the reason for the from abstaining. Is there any more discussion on items 12 through 17? If there is not, then I'll make a motion to pass items 12 through 17 that was originally on the consent agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by someone besides Johnson. Seconded by Councilmember Cirillo. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. The result of 6 yeas to 1 abstention, those items do pass. Madam Clerk.
Report of Board of Bids and Contracts dated July 26, 2021.
I think that's Mr. Jansen.
Not seeing one from purchasing.
Madam Clerk, would you repeat that, please?
Report of Board of Bids and Contracts dated July 26, 2021.
Mr. Manager, is there someone to report on that item?
Mayor, I'm going to guess because of the holiday, we don't have a Board of Bid report today.
It's no report.
Yeah.
All right. So, bar no objection, we'll pass over that item on to the next item. Is there objection? See no objection. All right, sorry. Might be some confusion. Mr. Jansen, do you have a report? Or next item? Okay. We're on to the next item, Madam Clerk.
Petitions for public improvements.
I apologize, I didn't mean to create
Oh,
confusion.
you're good.
The
Welcome,
manager is
sir.
correct. With the holiday, there would be no Board of Bids yesterday, so. Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering. The item before you is two developments with revised petitions. As always, the signatures on all petitions represent 100% of the improvement district, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. For Clear Ridge Edition, south of Pawnee, west of 143rd Street East. In September of 2017, the City Council approved petitions for water, sewer, drainage, and paving improvements to serve Clear Ridge Edition. The developer has since submitted revised petitions to meet current market conditions. The improvement district and dollar amount for the improvements were changed, and again, that's for water, drainage, sanitary sewer, and paving improvements. Rennick Edition and Rennick Second Edition, north of 45th Street North, west of Hoover in District 6. In April of this year, the City Council approved petitions for water and sanitary sewer improvements. The developer submitted revised petitions with increased budgets to cover costs for a private bid. This is a development the City Council previously approved in agreement with the developer to bid the public improvement projects themselves. So the revised petitions for water and sanitary sewer will cover bids that were higher than the original estimate. Staff recommends the City Council approve the revised petitions and budgets, adopt amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions of staff? See no questions. Their input from the public. See none. Discussion back to the bench. Is there any discussion on the item? If there is no discussion on the item, excuse me, I will make the motion to take staff's recommended action to approve the revised petitions and budgets, adopt the amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the Vice Mayor. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. Result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance creating Chapter 2.06 of the Code of the City of Wichita prohibiting discrimination.
All right, is there staff who would like to go over the underlying ordinance?
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Jennifer Magana, City Attorney. The item before you is an ordinance that would create, if approved, a new section of the city code that would prohibit discrimination in a variety of areas. After the June meeting in which this matter was originally discussed, staff has attempted to take the direction that you provided to craft an ordinance that has more technical provisions that could be implemented in the city of Wichita. Currently, state and federal laws prohibit discrimination, and they are enforced by agencies including but not limited to the city, the Human Rights Commission, the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, Kansas Attorney General's Office, and the U.S. Department of Justice. A number of Kansas cities have adopted local non-discrimination ordinances, and courts have held that the enactment of a civil rights ordinance is a proper exercise of a municipality's police power. The proposed ordinance recognizes that it would be the policy of the city of Wichita to eliminate and prevent discrimination based on the following protected classes. Kansas Acts Against Discrimination, our state law prohibiting discrimination, defines many of these areas. However, I would point out that the Kansas statute uses the term under the protected class of sex. It does not define, as a state law, sexual orientation or gender identity, but the Kansas Human Rights Commission has adopted that as an enforcement policy. Under Title VII, the U.S. Supreme Court has adopted a broad definition of sexual orientation and gender identity under the Bostick case. Under federal law, there is no clear one law that clearly addresses public accommodation for sexual orientation or gender identity as a definition. I would point that out. The applicability of this ordinance is under Section 4 would declare that civil rights under these areas are protected within the city limits of Wichita in the following areas of employment, housing, public accommodations, and it makes it illegal for any retaliation to be made for someone lawfully exercising their rights granted under this ordinance. Section 5 of the proposed ordinance would create the duty not to commit unlawful discriminatory practices in these areas. And this applies, first of all, to most employers within the city limits of Wichita. By definition, under this ordinance as proposed, employers with 4 or more employees would be covered, but it would not include the U.S. government, Indian tribes, or nonprofit, fraternal, or social associations or corporations as defined in Section 3 of the ordinance. It would not apply to religious organizations as defined in Section 3 for the employees of those organizations that are performing work connected with the religious teaching or ministry or religious duties or practices. Continuing on, employers, several sections of this ordinance apply. I would point out that this ordinance does not prevent employers from requiring reasonable dress and grooming standards. It does not prohibit termination or failure to hire employees for non-discriminatory reasons. It does not prevent employers from requiring employees from using that employer's own human resources policy and procedure. It further does not prohibit employers from posting signs for restrooms and dressing rooms for its employees based on gender. Under the provision of this ordinance that prohibits discrimination based in the area of housing, this applies under the ordinance to sale of rental or real property or sale or rental of real property or rental property, and it does not apply to 3 specific categories. Those are the rental of real property if the owner resides on property and no more than 4 families or individuals or tenants, if it is a religious organization or a religious-based nonprofit that owns or operates the real property or rental housing for a non-commercial purpose, and for a nonprofit, fraternal, or social association or corporation which provides real property or rental housing for a non-commercial purpose. In the area of public accommodations, it applies to retailers or businesses that are open to the general public, but it does exclude certain provisions, certain organizations, such as fraternal or social organizations, membership, religious organizations, specific for the areas of wedding or marriage ceremonies, and for the areas of religious practices or teaching activities. I would point out that the ordinance does not prohibit any public accommodation provider from posting gender-based signs on restrooms or dressing rooms. In sections 5 and 6, the ordinance addresses the protections for respondents under the ordinance. The ordinance cannot constitute an unlawful burden on an individual's rights under these areas, the First Amendment or the Kansas Constitution Bill of Rights, the Kansas Adoption Protection Act, and the Kansas Preservation of Religious Freedom Act. And importantly also in section 6, there is a statement that this ordinance can't violate any law. In terms of the enforcement process, there is a series of steps set forth in which each step has a general timeline in which to be accomplished. I would point out that this ordinance does require aggrieved individuals to file their complaint within 60 days in a form provided by the city with the city clerk. Then the process continues to include mediation if that is desired by the parties and provided at their own expense. There is then a path if mediation is not successful or if mediation is not pursued for the investigative period to begin. The investigative period should be concluded within a reasonable time, and then the matter referred then to the law department for a determination of whether probable cause of a violation exists, and that must be made within a reasonable time. The next phase of the process would include an effort to conciliate or settle the dispute of the violation, and that time frame is 60 days for that process. If that settlement is not forthcoming or not resolved, the matter is referred to a municipal court judge who would serve as the hearing officer under this ordinance. And that's the way hearing officer defines municipal court judge, as a hearing officer. The next step would be for the hearing officer to schedule a hearing with 10 days' notice, and the hearing officer can set the terms and the procedures for how that hearing should proceed. It would be, the rules of evidence would be more relaxed than a typical court hearing, and the court hearing officer has discretion in how the hearing should proceed. Under the ordinance, the civil penalty could be imposed of up to $2,000 for a violation. The hearing officer under the ordinance has authority to alternatively impose an educational or training requirement in his or her discretion, if reasonable and appropriate. Under the state civil procedure process, we believe appeals would then go to district court. And so the process goes at that point from city ordinance to district court. Overall, the city ordinance would generally mirror state and federal laws, and City of Wichita would become an enforcing agency. If approved, this implementation would be effective September 1st. We would recommend that if you're considering this ordinance, it be taken up as a matter of first reading because it's substantially different than the ordinance that was placed on first reading in June. Because this ordinance has substantial technical changes, I think it's appropriate for this to be considered as a first reading, if so desired by the council. I'm available for questions if you have any. I would add that this is also going to simply codify all protections for all protected classes, and if adopted, we may need to look at a charter ordinance to clarify the authority of municipal court judges to hear these cases as an administrative matter. That can be taken up at a later time if that is needed. Each policy decision is a provision. Each provision is a policy decision for this council to make, and I'll let you to discuss that, and I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
So we've got a couple questions. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for presenting that, Jennifer. Can you tell me again, you said this does mirror state law?
It generally does, yes. State law is that Kansas acts against discrimination. Kansas discrimination against military and then there's the Kansas Age Discrimination Act. Those are our standard state laws. And it's different only because state law uses the term sex. It doesn't use gender identity or sexual orientation. So that is, the way the law reads is just slightly different.
Tell me the difference again?
Yeah, under the protected classes, under state law, there's race, gender, ancestry, et cetera, and the word sex is used, but it does not state gender identity or sexual orientation in the state law. However, it's my understanding from the Kansas Human Rights Commission that the agency has taken that approach that they will enforce all complaints in matters including sexual orientation or gender identity.
So other than the gender identity, there's a process to file this in the state now if you're discriminated against?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sorello.
I just wanted to ask that question maybe in a different way. Is there anything in this proposed ordinance today that is not covered under state or federal law already?
I mean, the answer is it's currently enforced under state law by the Kansas Human Rights Commission. The state law doesn't spell it out in the way that this ordinance does for gender identity, sexual orientation. But the State Human Rights Commission has adopted the policy of enforcing those complaints. So the answer is yes, that agency is enforcing them, but it's not spelled out that way in the words of the state Kansas Acts Against Discrimination. And with regard to federal law, it's my understanding there is not a specific federal law for public accommodation based on sexual orientation or gender identity. It's my understanding that that is an area that is not specifically squarely addressed by one federal law. However, different agencies may take different enforcing approaches. I can't speak for all the federal agencies and how they're enforcing that, but I think that's an area that's not squarely addressed.
Okay, also, will small businesses be required to build new bathrooms for purposes of gender identity?
No.
Will churches be subject to this ordinance in their hiring practices for, say, janitors and office personnel?
For non-religious positions, there is still a prohibition against discrimination based on other protected classes. For those positions that are the ministry, the actual ministry or teaching, providing religious services, there is an exception for religious organizations to hire only the folks that are qualified for that religious practice or duty.
Can you put slide 17 back up, please? So I just want to ask a few questions. We've seen some information out there that has, I think, been misleading. So in your legal opinion, is this ordinance in compliance with the First Amendment, the Kansas Constitution Bill of Rights, the Kansas Adoption Protection Act, and also the Kansas Preservation of Religious Freedoms Act?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it would be because this defers to enforcement under those state and federal laws.
So is it accurate to say that if a religious organization or any organization is currently lawfully practicing under current state law, this would not affect them, so long as they remain currently lawful under current state law?
Yes.
Yes, so no one who is currently, this will have no effect on any religious nonprofit organization that's currently operating in Kansas in a lawful manner?
That would be correct.
That's correct. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Director, thank you so much. So let's go ahead and open up to discussion. I think I've been texted by staff. We have folks who want to speak to this. I've been asked to actually make a line up on this side of the wall, if possible, because we have folks outside of this who'd also like to speak. We're not there yet. 1 second. Yeah, we can go along the side of the wall too if you want. Let's watch out for Sean with the camera. It's insured though, right, Sean? You good? So, we, during public forum, I'm just gonna call people up as you line up. We ask for folks to say their name and their address, just like in a public forum, and then also you have up to 5 minutes. I don't think I've ever cut anyone off. Like, my goal is to give everyone a chance to say their full thought. You might get a warning. If I do like one of these, that means that, you know, if I give you a hand signal, it means that we're up to that 5 minutes. But usually it balances out where someone who does 6 minutes, the next person does 2 minutes, you know, it balances out. So I try not to stick too much to that. But try to be respectful to the people following by somewhat sticking to that time frame. Again, we ask to say your name and also your address for the record. If you aren't comfortable doing that, we're obviously not going to stop you from speaking. That's up to you. It's just our request. Yeah, excuse me. So with that, also, this is your 5 minutes. So if you were to ask a question of someone on the bench, we normally don't respond during your 5 minutes because we don't want to take up your time. So the clock doesn't stop if we interject ourselves. We want you to have the full 5 minutes. And then afterwards, we might defer to staff or make a comment afterwards. So with that, thank you all for being here. It's good to actually be all in the same building. Normally when we have lots of people here, we've had different sites. So we're glad you guys are here. Ma'am, go ahead and the clock will start when you get started.
My name is Cynthia Sheldon. I live at 3045 West River Park Court. I am concerned about this anti-discrimination ordinance because of its inclusion of sexual orientation and gender identity as protected classes. From this point on, I will use the term SOGI law to refer to such regulations. SOGI laws have been enacted all over the country. However, what do we do when the civil rights of LGBTQ people conflict with the civil rights of religious people who are also a protected class? In this case, we must use our common sense and not punish people who decline to support lifestyles of which they don't approve. In Wichita's proposed statute, I recognize that religion is also listed as a protected class. However, religion as defined by the ordinance only protects religious institutions and organizations, not religious individuals. For devout practitioners of any religion, their beliefs do not stop at the exit sign of the church. While one of the highest callings of religion is love of neighbor, this does not entail agreeing with and validating the choices of all of our neighbors. While we always want to act in kindness and grace towards those with whom we disagree, we must not be punished if we do not wish to support their choices. SOGI laws have been used to attack businesses and individuals whose religious and moral beliefs compel them to avoid affirmation of LGBTQ choices, particularly in the wedding industry. Jack Phillips of Colorado's Masterpiece Cake Shop gladly serves gay customers at his store, but he declined to make a cake for a same-sex wedding because of his beliefs about marriage. He won his case at the Supreme Court on a technicality, but now there is a suit against him because he declined to make a cake celebrating a gender transition. A Washington florist has been engaged in a lawsuit since 2013 and fined for declining to participate in a same-sex wedding. If people can sue based on a SOGI law, the costs and time incurred in such suits destroy businesses, even if the owners have the opportunity to defend themselves based on existing religious freedom statutes. Avoiding SOGI laws in the first place is the best way to protect people from having to be involved in lawsuits at all. All people follow a code of sexual ethics. We all have lines which we believe should not be crossed when it comes to sexual choices. Most people still believe that sex with children is immoral and should be punished. No baker or florist would be punished for refusing to make a cake or bouquets for a wedding between an adult man and a 12-year-old girl. So why are business owners being punished for simply holding to their lines about what is acceptable sexual practice? I am especially concerned about the agenda of the transgender community. Women and girls are losing rights and opportunities because of the demands of trans people. For instance, 3 Connecticut female track athletes who lost opportunities for state medals and records because they had to compete against boys claiming to be girls. This case was dismissed this past April because all the concerned athletes had already graduated. So the courts are failing to protect women from being erased And unless ordinary people stand up, this tyranny will not stop. We also need to protect our students from being required to share locker rooms and bathrooms with people of the opposite sex. SOGI laws are being used to try to ram through such unpopular policies in educational settings. All that to say, our city needs to be aware of the consequences of embracing every demand of the LGBTQ community. They say that they want equality, but it appears that what they really want is for all of us to affirm and agree with them and give up our rights to order our lives according to our beliefs or suffer the consequences. The Wichita statute requires lengthy and expensive legal processes, and judges may impose $2,000 fines or alternatively, quote, require reasonable educational requirements upon the respondent to address violations of this ordinance. Do people of goodwill in the LGBTQ community really want to impose fines and re-education on their neighbors of goodwill who disagree with them? We ought to live peacefully with our neighbors who have various convictions regarding these issues. No one deserves to be bullied or insulted because of their beliefs, but individuals must not be required to participate in choices with which they don't agree, and we must support common sense standards of decency and justice, such as separation of the sexes in certain contexts. Council, I urge you to be brave. Don't let anyone accuse you of being hateful or transphobic. Don't let yourselves be backed into a corner as if the only two options are, 1, embrace the whole LGBTQ agenda, or 2, you're a hateful bigot. The third way is to allow them to live their lives as they wish without threatening to punish those of us who refuse to give up our rights and beliefs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
So I just want to remind folks, we need to really focus in on the actual policy at hand, and it only affects accommodations, public accommodations. It affects housing. Thank you. It affects housing, and it affects employment. From my understanding, there is nothing in here that pertains to, I guess, sports or particularly college sports or high school sports. There's nothing, they have an actual carve out here for bakers and folks who want to participate at weddings. We really want to try to stick to the actual, what we're voting on today instead of a more globalized, I think, message. Just try to be focused on the facts and policy. Councilmember Cirillo.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, and I will say this to everybody in attendance today, comparing my sexual orientation to pedophilia is offensive, and I reject your argument based on those grounds. And I would hope nobody else in this building compares my sexual orientation to pedophilia. Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Rob Rottola. I'm pastor of Word of Life Church, and I live at 5208 West 26th Street North in Wichita. And first, I want to ask all the people in this room and the people in the overflow room and the people outside, because there are hundreds outside, everyone that is against this ordinance, just for a moment, would you please stand up? I don't even have to look behind me to see how many are standing, because I just wanted to show the city council members that the people of Wichita do not want this. Thank you. You may be seated.
Sir, did you give your address?
Yes, I did.
What was it? I'm sorry.
5208 West 26th Street North, Wichita.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I think I speak for most of the people in this room because we have the same heart on this issue. And I believe most of the city council would have the same heart. The people in this room are largely religious people. And most of you are largely religious people, maybe all of you. We affirm the love of all people. Just like the last lady said about grace to all. We affirm, we love everyone. When people come to our church, no matter what situation they're in, what behaviors they're practicing, whether they're righteous or not, we love them, we care for them. And so we want to say that. Now also, we're here to help. People come to us all the time with sexual issues, and as a church, we're there to help them. Lastly, I want to tell you that you guys on the city council have probably not been prayed for as much as you have this past week. There's been so much prayer for you guys. Christian groups praying, home groups praying. People know your names that did not know before. You were serving before, but now they know your names. They're praying for Brandon by name, Jeff by name, Brian, Cindy, all you guys by name. They love you, they care for you, and the prayers they're praying is they're praying wisdom for you. They're praying for you to remember the words of your mom, your mother. When you were 3 or 4 years old, your mother taught you things. This is a boy, this is a girl, and these different ageless principles that you were taught by your mother and by your Sunday school teacher. We were all taught these things as a young child, and I pray that you will remember. So my mom was not wrong when she told me, I am a boy. She didn't say, what are you? What do you want to choose? I looked on a pro-gender identity website to find out, because I'm ignorant. I am very ignorant, and I'm just admitting that in front of you. I didn't know what the heck this was. Someone says there's belief that there's over 100 genders. I thought that they were honestly pulling my leg, okay? Maybe someone comes up with more than 2 for some crazy reason or whatever, but over 100 genders. So I looked on a pro-gender identity website, and this is what I found. 112 genders. I just highlighted a few of them. There are people that believe in affectu gender, a gender which changes with mood swings. If I'm teaching my child or my grandchild that you're a boy or you're a girl, I mean, it's an obvious thing, you'd hardly have to teach them. And they say, no, I am affectu gender. And my gender changes with my mood. And right now, I don't like what you're saying, Grandpa. My gender changes. I would say, there's no way. I mean, this is crazy behavior. There's a gender called astergender, belief that you are a celestial person. In other words, I am a UFO. That's what that means. I am a UFO. If my grandson came to me, we would start helping him. And I'd bet that you guys and your children and your grandchildren, if they came to you and said, I am a UFO, I am celestial gender, I am astergender, I guarantee you, you would love them, pray for them, and teach them, not affirm that they are a UFO. There's no way. There's a gender called hydrogender. I didn't even pick the worst ones or the most bizarre ones. That's where your gender shares quality with water. What does that mean? Then there's even abimagender, a person who possesses an infinite number of genders. So whenever these individuals come to us that have issues, we first of all smile, we love them, we tell them we love you, we care about you, but you don't possess an infinite number of genders. When they send something to us that says they possess an infinite number of personalities, in other words, they're multiple personality disorder, we do not say we affirm your right as multiple personality disorder, and we love you the same. There's a thing called right and wrong. In Romans 13, it says, and you guys are probably pretty familiar, okay, because most of you have a biblical upbringing, maybe all of you do. And in Romans 13, it says that the job of government is to punish bad behavior and affirm good behavior. Punish bad behavior and affirm good behavior, okay? Very important that we realize. You're gonna find me $2,000. Yes.
Finish your thought, your time's up. Finish your thought.
Okay,
please.
so in conclusion, we love you, we care about you. These protections are not needed. There's already protections on the board. Once you put this in place, it will open a myriad of things. And the lady that spoke first, the legal lady, was clearly incorrect by case law. Let me give you one thing in closing. She's saying this does not affect churches. That is not true. Because people will make claims, it will go to courts, it will be forced out. Last year we paid over $100,000. Our one church, over $100,000. And I can prove to you, she is not correct. People challenge this, and it depends what justices you get, how they see it. Thank you.
Okay. Again, we want to try to stay focused on the actual policy at hand. So if there is particular language that folks are concerned with, please make sure we point that out so we can address that as well. Welcome.
How you doing,
wait,
Mr.
sorry,
Mayor?
we have someone who's on the board. My apologies. You'll start after they
Mr.
finish.
Mayor, ladies.
One second, please.
Okay.
I see I had someone on the board, and I need to recognize them real quick. Councilmember Sorello.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate the mayor's statement here. Pardon me for taking a stand on this, but I feel like you've just wasted our time because your church is still exempt. You do not have to allow people of this into your church building. It's churches, religious organizations, and nonprofits are exempt from this ordinance. So you're free to continue your discrimination. That's all I have to say.
Our legal staff already explained the legalities of this. Councilmember Bluebock.
Thank you very much. And it seems like we're having a little bit of trouble interpretation. Jennifer, could you help us out again? I believe you said earlier, as long as it's a non-religious position, how did you give us a scenario for the janitor, the maintenance person, or something like that for a church?
The prohibition on discrimination applies to all areas other than religious ministry, teaching duties, etc.
So if it is any kind of support role for the church, it's not directly the religious facility, then this applies. Correct?
That's correct.
All right, you are 5 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of City Council. My name is Gene Manley. I'm a citizen of Wichita, reside at 1915 North Porter Avenue. And I've heard a lot of things here this morning, but I want to reflect back on how this meeting began. We pledge allegiance to the flag, one nation under God. We open up in prayer in the name of Jesus. So we are recognizing an individual, an entity, or an authority who we have chosen to freely acknowledge and recognize it as being under. The law of God, God's law. If that was not true, it would not have been mentioned here in this chamber today. I have found one thing that I know to be true. We're talking about laws and all of this, where we cannot exclude the law of God from the culture, from the city council, period. Because if we do, we're asking for a whole lot of trouble. How do I know this? I'm here because God told me. I don't have time to be playing. This is my police record. Evidence. I also, unfortunately, ignorantly disobeyed the law of God, and I paid for it heavily. That man, the one you just heard, you know what he did? He did not discriminate against me. You know what he did? He loved me. In my falls and ups and downs, he would come look for me. He loved me. You know what he did? He showed me the love of God, the law of God, love. So I am here to tell you that unfortunately what you may be considering now today is against the law, the word of God. And there will be consequences. This is not what thus says Gene Manley. This is thus saith the Lord of God. God always sends his word. Do not be deceived. God is not to be mocked. Whatsoever thing a man soweth, that shall you reap. I'm here to tell you. Right now, this nation is going through turmoil because individuals have chosen to ignore and disregard the word of God. This is what has come because, and I will say this as gently as I can, but the word of God says, professing to be wise, they became fools. Ladies and gentlemen, I pray that you have not considered yourself to be fools, but you are wise. And you got to understand something. We're dealing with an enemy that is seeking to tear this nation, the community, your city, your families, and your children. Been there, done that. I have seen, I have witnessed, I have participated in the things that go on apart from the Word of God. And I'm here to tell you, there's a lot of pain, sorrow, and tears awaits each and every individual who ignore what thus saith the Lord. So I am not one of the distinguished people. I'm just somebody who know that God say what he mean and he mean what he say. Okay? I'm just here to tell you like it is. So when once you leave this place here and you go home to your families, it is your responsibility to protect your children and watch over your children. Make no mistake about it. There will be consequences when you reject and ignore what God has said in his word. And with that, I close.
Right on time. Thank you, sir. Please don't start. Thank you. Thank you. Next, please. Sir, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Rob Egan. I live at 2142 127th Court. I'm here today to ask you to support the passage of this ordinance. And there are a few reasons why. I was raised in Wichita. I grew up here. I went to school here. I teach at the school where I went as a student. My parents taught me many things. My church did too and still does. But one of the things that they could not do for me was protect me against the discrimination that I would face in the world. I can hide the fact, if I want to, though I don't, that I'm gay. I cannot hide the fact that I have a disability, and it has prevented me from getting jobs before. There are times when I don't have the energy to take on major department stores because they tell me that a stool is not a reasonable accommodation for a clerk's job. I don't have the capacity to fight major corporations who decide that they will not be able to protect me, and I don't have the recourse, frankly, to go through all of the bureaucracy at the state and the federal processes to defend myself and my rights. So this isn't creating any new policy in the sense that you're not changing the law. You are simply creating an easier enforcement of the existing law for those of us who are discriminated against by people who mean well or not to earn our recourse in public accommodation, employment, and housing. And as someone who has faced discrimination in those areas, I ask you, please, support this. Help us create this mechanism for us to pursue our fullest engagement in the city that we love, in the community that we want to be part of, because this community is ours. Yet there are those who would choose to exclude us from it. I don't want to live that way. I will not live that way anymore. We just spent in June the month celebrating Pride for members of the LGBT community. The month of July is lesser known, but it is Disability Pride Month. I spent a long time being ashamed of my disability because it limited me and what I could do, because it meant that I was excluded by my friends, by employers, and by others around me who claimed to support me and love me. I will no longer be ashamed, and I ask those who govern our city to affirm that by creating this option simply for recourse against discrimination, not changing any existing law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Welcome.
My name is, oh, sorry.
No, sorry, saying welcome. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, okay. My name is Lydia Kress, and I live in District 2. First, I would like to thank you all for your service to our community. I know it is sometimes a hard job, especially on days like today. I am here today to discuss the ordinance at hand, and after listening to the last meeting on this and watching many of your replies, I see that a lot of you seem to have your minds made up on this matter already, but I do ask that you will carefully consider and reflect upon all the ideas presented here today before jumping to a response or a decision. I am here to represent many people in our community, specifically Wichita citizens that practice a religion. I am not here to advocate to take away the rights of others, but I am here to represent the many people whose rights would be stripped away by this ordinance. The group that, until today, has been vastly underrepresented in your last meeting. I'm here to speak for the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. I'm here to speak for religious freedom. Freedom for all religions, not just those that you are hearing from today or that we agree with. Remember, religious freedom is granted to all religions. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and so many more. I am here to speak to each and every one of them. I would like to say thank you to the council members who voiced concerns about trying to pass this ordinance before we, the people, could even respond to it and give you our opinion. This is a really big step for a governmental body to take without hearing voices from both sides. Of course, we all agree that everyone should be treated with dignity and love as we are all created in God's image. However, that does not mean that we should all be forced into thinking the exact same way. I hope that if it came down to it, none of you would support that fascist way of thinking. If you want to implement these rules for you, the city, and how you operate, that's fair, but you really have no legal right to impose these rules onto individual citizens who are protected by our Constitution. In other cities that have passed laws like this, whose attorneys and council members and mayors thought that that was okay, we have seen these cities go after businesses, teachers, public leaders, healthcare professionals, churches, and individuals who are practicing their sincerely held religious beliefs under guise of laws like these, even those with religious exemptions. I have seen the exemptions you have made for these, as inadequate as they are. However, there are no protections for individuals who have sincerely held beliefs like myself who do not work for a religious organization. This law would not equally protect all citizens, and I really believe that's what you're trying to do. We have seen time and time again that these laws have created many incidences that have resulted in court cases, many even appearing before the Supreme Court. In cases like Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission, the court has ruled in favor of First Amendment rights. That ruling was to protect the rights of an individual business owner, not a religious organization, something that is not protected in your ordinance. Just this past June, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of Catholic Social Services, a foster care agency, in the case of Fulton versus Philadelphia. Again, the city of Philadelphia's attorney and council members and mayor were wrong. By implementing this ordinance, you would be putting our city at risk for costly litigation. And worse than that, you would be neglecting to protect the rights of those you swore you would. The idea that passing this law, even with the current changes, that will have no negative repercussions is ludicrous. It would require you ignoring recent history in our nation to think that this law would not affect more people than just those that you are trying to protect. These laws can close local businesses, put people out of work, and even bankrupt the citizens of Wichita who find themselves having to fight legal battles to protect our rights that we thought you all were protecting. Even if proven innocent, some of your constituents could lose everything because of the cost of fighting in court. These laws increase our city's interferences in the markets as well, and could potentially discourage economic job growth, job creations, by creating fear in business owners that have personal, sincerely held religious beliefs. These laws leave no room for people who disagree with them because of their religion. By supporting this ordinance, you are essentially telling us Wichita citizens that practice religion that you are ignoring our right to religious freedom. Honestly, the exemptions for religious organizations have so many caveats that it appears you're almost targeting religious organizations by this ordinance. Please thoughtfully consider your constituents and how this will affect us. I would ask that at the very least, please put this on a ballot. Let the people's voices be heard. Please let us have our rights. America was founded because early Americans were having their rights infringed upon by the English Parliament. Please do not repeat these mistakes. Please protect our rights. Please remember the laws of our Constitution and the First Amendment. Please remember who you were elected to represent, all of us. Please remember that you promised to protect our rights, and please take a stand for religious freedom. Thank you.
So I'm going to have a question for staff, because I've heard through emails that this could be targeted at religious organizations. Is there any way that this could be applied to nonprofit religious organizations?
And janitors or something like that, could
No,
somebody
excuse me.
sue?
No, miss, I gotta.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Once your 5 minutes is up, you gotta be done, and we can ask.
I can sit then? You're good?
Yes, you can.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Then we ask staff to follow up on stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, this ordinance has exceptions for religious accommodations, for religious organizations, and it's similar to other ordinances that other cities in Kansas have adopted. It also is subject to the Kansas Preservation of Religious Freedom Act and other state and federal laws.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, please. Hey, Chuck. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for your service. My name is Chuck Weber. I'm the executive director of the Kansas Catholic Conference. I represent the Catholic Bishops of Kansas. I reside at 2331 North Winstead Circle here in Wichita. Just briefly, our mission, the Catholic mission, is to bring ourselves and others closer to Christ. We're trying to do that in many ways. We feed the hungry, we shelter the homeless, we clothe the naked. We do this as part of our deeply held religious beliefs protected by the United States Constitution. We serve all people. There's no litmus test. Right down the street, they're going to serve hundreds of meals today to anybody. You're hungry? That's your litmus test. Come and get a meal from the Lord's Diner. If you need shelter, we have a family shelter about 3 more blocks down. No litmus test. We're going to serve you. You need clothes? Come. All are welcome. I want to not go over too much of what has already been said, but I do want to point out that the religious exemption is very narrow. The NDO, I'm going to work off my notes here. I'm not a lawyer, but we're concerned about having to lawyer up and do what we've been doing and serving the people of Wichita. So now we got to lawyer up and find out if we're doing something correctly. The NDO only exempts religious organizations, quote, with respect to the employment of individuals performing work connected with the carrying on of the organization's religious teachings. This is basically the ministerial exemption. We don't have a Catholic priest at every Catholic social service outlet in Wichita. Everybody else, somebody said janitors, whatever, it's all free game. We have cooks, we have counselors, they're not ministers, they're not protected. I've also heard it say that this goes by somehow the Religious Freedom Act of Kansas. Well, that's true to an extent. That just gives us our day in court. We have to lawyer up. The same Religious Freedom Act was in Pennsylvania with Catholic Charities. That didn't stop the city there of Philadelphia from suing or basically forcing Catholic Charities to stop adoptions. So I just want to speak very briefly about individuals out there. I've talked about some of our organizations, our social service safety net that we provide for this community. Jack, the cake baker, and the florist, all of these people are not covered with any exemptions whatsoever in this ordinance. $2,000 fine. Jack the baker, that nationally recognized case was $500. The re-education, that word in this ordinance should scare the heck out of everybody here. So respectfully, and I appreciate your service, I ask you to permanently table this ordinance. Thank you for your service.
Hey, Chuck, could you stand for a couple questions? Are you, former Representative Chuck Weber, are you available for a couple questions?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'm sorry.
During your testimony, you said that you represent the Catholic Council of Bishops.
I'm the executive director of the Kansas Catholic Conference. I represent the Catholic Bishops of Kansas.
And that was, you took that position, I think, in 2018. You resigned from the Kansas House from that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you were around the Kansas House right around the time when they actually had their Religious Freedom Act. Is that something that the council supported, the council or the Catholic Council?
I'm not sure what the date of that was, Mr. Mayor.
Is the council in favor of the state level Religious Freedom Act at this time?
Yes.
Okay, and so does the council then believe that it's adequate in protecting religious freedom?
Well, it's a protection, but it just gives us our day in court. That doesn't guarantee that we're going to win. It really doesn't fully protect us the way we'd like to be. It's better than nothing.
Okay, and well, with the protection and just,
I'm sorry, can I just expound? I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I gave the example. We had the Religious Freedom Act in Pennsylvania. That didn't stop Philadelphia from getting after Catholic Charities there. So they eventually won, as someone previously noted, a unanimous decision by the U.S. Supreme Court. But it does give us our day in court, but it's not a fully encompassing protection.
So you mentioned the Lord's Diner, the family shelter and clothing. Is there anything in this ordinance that would prevent you guys or your organizations from continuing those services?
Well, the definition of public accommodation is extremely broad, especially as it applies to religious organizations. I'm going to work off my notes here a little bit.
Well, maybe that'd be cleaner. Is any one of these, Lord's Diner, the family shelter, or the clothing, or any one of those a nonprofit that's religiously affiliated?
Are they nonprofits? Well, yes, they are.
So they'd be excluded from this ordinance?
Well, they're not, because the employment provisions and also the protections are ministerial, as your attorney pointed out.
So when you mentioned the services, none of those services would be jeopardized then?
We don't know. I think the word that I would use for this ordinance that keeps coming back over and over to me is confusion. Confusion.
Which section
so we don't
of the
know.
Ordinance? Well, which section of the ordinance?
Well, there's 10 pages. I have tried to read the ordinance. I think the definition of public accommodation, the employment provisions. The NDO says that employers/public accommodations can post signs for restrooms and dressing rooms based on gender. However, this is the only reference to gender in the NDO that I saw. So elsewhere it talks about sex. So do we mean sex? If so, we need to say that. So it's very confusing, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jennifer, if a religious organization that's associated with a established church and is a nonprofit is still doing stuff like food, handing out clothing.
Mayor, if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'd like to, Chuck, I see Chuck leaving, and I would like to ask him a question too, please.
Sure, of course, you may have the floor. Sorry, you may have the floor. I didn't know Chuck was taking off, so please.
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you in that manner, but thank you, Chuck. I apologize for stopping you from leaving.
That's okay.
But I do have one question for you, honest question. You talked about those wonderful things that Catholic Charities does, and feeding the homeless people, and I applaud all of those things. Just an honest question, though. If one of those individuals who was homeless and was qualified, highly qualified to be a janitor, but happened to be gay, would you hire him? If it was the difference between him having a roof over his head and being on the streets, would you hire him?
You're asking me a hypothetical question that I
Absolutely, I am. It's totally in agreement with this ordinance. Would you hire the person in your church that you're talking very good things about feeding him, but if he needed a job and he was highly qualified to be a janitor, and you had an open spot in your church for a janitor, and he happened to be gay, would you hire him?
Why would that come up in conversation?
Because that's what you are defending.
No, why would this, under your hypothetical, why would this come up in conversation at a job interview?
You are so you want him to hide. So you want him to hide his sexuality and.
Well, okay.
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I just want to make sure you're clear.
You just did.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah,
Would you prefer he just hide and live with that turmoil? Because I did.
You're giving me an either
turmoil.
or. I'm not going to engage in that question. Regarding your question, the exemption that you have here in the ordinance is very narrow. It applies to religious ministers. So the janitor, I mean, if you want to play the hypothetical game, I don't know why, first of all, I don't know why someone's sexual orientation would come up in a janitorial interview. But if it did, I don't know why that would make a difference.
Point well taken. So you would hire him then?
I don't hire and fire people. So I'm just, if you're asking me, again, I don't know why that would come up in a conversation. I don't know why that would impact that person's employment.
Point well taken. I would hope you would hire that person if you had the opportunity, if it depended on him having a roof over his head and being homeless.
Yeah, with all due respect, I think it's just a silly scenario, but
then why are you trying to fight so hard, and why are multiple people bringing this up over hiring for a janitor or an office person? That's the problem I have with that.
Council member or Vice Mayor Johnson.
Turn your mic on, sir.
Just following up on my colleague, just a quick question. So this person, highly qualified, was hired. There was a, church luncheon. They brought their partner. Maybe some people felt uncomfortable by that. That person was later let go. Would you be okay with that?
I'm sorry, Councilperson Johnson.
It's Vice Mayor.
I'm not following.
It's Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry?
It's Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor, thank you, sorry. I'm not following the
So the scenario that my colleague talked about, this homeless person who happens to be gay, gets hired, does a fantastic job. And then there's a church luncheon. They bring their partner. Some people are turned off by that because, as many have said, they just don't agree with that lifestyle. And this person gets let go by this religious institution. Would you be okay with that?
Oh, it depends on why they were let go.
Well, I think it'd be obvious. We see so many people uncomfortable.
Well, maybe he
with
wasn't cleaning the floors correctly.
that. I just said he was excellent and did a great job.
He was excellent, okay. Yeah, I don't know, you're giving me, I'm trying to think of the words in my mouth. I'm outside of my lane here. I'm not an employer. I'm trying to defend the rights of my employers
So
to
the
have as
reason-
broad exemption as possible.
The reason I did that, though, is because it's kind of what we heard from you. And so what I'm saying is, if that person did in fact do something wrong, it was documented, the religious institution is not going to be in violation. The only violation that comes from this ordinance is if they're treated differently because of who they are. That's it.
Of who they are. Who they are or how they act?
Who they are. So sexual orientation, who that person is. If they are treated differently because of who they are, or fall within any of the federal protected classes written within this ordinance, then that person or that organization would be in violation. Outside of that, there's no issue.
Well, let me just say that I don't look at anyone who they are. My first baseline is we're all children of God. And I reject, as much as I can, labels. Straight, gay, trans, whatever. So I don't know if that addresses your question or not, but the Catholic Church and the people that I represent, we try and treat everyone with dignity and love and respect. And if they're hungry, we feed them. If they're naked, we clothe them.
Well, I guess, so now I'm confused as to why you're opposed if you don't see labels.
Well, I'm
People are-
confused about why we need this ordinance. So we're equally confused. So
Well,
with that, Mr.
discrimination-
Vice Mayor, we share.
Discrimination happens, but I guess if
It does.
everyone's treated equally, you just see them as humans, there's nothing there, there's going to be no discrimination. Then.
The church is against unjust discrimination.
But you just said you don't see sexual orientation or any of that, so why are you against this?
Well, you want me to go through my testimony again?
I mean, I heard that, but
Because I can go through
your
that again if
comments
you'd like,
now are different than what you said in your testimony.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah.
Councilmember
Wish I knew what the
Blumenbach.
question was, actually, but.
You heard it.
We can have him repeat the question. He's asking if someone would be fired based off your opinion of their partner, if that is something that.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, I'm done.
It's been asked and answered.
Has it? Councilmember Blumenbach.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Chuck, I appreciate you coming in
Sure.
today. Appreciate you sharing your feedback, and I apologize on behalf of this council that this went like an interrogation, having hypothetical questions thrown at you, and I
Yeah,
apologize
it's
for
all right.
that.
Chuck, was it your organization that sent out emails to all your members with hypothetical situations of what this bill might do?
It is.
Okay,
I'm glad
and
you
what were some
brought
of those
that up.
hypothetical situations?
I'm glad you brought that up.
I think you mentioned the baker, which we've already mentioned we don't have. That provision's already cut out and protected, but it just seems, as someone who's a former elected official, professional lobbyist, who goes up for a living and answers questions from lawmakers, I'm not sure if the questions to clarify your testimony are really unreasonable for someone of your standing. Do you feel that our questioning has been unreasonable?
Look, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to categorize. Listen, I've been in Topeka and I've heard more crazy questions than Carter has pills. So,
as have I. In fact, you and I serve next to each other in Topeka, so I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you taking questions, as your job in Topeka is to answer tough questions from lawmakers, and we appreciate you being here at the local level to answer such tough questions as well. Thank you, sir. Oh wait, we have Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, those who come before the council, sometimes I may ask follow-up questions. If you feel interrogated against, I don't know. So I know that there was an apology issued. I will continue to ask questions as I see fit. for anyone who brings things. I'm trying to get a full picture and understanding of what folks are saying. So as you all are talking, I am writing. If I want to ask you a question, I will do that, not interrogating you and asking you 37 questions. I'm just trying to get an understanding sometimes of testimony versus other comments you might make. So just wanted to clear that up for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Is that it?
That's it. You're
Okay.
free to leave. We won't call you back. Thank you, Chuck. Next speaker, please. Senator, welcome.
I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I am State Senator Oletha Fauscudo, 1130 North Parkwood Lane, Wichita, Kansas, 67208. I am here today because on Independence Day, Sunday, July 4th, I was discriminated against at the Water Walk, our new baseball diamond, replacing Lawrence Dumont Stadium. My daughter was asked to go there and sing for the 4th of July events there, and myself and my two daughters were discriminated against. And I believe it's not because I'm short or I like to take selfies a lot, but because of our race. So with that said, in 2001, when my mother died, standing by her deathbed, she said to go run for the legislature and keep fighting for equal rights for all people. I did that, and she died a couple of days after 9/11. In doing so, just about everybody in this room, Mr. Mayor, I have advocated for them, whether it be people with disabilities, women's rights, gay and lesbian rights, human rights, advocating for equal housing, jobs, and education. We just celebrated Juneteenth, June 19th, the ending of slavery. I've worked with Councilman Fry. We worked on I introduced the legislation for the Wichita flag to be on the license plates. A lot of people don't know that. I'm elected the first African-American woman, black woman, to ever serve in the Kansas legislature. Right now, of the 40 senators in the Kansas Senate, I am the only black woman in the Senate, and I look around the chamber every day. That's discrimination, I believe. For me to get to be the first black woman to serve there, I am still discriminated against in the halls of the state capitol, and it does not matter that I'm a senator. I came today also, even though I couldn't find a parking space out there, and I'm gonna ask you guys to get us more parking space. I had to move a green cone and park there. I hope I don't get a ticket when I leave here. Also, I'm going to go back to the legislature when we reconvene January 10th, 2022, and I'll look at that issue relating to sidewalks and trees growing, because I get those calls too from the constituency that I represent of 72,000 constituents. I represent Koch Industries, far south, north. I represent College Hill. I represent inner city Wichita, the poorest district in the city of Wichita. I have 3 strikes against me. I'm black, I'm a woman, and I'm a Democrat. Mr. Mayor and council members, I came today to tell you that I know that when you walk into a room, half the people like you and half the people don't. I don't envy you of making this decision today. I see a lot of my friends in the audience. I serve with Chuck Weber. I see former Representative Steve Brunk. Representative Penn is in here, and other advocates. Just about everybody in here, I've worked with them. I want to say that when my mother asked me to run for the Kansas legislature, she said to go there and fight for equal rights for all people. That's what I do every day. I'm known as a Republicrat because I'm working across the aisle with every person. I'm for human rights. and I am so against discrimination of any kind. I want to be able to live where I want to live, and my daughters send them to the best schools or whatever choice. You have a hard decision today. As I looked at that, I asked the gentleman sitting by your city manager, Robert Layton, for a copy. I thought it was going to have the list of your ordinance there. Mr. Mayor, I will say that just in listening to and reading some of the articles, I do appreciate the piece in the measure that talks about the mediator. That, you know, so everybody gets a fair chance to kind of talk about what's going on. I just came here to, I don't know, offer support. I understand what you're going through here today, and but I'm for equal rights for all people, however that may look when you vote. I'm not telling you how to vote. I just know that discrimination still exists. It existed on July 4th, 2021, when I and my two daughters walked up to the gates of the new baseball diamond, which let it be known for the record, I made as a call from Vice Mayor Brandon Johnson, working together, city, local, and state, and I serve as the ranking member on the Federal and State Affairs Committee. I made the amendment. I offered it to get the Star Bond funding for that stadium. And I and my daughters walk up there and we're discriminated against. I left there in tears. I didn't get to take my selfies and do what I wanted to do and showcase my daughter, and they were embarrassed. I had an awful Independence Day because of being discriminated against, and that's why I came today. I stopped by to say that. So this is real. The young man who spoke, gosh, I represent the Cerebral Palsy Foundation, and I go over there and I help people with disabilities. I don't know, I just hate that I had to get up. I had bags under my eyes, Council Member Becky Tuttle and Cindy Claycomb. Now I got suitcases under my eyes. I haven't had rest lately, and I wanted to sleep a little longer today, but I just had to come and tell that discrimination is still real and alive today, and I hope that you can come to some a resolution to help all people in the city of Wichita and the state of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Well, here's how I'm going to answer that. So that's why the legislature exists, so that we don't have like the wild, wild west, just everybody doing their own thing. I respect my colleagues in Western Kansas because we're only in the legislature for 90 days out of the year, and we're there January, February, and March because the farmers need to go back home and man their crops. So we need laws. I serve as the ranking member on the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations for all state agencies. And we need some kind of order. We have to have some kind of order. I think, so we still have federal laws that say that women don't have certain rights, and we keep offering in the legislature the Equal Rights Amendment. Even though it already exists, sometimes to put a little, as the lingo in the Kansas legislature, put a little teeth in there. So some form, because we could, Chuck Weber is a dear friend. We were going to do a TV show together. We were going to be Donnie and Marie Osmond, kind of. But, we have to, but we do have different opinions. And so we sometimes need a little help. So I don't know if that answers your question. So
It does. It definitely does. Sometimes you just need a little bit of help.
Yeah,
I appreciate
you do.
That.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Senator. All right. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I just want to say thank you to Senator Fauscuto. Thank you for your testimony and for your work. Appreciate that. I can't stand the fact that she was discriminated against. I believe absolutely 100% that any form of discrimination has no place in civil society. I apologize. My name is Con Howerton, and I live at 1400 East 59th Court South. Again, I just want to thank you for allowing me to address you this morning. I will say one of the things you might consider investing in is some sound stuff, because it's really hard to hear when you're sitting out here. And just thought I'd bring that to your attention. You may not know that, but it's super hard to hear out there. Discrimination, bigotry, and racism have no place in civil society, and certainly no place in our city. The Bible's very clear that we have no right to think discriminatorily about any other person. We have heard that being against this ordinance means that we're a bigot. That is patently wrong. I'm against this ordinance, but I am in no way a bigot. I don't see how those could be. Just because we differ in opinion does not mean that I hate you or that you hate me or whatever. We've heard that disagreeing on certain matters puts us in that category, and I just want us to understand that that is not true. Anyways, I do disagree with this ordinance, and this is why. I have 4 reasons, and I have 3.5 minutes. So this ordinance is unnecessary. All Wichitans are protected equally under the law right now. The Kansas Human Rights Commission stated in August 2020, which we have already heard from the legal department, that all groups of people are equally protected. Now, yes, there's morons on earth, and I can't stand the fact that there's morons on earth. Someone that would treat, and irregardless of the fact that she's a senator, I mean, she's one of us, and she has no right to be discriminated against. And then she is a senator. Well, she warrants some respect and whatever. And I'm appalled at the fact that took place. And I would say, and I think probably everyone would stand with me, take us to those people and we'll have a little conversation with them. I don't know, but anyways, we have the same protections as all other protected classes. No Kansan is without protection. No Wichitan is without protection. The truth is, it's frivolous, it's expensive, it's a waste of tax dollars and resources and time. It grows city government when responsible governance would be seeking to shrink government. If the council really understood the fact that our tax burden is exorbitantly high, you would be seeking ways to lower it. And this raises the tax burden in every municipality that has passed this. I understand you haven't talked about that, but it will happen. It's happened in other municipalities. The second reason that I'm against it is that this ordinance brings in unintended dangers. The only people really protected by this are the bad players. Those nefarious people who wish to cause harm or to shock or frighten others, as we saw in California with the 9-year-old girl or the 5-year-old girl in Georgia who was raped. This brings protection to the nefarious actors. All over this republic where these ordinances have passed, we've seen assaults and abuses and rapes, etc., and repeated assaults and rapes in shelters. We just had a lady who was here with for her trying to take care of ladies. Well, under this ordinance, those ladies who are running to shelters, and these ladies, I've counseled with many of them, they're exhausted, they're desperate, they're desperately seeking a safe place to go, and this ordinance is going to open that place up to ruin their safety, to take that safety away. There's no protection there for what used to be considered a safe space for women. This takes that away. And one person stated this doesn't change the law. Yes, it does change the law. It changes it substantially because those safe spaces are gone. If we want to protect, if we want to do something as a city to protect everyone, then protect everyone. Don't put 5-year-olds in danger in a bathroom where someone just arbitrarily feels like, hey, she's cute, so I identify as a female. That little girl in Georgia was raped. That That is what this ordinance opens up. And I see you looking at me like I'm a moron. It opens it up. In every other municipality, this has happened all across this country, and I don't want it happening here. So you have all these anatomical males, and I understand that people have different stuff. I get that, but look at the anatomy. The third reason, the ordinance endangers our most vulnerable citizens. When women occupy shelters, they do that in a desperate resort. They're running from abuse, from rape, from assault. Many of them have children with them and seeking shelter. That once were safe places. By voting yes, the council members are telling this lady and her children that the city doesn't care about her safety. In counseling foster care children, I've learned that the girls that often seek refuge in the bathroom because it's the only place they feel safe. This ordinance, if you vote yes on this, the city's saying we don't care about your safety.
Sir, can you wrap up your thought? Your time's up.
Thank you. Unfortunately, this ordinance will also result in coerced speech and coerced thought and all that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just going to ask a question for the Director of Law. Does this ordinance apply to domestic abuse shelters?
Mayor, the definition of public accommodations is what you need to look at. And public accommodations is defined by the Kansas Supreme Court as those which are held out as open to the general public and to which members of the public generally are invited to patronize and otherwise visit. I think shelters may or may not qualify as a public accommodation because there are admission criteria at some level. There's some way that users would need to qualify for services. So the question is whether that would meet the definition of public accommodation. I would further say I think that even facially discriminatory policies would be something to be reviewed for because their admission criteria are just not that open. So I think it's a question. I asked the Kansas Human Rights Commission if they've had any complaints in this area, and they said they have not.
No complaints.
I did ask, and they said they would look at it in that first, jurisdictionally. Do we have jurisdiction over this? And then look at the facts of the situation. So I guess I don't know if that answers your question. But
And it's still an accurate statement to say if any organization right now is operating lawfully under Kansas state law, this doesn't change that. This doesn't.
That's correct.
That's correct. So this is completely in line with current state law. Therefore, if an organization is lawfully acting today, passing this and putting it in effect tomorrow would result in no changes. Next, please. All right, I'm going to call order. We're not going to take commentary from the audience. You had your 5 minutes to speak, sir, and now we need to be respectful of the next people in line and give them their 5 minutes. So no heckling, please. Thank you. Ma'am, welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kimber Howerton. I live at 1400 East 59th Street, Court South. I just moved. I'd like to start out with saying thank you for all that you guys are doing. I've never actually talked in front of a lot of people, so I'm really nervous.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I'm 16 years old, and I truly believe that you guys really are trying to protect us. I do believe that. It's just, there's some things that concern me. You said that the First Amendment applies to this, but if I said something that I would never purposely try to offend someone, but if I said something that it did offend them, which I have the right under the Constitution, I would get in trouble for that. And I don't understand that because I don't really have a right to get in trouble because I have the right to say what I want. But I hate that that includes people being mean to other people. I hate that. But I firmly believe that that part is a little contradictory, I guess. And then I feel like the safety of some other people are not being completely met. I believe that the safety for other people that already are not, the discrimination is not being completely fixed in that this is trying to help that. But the safety of other people is being threatened through this act. And I feel like maybe we could look at that and maybe fix it a little better. I'm done.
We appreciate you being here. Councilmember Tuttle.
I just want to say thank you. And Kimber, I'm really proud of you. I know it was tough to get up and speak in front of a lot of people. I appreciate all the speakers, but for someone so young to be interested in what's happening in their community is just beyond impressive. So you have a bright future, and thank you for being here today.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just piggybacking off of Councilmember Tuttle, thank you for being here and speaking up. You are younger than I was when I first came to the council, and I was forced. And you're up here speaking about what you care about and stating your beliefs. So definitely keep it up. You did a great job, if you're wondering. And thank you for being here.
Can't imagine what I was doing when I was 16, so definitely not trying to influence ordinances. Thank you for being here. Next, please. Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm Jerry Smith. I went to K through 6th at South Hillside Elementary School, 7th through 9th at Meade Junior High. Learned to swim at East High School, graduated from Southeast High School, went to Wichita State, and I actually worked for the city of Wichita as one of my first jobs. So I think I've been around here for a while. But I do agree with that on page 8 of the proposed ordinance that it does protect religious organizations, but it does not protect religious persons or religious businesses or religious contractors or religious facility operators. Let me tell you what I mean by that. My family has had family businesses in Wichita for over 60 years. We hire other people besides family members over that period of time. We have Bible studies and other people that I know. I have Christian businesses such as we do. It's not a Christian business per se. For example, my father had an insurance business. We had real estate business. We still own commercial properties in Wichita. But the thing about it is we operate ourselves as a religious business, even though religion is not our activity in our business. In other words, we are religious people to the core. Our lifestyle is religious. We feel that this ordinance goes against our whole lifestyle in trying to force us. We can't even get a contract with the city of Wichita according to this ordinance unless we adopt the policy that you adopt. And that's how it is. But I'm telling you, we are religious people. So we feel this ordinance will discriminate against us as religious people. I know you may not feel that way, and I'm not asking you to feel that way. And this is the problem of the ordinance. You ask one group not to discriminate against another group while you're discriminating against another group. And that's the problem with it. Again, we're not, and somebody even said the city can do what they want to in their, quote, business. But now you're trying to tell us what we have to do in our business if we live and or work or do business in the city limits of Wichita. It says any product, any service, any facility in this city must go by this ordinance. So I believe that you are discriminating already against me. Are we for discrimination for some and not others? I mean, I know what you're trying to do, and I understand that, and we can applaud you for trying to stop discrimination of any kind. So I understand that. But in the same vein, you're discriminating against many, 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 many more. And that's part of the problem that I have. And then we have these perceived definitions, perceived identities. How do we define somebody
Just
that
in the
perceives
interest of
something?
time, the word perceived has been struck from the current document.
It has been?
Yeah,
Okay,
the
I'm
current one
sorry.
doesn't have that.
I'm sorry, I just downloaded this yesterday off your website, and it said 7-6 for the meeting for 7-6, so I downloaded that document, and I have it here with me, and I just printed it off yesterday.
I'm pretty sure the perceived has been.
So I wish that would have been taken off the webpage, because I just downloaded it yesterday. So I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead,
And I
you
don't
can
have
finish
that,
then.
therefore I do not have that correction in front of me. But it does talk about exercising the police power. That kind of scares me, even the terminology there. It almost sounds like a police state, the way that's worded. And the city becomes an enforcing agency, according to the document. And it says for the promotion of the city's trade, you know, and I understand that. And there are some concerns that I have, for example, in California, because of similar ordinances. Just this last week, I heard that 14 people who were born male gender are now in female jail facilities operated by the city, county, and or state out of their own perceivedness of gender identity, and I don't know what that's going to do to the Sedgwick County Jail and how that's going to open up in things here, because it does say government agencies will also be under this ordinance as well. But it does bother me that we force, according to page 3 that I had before, and again, I must not have the most current, it says forcing contractors to adopt this same policy in order to have contracts with the city. But I'm just saying that you're pushing us to either walk away from our firmly held religious convictions or break the law. And this is very hard for me to say. But I'll have to say what Martin Luther said. I will not and I cannot recant what I believe, no matter what you pass here today. But I do ask you to consider, in passing laws for some, that you'll remember the rest of us as well. The public accommodation is something that's really a big, undefined terminology here that will hurt us all. Because again, it says any product, any service, any facility, and that affects anybody who does business in Wichita.
Councilmember Tuttle.
New system, sorry. Thank you. And I'm trying to look on the website, but if I could confirm with legal or with the manager, it looks like the most up-to-date ordinance is on the website, but I am concerned that maybe it's not. So could we just have some clarification on that? Thank you.
As to the actual perceived question, I will check with what's on the website. I would clarify the actual perceived was in the June 15th ordinance modifying all protected classes. As to the ordinance for today, it is only in the definition of gender identity.
So next person will be Councilmember Fry.
I'm sorry, what I just heard you say is in section 3, under the definitions for gender identity, it says, means an individual's actual or perceived by the, and then also under sexual orientation, the word perceived. That is in the document that we're voting on today.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I might have been wrong. The original was perceived or actual discrimination, and that's where it was struck. Perceived or actual discrimination. So if you're perceived you're being discriminated against, or actually being discriminated against, discrimination is discrimination. So we took those words out there, and that's what I was referring to, illegal. That's what I thought the speaker was referring to.
That was not what I was referring to.
Okay. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Talking about perceived gender perception.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just for the previous speaker, as this ordinance kind of aligns with state and federal protections, I just have a question for you. Have you had any situation where somebody took you to court claiming discrimination?
I actually have been involved in an organization back in the 1970s. One of our seminaries was taken to court by the federal government concerning these very things. It actually was a janitor, but now that was a religious organization that was a part of. And that religious organization wanted to keep the religious organization, the whole concept and the environment religious, so we only wanted to hire religious people of our own convictions. The federal government did say that there was somebody applied as a janitor, so that very thing did come up. This is the 1970s. We did win that case, but we did have to take it to court.
So the last time, and I'm talking about your specific business now, that was the last time you've been involved in any type of...
No, but what I'm saying is I would just say we would not hire certain people, okay? Because we want to keep a Christian environment. We want to hire Christians who believe in what we call like, faith, and order. So we probably wouldn't even hire all, quote, Christians.
But
people who have strong convictions like we do, we would only hire those people.
But again, so have you been taken to court in the last 10, 20 years because of that?
But we don't have this ordinance yet.
But there are state and federal protections, so no one has taken you to court with those protections, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But you just admitted that your business actually does not hire people. you guys do,
We would not.
would discriminate?
We
Okay.
would not, and you would probably consider us discriminatory. But we're trying to keep that environment and understanding, it's not trying to be discriminatory, that is not our intent at all. We really do care and love everybody. And given what the city does and who they hire, that's up to you, but our personal business, we want to keep that Christian environment. We have Bible studies, like I said, but we're not only Christian type businesses.
And you want to make sure that you can hire people who are only Christian?
That's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Buba.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, I'm looking at our copy here. Is there a more up-to-date copy than what we've got? Because I don't see strike-throughs on perceived on anything. I see gender identity means an individual's actual or perceived gender-related identity, expression, appearances, mannerisms. Is there a more up-to-date copy I don't have? Or?
That's what you have. That definition does preserve the term actual perceived for gender identity. That is correct. It was, the June 14th version referred to actual perceived for all the protected classes, and that was stricken.
Councilmember, you have to remember, the second reading of the previous ordinance is not in front of you today. This really almost started from scratch. So that's why you don't see strike-throughs. It would have been way too confusing, I think, to show strike-throughs and amendments to the old ordinance.
But perceived is in here, what we're voting on today.
For two sections, right.
So it's not fair to make the statement that perceived is not in there, because it is in here.
Right, and I think the mayor made that correction.
Yep, already made that correction. I was referring to the particular part, referring to discrimination, not to two definitions. Happy to make that correction again. Okay. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come and speak. I've been a taxpayer in Wichita, Kansas for 17 years. My name is Bruce Peters. I live at 141 North Chelmsford Court in Wichita, Kansas. And one of the things that I wanted to communicate to everyone is the fact that a lot of people don't trust our governments anymore. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, can you hear me now? A lot of people don't trust our governments these days. And a lot of that has to do with trying to get, like this specific ordinance very quickly put together, because there's been another really major rewrite, and get it out and get it actually voted on. One of the things that I've noticed is that this ordinance will negatively affect our city if it passes for a long time. One of the aspects that I've researched, so we kind of look at California. California is an experimental society as the way that they've been generating their laws. Just 4 days ago, on Saturday, there was a news flash that talked about Antifa is currently attacking protesters at the Korean spa in California that allowed a biological male customer, because of their gender identity, into a women's only area of the spa where their penis was flashed at women and children. Those being attacked by the militant left so far include a woman, a journalist, a preacher, and a Latino couple. You know, women are openly targeted with this particular wording that we have, encouraging men to actually or perceive gender identity or sexual orientation to use women's bathrooms or lockers. Women need to feel safe in the public forum. They need to have a public safe place to escape to. I've talked to numerous women about this, and many of them were too frightened to come and speak today, so they asked me if I would speak for them. I have a very good friend that was sexually assaulted as a woman. She carries the emotional scars of that trauma all of her life. She uses women's restrooms and locker rooms in public as a safe haven whenever she's frightened. She said women need to feel safe when they are in public, and if they don't feel safe, they can escape to a woman's restroom or locker room for that safety. This ordinance changes all that. It eliminates safety for women in public places. There are many women like this. She is not an isolated case, nor is her trauma to be considered inconsequential. If this ordinance passes, the Wichita school restrooms and locker rooms will be open to perceived gender identity or sexual orientation people. That means our innocent children will be at risk for physical, sexual assault, or even rape at our schools. The City Council has a responsibility to promote, and protect the people of our city and not harm them. Passing an ordinance like this leaves women more at risk. The real intent of this ordinance seems to be establish a special elite status class for just a tiny sliver of Wichitans, leaving the greater portions of the Wichita population at risk. And those that are women of this population are just thrown under the bus. Where are the politicians defending women's rights? Or is it that women's rights are only important at election time? I'll leave you to decide that. I want to leave you with this final thought. The women in the city are frightened of this ordinance. And the city leaders that are targeting them by opening public restrooms and locker rooms to perceived gender identity people, leaving them helpless without a safe place to hide from any kind of sexual predators. How many of you have been sexually assaulted? My guess and my hope is that none of you are. So you're totally unaware of the mental and emotional trauma sexual assaults cause. My friend that was assaulted has endured this trauma for years. So instead of using your power to enact tougher laws to protect women, you want to open the public restrooms and locker rooms to perceive sexual identities, sexual orientations, or sexual desires. This is devastating to women of Wichita. Especially this is devastating, cruel to young women, especially young innocent girls that get put in harm's way. And that's, to me, that's just sickening. So in summary, this SOGI discrimination has never been a problem in Wichita. Stop making it a problem. There are many other problems for Wichitans, like the lack of jobs. You should not encourage and legalize men and males to commingle with women in public restrooms and locker rooms. This utterly destroys society. This ordinance is unpopular with most people, especially the women I've talked to, and needs to be voted down. Thank you for your time.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. No question. Just want to clarify, both the mayor and Councilmember Cirillo have kind of alluded to this, but I just want to clarify what this ordinance actually goes toward. We've heard a lot about two things, but it covers race, color, religion or creed, national origin or ancestry, sex, age, physical or mental disability, and veteran status. I know a lot is being made about really one of these, but this is 8 different classes that this ordinance actually protects and helps in Wichita. So it's not a small slither. We've got a lot of folks that fall within those categories here in Wichita. Just wanted to clarify.
This would allow a passage for resolution to a woman who is denied public accommodation, housing, or employment based on nothing more than just being a woman. Councilmember Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, can you tell us, are schools covered under public accommodations?
The Kansas Supreme Court has defined those as what are held out to general public, in which members of the public are generally invited to patronize and otherwise visit. I don't see that schools are in the definition. I think there's probably some type of interpretation. It's a jurisdictional question. I just don't see that in the case. But
and it's not in our list.
It's not in our list.
Thank you.
So, okay, noted. We had some issues with our equipment not too long ago. I don't know if we had that switched out, but yeah, usually we'll try to just speak more directly into the microphone, but very sorry if folks in the back aren't able to hear us. We will try to do better at the bench, and if our mic does give out, we will, of course, let staff know so they can get it back going. So thank you for bringing that up. Sir, you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Jeff Bennett. I'm the Executive Director for Family Policy Alliance of Kansas, also Kansas Family Voice. I am a husband, I'm a father, and I am a business owner here in Wichita. There's been a lot said here this morning, and I could reiterate many things. In fact, so many of you already took my talking points. I don't have a lot more to say. You guys are going to be very happy about that, but also take up 5 minutes, though. So I did want to kind of focus you guys on a couple things in particular. One is, last night I was just doing a little research. How many religious organizations are there in the city of Wichita? I don't know if you guys have looked into that. I did a little bit, and I've gotten some, variety of numbers, anything from 673 to over 800 religious organizations in the city of Wichita, not the state of Kansas, the city of Wichita. It also states that there are over 3,100 employees of those religious organizations. So that makes these religious organizations one of the largest employers in the city of Wichita. So that's the reason why so many of these folks are here, and there's about another 250 standing outside that are deeply, deeply concerned about this ordinance. So I want to make sure you guys really understand that. It's also pretty well understood that somewhere between 52 and 60% of Wichitans have some kind of a faith background, religious affiliation, right? So that would put us at over 200,000 residents right here in the city of Wichita, the people that you guys represent. That's a lot of folks. That's a big voting block. That's a big constituency. And I do wonder, I ask myself, why would you do something that puts them at risk? Now, I know there's been a lot of debate here this morning about, well, it's not that and it's not that within a church, whatever. I just want to make it really clear. Our attorneys that are part of our team, we work a lot with Alliance Defending Freedom as well. It's all been very clear that this is so narrowly defined that, like in my church, for instance, half of the employees within the church would not fall under this ordinance. In other words, there are a significant amount of folks that this ordinance would attack within the church, and all churches, all religious backgrounds. This impacts the Muslims, this impacts Christians, this impacts Jews, all backgrounds. These are folks that you guys represent. This is a critical issue that I want to make sure you guys understand. I don't know that you guys fully comprehend, and one of the things we do as an organization, we do travel around the state and we do engage in a lot of these sexual orientation, gender identities. And Vice Mayor Johnson, you'd mentioned that there's other issues as well, and you're exactly right. It's clear that this particular issue, the LGBTQ plus arena, is the arena where so many folks have concerns. It's not the race issue, it's not the sex issue, it is a sex issue, it's not the age issue. We have religious rights and freedoms to believe what we feel we believe that have been passed down through the generations for thousands of years. So this council is now coming before us right now, just in this time, to say we're changing all of that. We're changing thousands of years worth of belief. That's a significant ask, and that's a significant buy-in that you guys are asking of us. I can assure you that the people in this community are not going to stand by that. We represent churches and folks, and my phone has never rang so much as it has in the last 2 weeks. And I was on vacation, for goodness sakes. Not much of a vacation. This ordinance does impact churches and organizations when it comes to hiring. It does. We've had attorneys look at this. It does. Did you know that it also impacts women in restrooms? It does. Did you know that as a business owner, it impacts my religious freedom as I play it out in my business? It does. I know and understand that this is very popular right now across the country. I get it. I really do. But we have traditions that go back generations and thousands of years that we need to consider. One of the young ladies had a great point. Let's bring this to the people. Let's see what they have to say. When this is brought to you, and now you are the enforcer, by the way, of this ordinance, that's a serious concern for a lot of folks in the faith background. That's a very serious concern. I'm about out of time. Very quickly, I just want to say one last final thing. Winston Churchill, love Winston Churchill. He had a great saying that basically, and he had a whole bunch of them actually, but he had a great saying that basically said, to build things can happen over years and multiple, thousands of, people and hard sweat tears. But you can destroy and ruin in the matter of a day. Please reconsider this vote. Please. Thank you.
Next, please. Sir, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, you got to love the process. I want to thank you for hearing my petition today. I'm James Kilpatrick, 2101 West MacArthur Road, Wichita, Kansas. For reference to my comments, I would like to cite the transcript for the City Council meeting of June 15, 2021. For consistency, the Honda plan and the Cadillac plan mentioned in the transcript, Ordinance 51578, Ordinance 51600, proposed Chapter 2.06 of the Code of the City of Wichita, and the U.S. Supreme Court case Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission. The city has a very strong non-discrimination policy. I ask that the proposed creation of Chapter 206 be dismissed in its entirety. The chapter is unnecessary. It's replacing 20 years of letting the state and federal agencies and courts handle non-discrimination problems. The city will increase its financial burden for no value, since the city measures can be appealed to higher jurisdictions. The city legal system will be further burdened. Why do it? Why? The purpose of the creation is to give the protected class of LGBTQ+, hereafter I'll call LG+, city resources to intimidate, persecute, and harm the protected class of religious faith. Rejection of Chapter 2.06 will not cause any loss of benefits or protections to the LG+ class. But acceptance of Chapter 2.06 will give the LG+ class another means of pursuing their goals. The Honda plan and the Cadillac plan were created by the LG+ class. They were introduced by Mayor Whipple, a proponent of the LG+ movement. The presented plans were on June 15, 2021. The Honda plan had no penalty provisions, and the Cadillac version has extreme penalties. The LG Plus prefers the Cadillac plan, but felt it would not pass on a vote of the council. Mayor Whipple presented the two plans against the internal policy of the city council. Ms. Tuttle said that everything we discussed from the bench goes to the public by Thursday, and was concerned that the public has seen these. The reply to that challenge was it had been posted on the LG websites, and the mayor posted them on a Dropbox of social media. There was an obvious lack of transparency. Public comment was only from the LG Plus class and proponents of the movement at the June 15 meeting. The consideration of the ordinance was minimal. Council members did not have time to do private research. The two plans created confusion about what was being decided. The plans were comparable to a bait and switch maneuver. The Honda plan passed on first reading. The Cadillac plan was to be considered, and when I asked City for what was going to be discussed here today on June 28th, I got a copy of the Cadillac plan. But the nice thing about it is I went to the agenda packet and I found out what was supposed to be on the presentation today. So I don't know which of the three plans you're discussing, but I'm sure that they all include points of the LG plans. What can we expect by creating Chapter 2.06? The case of the Colorado baker. A gay couple wanted a Christian baker to bake a gay wedding cake. He refused to bake a cake with a pro-gay message. He would sell them anything in the shop, but could not violate his faith with a pro-gay message on a cake. That case went to the Supreme Court. But before the case was decided, a transgender female wanted a cake to celebrate her transgenderness. She was refused, and a new case proceeded on transgender accusations. The persecution is obvious. You can see it is not a matter of mutual respect. It is not animosity from the religious community causing the hostility to take these to the court. I ask you not to let the LG Plus class weaponize the city's resources, finances, and legal system by not creating Chapter 2.06. You might remember Rodney King of the LA riots. He said, "Can't we all just get along?" The answer is not as long as we let radicals determine our destiny. Thank you for hearing my petition.
Next, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Sue Davis. I reside in Councilmember Blue Ball's district. The first thing is, I noticed that this newest incarnation of the ordinance, can you hear me? I noticed that this new incarnation of the ordinance says that it was first published in the Wichita Eagle on July 16th. I have a question about that. You've got an interesting list here, but it's my understanding that it's not the AARP, the NAACP, the VFW, La Raza, now, or the AAPD that are the ones pushing this thing. We all know who's pushing this thing, okay? We've got a situation here where we're in a city full of Catholics, Christians, Jews, Muslims, atheists, you name it. They own property, they own businesses. They have the right to the free exercise of their beliefs, not just inside the doors of their home. Someone mentioned the spa in California. We've got a pool in Iowa where there was a middle-aged woman running around without a shirt last week. And because she said she felt like a man, she was protected by the city council's ordinance that's very similar to the one that you're looking at. I'm sure a lot of parents were not too pleased about that. If you look at the House Speaker at the Florida legislature, when this situation was brought up down there, his statement was, prohibiting LGBTQ discrimination in the workplace could lead to a flood of litigation. And he's right, we've seen it all over the country. A person's sexual orientation isn't evident like it is for race or gender, presenting a challenge for employers. It's very possible that an employer does not know of a person's sexual orientation. Then you could get in an event where somebody could lose their job and they might claim it is based on something that nobody knew to begin with. I have a problem with that. I'm sure I don't own a business, but if I did, I'd have a real problem with that. What you're getting ready to do is open up a can of worms to fix a problem that largely doesn't exist in Wichita. And when you look at the two precedent-setting cases in the Supreme Court, which is Fulton versus City of Philadelphia and Masterpiece Cake versus Colorado, I just want to read a little bit of the order here. Justice Kennedy wrote that the government, if it is to respect the Constitution's guarantee of free exercise, cannot impose regulations that are hostile to the religious beliefs of affected citizens, and cannot act in a manner that passes judgment upon or presupposes the illegitimacy of religious beliefs and practices. The Free Exercise Clause bars even subtle departures from neutrality on matters of religion. And Chief Justice Roberts wrote, the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment, applicable to the states under the 14th Amendment, provides that Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise of religion. As an initial matter, it is plain that the city's actions have burdened CSS's religious exercise by putting it to the choice of curtailing its mission or approving relationships in consistency with its beliefs. And there have been a flood of other cases that I could have brought you today, pardon me, if I'd had enough time to, that are being turned back to the states and vacated based on these two cases. All of these ordinances are losing at the federal level. That should tell you something. The fact that you keep reiterating, Mayor, that what we're doing here is in line with other things further up the food chain should be proof enough that we don't need it. It's already covered. It's already taken care of. And if we end up with people being targeted by a specific group whose aim is to somehow purge the country of religion and crush anyone with a religious ideology that doesn't agree with what they do in their bedroom at night, you're going to have a big problem that's going to cost a lot of money here over it, because you're going to have to defend your positions. And if it makes it out of state court into the federal courts, it's a losing issue for you. You're on the wrong side of the Constitution here. That is the bottom line. I am all about liberty and freedom, and the First Amendment expects us to live and let live, and this is not going to do that. Thank you.
So Jennifer, just quick question for clarification, particularly following that presentation. If a business was to hire someone, let's say that person is married to a same-sex partner, and for no other reason except the business, after hiring that person, and the person's been working, let's say, over a year, doing a good job, the owner finds out that the business, that the person is actually married to a same-sex couple or a same-sex person, and they fire him for that. Is that currently a violation of state law? Could you say that again? I don't think the microphone's on.
Yes, that's what the Kansas Human Rights Commission's position is.
So it's currently a violation to fire someone based on who they legally marry, regardless of the owners of the business opinion of that legal marriage. Okay, so this is not creating anything new that isn't currently under state law.
That's correct. That's correct.
So it's just creating a local pathway that makes the state law more accessible. Guys, I don't have to talk about heckling again. Please stop heckling. Please be respectful. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Rebecca Walter, 3225 North Ridgeport Circle. I want to begin by thanking you all for being here on the City Council, for using your time for something that you believe in, our city and our people. And I do want you to remind you that it is for Wichita that we are making the decision. I don't want you to say, this is something that's going on in Kansas City. This is what's going on here. This is what's going on here. You know, a man was here and he said there's 800 organizations here, religious organizations. That's what makes up Wichita. I mean, a large portion are religious. That's Wichita, that's community. While I was standing in line, there was a young boy who was walking up, had a disability. Everyone said, no, stop, go to the front of the line, go to the front of the line. That's Wichita. There was a lady, the senator, she said, does anybody have any gum? Does anybody have any gum? A woman right in front of me dropped her purse, pulled out 3 different flavors and said, what do you want? We are literally loving and feeding our community right here. This is Wichita, so don't make decisions like we're Kansas City. If we wanted to be in Kansas City, we'd move there. So, first of all, it's been hard to hear up there the word perception. Is that in or out? A perceived discrimination? We couldn't hear. So I just want to hopefully say, so it's in there. Okay.
It's out in one place from the last ordinance, but it's in another place.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and say what I have to say, and you can decide. I want to, let's see. I'm concerned about some of the unintended consequences of this bill. I'm also concerned with some of the words being utilized. The words perceived is troubling. There does not have to be an actual discrimination, but a perceived discrimination would be enough to subject me to discrimination charges. This is an opening a box. People have said, opening a can of worms that we can't shut. What if I perceive to be 62? Let's draw, my retirement. I'm done. What if my child perceives to be 21, wants to go get a drink? Okay, she's not 21. I have issues with that. Anyone can take advantage of any business, any person, or any court system with the word perceived in there. That needs to be taken out. I think there's a lot more questions that need to be answered before this bill is voted on. I don't think anyone really knows what's in it and what's not. I have concerns with the creation of the Human Rights Commission. Is that still something that's We're not doing that?
Never
Okay, all right, then I'm good with that. So I just don't feel comfortable voting on things that we don't even know what's set in stone. I think it needs to be figured out before we're even here voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Welcome.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Can you move the mic? Can you move the mic
Yeah,
down?
go ahead and pull the microphone down to you. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, my name's Dana Galbraith, and I live at 9901 West 20th Street North in Wichita, Kansas. Can't hear me?
There
Okay.
you go. Bring it real close, sorry.
All right. After reading the proposal, I was stirred that it was divisive and unnecessary. Unnecessary simply because there are laws in place that focus on what was outlined. It seems to increase division. There is a lot of confusion, and the confusion, I think, would almost be hard to remedy in this case, just because of the subjects of what we're talking about. So that's going to be a real challenge and burden for just all the citizens of Wichita. If this addition is added to our city rules, it'll serve to increase the burdens on employers, employees, business operators, patrons, and really all the protected classes that have been singled out. The proposal incorporates a thick deception that I think that might be what some people are addressing. The very ordinance you hope to pass to help the people will only serve to enslave the people and create mistrust among one another. Please do not be deceived yourselves. We are all in this world together. Please do not separate us, but put your efforts into building unity between our citizens if you must intervene at all. Do not create an environment that gives us easily over to our human weaknesses. Do not take freedoms away from our people. Current law will confront those who are discriminatory, both in our human courts and in God's court. You seem to be overstepping your authority. The lack of wisdom, common sense, and understanding of what is truth among many in this body of leaders is disheartening to me and discouraging and very disturbing. Let this body of leadership not be blindly led by a contaminated narrative in these times, but set our city apart as followers of what is truly right. Lead our citizens in a better way that will promote cooperation that leads to a unity in our hearts, not by force. I ask that you reject the discrimination ordinance today. Stop this avenue that will lead people in the wrong way. I end this discussion with wisdom for your consideration in guiding you in this matter from Matthew 5:25-26, where Jesus is teaching about anger. Settle matters quickly with your adversary who is taking you to court. Do it while you are still together on the way, or your adversary may hand you over to the judge, and the judge may hand you over to the officer, and you may be thrown into prison. Truly, I tell you, you will not get out until you have paid the last penny. Please do not choose to stir up anger and to dictate how people will settle their differences. I really thank you for listening today. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Steve Decker. I'm a Wichita District 2 resident at 150
1 East Balsam Court. I'm also a member of the Southeast Wichita Community Impact Team, whose charter is to inform, educate, and mobilize people concerned about government issues to move from the sidelines and to engage as frontline participants of change. Thank you for this opportunity to share my point of view regarding this proposed ordinance. In preparation for this meeting, I was reminded of 2 interviews during the Heal America video shown during the recent Wichita Prayer Breakfast. Alice Marie Johnson said, "Respect and trust cannot be demanded. It's got to be a mutual thing." And Elizabeth Koch stated, "You cannot legislate reconciliation. It has to be a change of the heart." These ideas are wise, measured, and prudent, given these tempestuous times, given these tempestuous times in our city and society. It seems that the proposed ordinance is one of several alternatives designed to resolve the issue of, and I quote, "dignity and worth of all marginalized communities." I also understand that the council is analyzing the pros and cons of the proposed alternative, and while not unified, the majority believe it to be the best alternative among the options. Please note, I am 100% aligned with the words in the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. And based on my beliefs and education, I cannot condone acts that devalue or destroy human life. Every one of us has certain unalienable rights, and I will stand with those who need those rights defended. I and others like me have learned how families, churches, and government should stand together and work together. We've learned that when we reorder God's order, we create disorder. We have also learned how to be resolute and resilient, all the while trying to be humble, patient, and kind. Many of us who have been raised in the church are commanded to love the Lord our God with all of our heart, soul, strength, and mind, and to love our neighbors as ourselves. This timeless truth should govern all of us as we consider this issue. Unfortunately, this ordinance is not a viable solution. It will not accomplish a satisfactory outcome that results in the dignity and worth of those who feel marginalized. When respect or recognition is demanded by means of political coercion or any legal form of prosecution, you might get compliance for a short time, but you will destroy the commitment and collaboration needed to heal Wichita and make a lasting change. The problem will be significantly exacerbated if the local community of business owners and individuals who conduct trade in a manner consistent with their background, education, and values are fined and forced into the court to defend their values. The idea that the best alternative to this issue is found in our criminal justice system is truly misleading, and if enacted, you will further divide this community. I recall that education and mediation were suggested as part of the remedy process. It was suggested that in lieu of a fine, the judge could order reasonable education requirements to address the violation. I also noted that the plaintiff and defendant would be offered the chance to take their case to a mediator to try to work out their differences. It was also stated that 120 days post initial complaints and after trying everything else, complainants could be taken to municipal court. I certainly agree that education and collaboration are the first steps towards fixing the problem. That has merit. However, our judicial system's function and role is designed for reason, dialogue, and consensus, not experimental discovery and political coercion. In conclusion, many Wichitans oppose this ordinance, and in the strongest terms, I urge you to please vote no. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michael Sater, and I'm at 8217 East Sawmill Court in Wichita. Just before I get into what I was actually thinking, I've just been somewhat disappointed in some of the things I've seen from the council today. I've seen the mayor laugh at a presenter. I have seen a district member basically call someone a liar, and when he was offered evidence, wouldn't give him the chance. And you gave one man extra time to talk about hypotheticals. And you talked a lot about hypotheticals. I don't know this man here who spoke near the beginning, but he offered you actual concrete ways this has affected $100,000, his business, and you basically told him his time was done. And so hypotheticals seem to be taking precedence over actual what's happening. But that said, I am a teacher at a religious school, and if school's out, but if I go to school and I choose to identify as a woman and go in the girls' bathroom, I would be fired. But under this ordinance, there are a lot of employees who would not be in the ministerial exemption, which you've heard about, and they could have that freedom. We could have a janitor man just identify as a female and just go into the bathroom with a bunch of kindergartners. And you keep saying that nothing changes when you pass this, which means two things. One, we're kind of wasting time. Or two, you are purposefully obfuscating things. And you either don't understand the bill yourself, or you're purposefully picking and choosing what you talk about. And so these laws, we know what happens because they happen all over the country, and you've heard examples, but Phoenix, Arizona, Idaho, Fairness for All legislation, there's photographers, bakers you've heard about, and the exceptions are so vague. So there's a wedding exception, but what about engagement photos or gender reveal parties? These things are not clear. And so I honestly don't know how to go up against specifics when you don't seem to know the specifics. And I think that's a fundamental problem. But these laws, SOGI laws, they trample fundamental liberties. Every time they've gone to the Supreme Court, they've been overturned. They ban disagreement, essentially. They treat reasonable actions as discriminatory. They do not protect equality before the law. Instead, they grant special privileges that are enforceable against private actors. And they have these laws are frequently used as swords to persecute people with unpopular beliefs rather than as shields to protect people from unjust discrimination. You've asked people, well, have you ever been affected by this? Have you ever been affected by this? And that's just the wrong question. The law is the law, whether it affects you or not. And so if the law is bad, it shouldn't happen. We've seen this affect Catholic adoption agencies. We've seen it affect food services you've heard about. And there's a big law of unintended consequences. Just as you were going through the slideshow in your presentation, I work with middle schoolers, so I know all about loopholes. And I'm just loopholes running through my mind, and I haven't even looked at this stuff. And so the fact that you have to ask these basic questions of the council here shows you don't understand fully what's going on. I don't understand fully what's going on. You say nothing will change, and that's simply not true. I don't want to waste time with repeating what other people have said, but thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Should I wait? Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor's gone, so thank you, Vice Mayor Johnson and the council for allowing us to come and express our freedoms today. That's what we're here about. My name is Donna Leopold. I live at 4264 Janesville Street, and I am the Executive Director of Culture Shield Network. And our objective is to inform, connect, and mobilize the body of Christ to be the moral conscience of our culture. And we work with other organizations on the national level, and one of them is the Congressional Prayer Caucus, and their entire focus is religious freedom. So it seems to me that what we've got here is an issue of a lack of respect. A lack of respect for individuals, a lack of respect for one another, and a lack of respect for the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And if you'll allow me, I just want to say that there are laws in place already, as you have all admitted. There are laws. This law is unnecessary and it is divisive. At a time in our nation when there's so much disunity and so much conflict, I would hope this city council would be concerned about bringing unity, not dividing us. If I might quote the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident. What we're going to look for is truth. We want truth. That all men are created equal. That's a declaration, and that's what we believe. All men are created equal. And we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. That means they don't come from government, they come from God. That's what our founders said. And God created us all the same. We all bleed the same, we all have the same DNA, we might have different colors of skin, but we are all from Adam and Eve. So I just want to say that in order to respect and care for our LGBT citizens, we must not and we cannot violate the freedoms that we possess, the freedoms of one another. When a religious person owns a business and their sincerely held beliefs they are supposed to be protected by the Constitution of the United States. The city of Wichita does not have the right to take away our freedom of our sincerely held beliefs. And we are here today standing up for those rights. So would we demand that my friend who happens to be the caterer, who's a Muslim, would we demand that he bring pork to our event? I don't think so. Would we demand when we go into the Amish community to a special bakery that they deliver it 40 miles away? I don't think so. We have respect for people that we hire to do things. And so that respect means that we are genuinely caring for one another. Unalienable means they cannot be taken away. We here in Wichita do stand up for our rights and the rights of all citizens. And with all due respect, I'm a little disappointed that you would bring such a divisive issue, especially with the state of our nation and the division that is taking place right now. We need leaders that honor and protect their citizens and not cause dissension. So my question is, I have lots of kids. I've got 5 kids, 15 grandkids, 2 great-grandkids, and we all go to the Y. So what's going to happen at the YMCA? What's going to happen at Genesis when my little 10-year-old granddaughter, I think, is safe to go into the locker room, but she goes in there and she sees a man totally naked? I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's right. And I think that this ordinance will not protect my granddaughter. So our whole culture has changed. That means we can't leave kids outside. We can't send them into the restroom by themselves. And it also means my little 8-year-old grandson might have to go in with me. So I just want to say that in 1964, we passed the Civil Rights Law. This is elevating a 1% to 3% of the community to that level, and my African American friends are not kind and are not happy about it. I also just want to say that our church would welcome any homosexual couple to bring their partner and come to our church. We love all people. And I think that's an important statement. So one thing our organization is doing is we just got 8,000 copies of this, our national motto, "In God We Trust." They're being taken to city councils, government buildings all around the state. And so I would like to present you with a copy of this "In God We Trust" poster and ask you to put it up. It is our national motto, signed by the only president that we sent to D.C., President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Can I present that to you?
Yeah, I'll take it. I don't know if it's decorum or not, but thank you so much. All right, I don't know if we're supposed to be accepting gifts, but thank you. I appreciate you being here. Next speaker.
I guess it's still morning. No, not quite.
Is it morning?
But hello.
Good morning.
And thank you for allowing all of us to speak. My name is Monica Walker, 3737 South Gilda, 67215. As people have said, there's already laws in place, so it isn't really necessary. But the worst part is it's going to cause additional discrimination, as others have mentioned, against small businesses, against business owners, against church's existence, against the churchgoers, and mostly important, against girls' and women's safety and dignity. A couple notes on something that have been discussed before. The Masterpiece Cake Shop, they've been fighting, they've been in and out of court for 10 years over one cake. Regarding the flower, Arlene's Flowers, that was a decade-long friend and customer that sued her. So this person knew the reason why the service is being denied, and she still sued them. There's another one not mentioned. Telescope Media in Minnesota, film company, produces movies celebrating marriage. The state came in, not an individual. The state demanded they make films about other types of marriages that violate their beliefs. Now they're threatened with civil penalties, criminal penalties, fines, and 90 days in jail. That's not right. Businesses have always had the right to refuse service to anyone. Why does that no longer apply? Too many things are just upside down now. But the worst part of this, as people have mentioned, is the risk to girls and women. The 5-year-old girl in Georgia, someone mentioned, that was sexually assaulted in her school restroom by a male student identifying as gender fluid. Do you want to allow your daughters or granddaughters to be under that risk of being sexually assaulted in their school? I pray not. A shelter, as I mentioned too, someone said about the shelter in Alaska, where raped, abused women were forced to be, or the companies being forced to allow biological men identifying as whatever with the women overnight. Where's the common sense? This doesn't make logic. I'll skip that part, it's already covered, but I do pray. I know you're probably under a lot of pressure. I understand that, but I pray you be strong against this atrocity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon now? Good
yeah,
afternoon.
12:02. I'm sure you all are hungry, like I am. Good almost noon, Mayor Whipple, Vice Mayor Johnson, and council members. My name is Gabriel A. Padilla. I'm a member of District 6, Council Member Clay Combs' district, who, by the way, I think you're awesome. Saw the last city council meeting, and I thought you were pretty great. For privacy's sake and safety's sake, I will not disclose my address. I am here today to discuss the non-discrimination ordinance. I can tell you listening to everyone about this is disheartening because my God is love and accepts everyone, and all I have heard is hate. I will tell you who I am. I'm from Wichita, born and raised. Both of my parents graduated from North High School, and I graduated from South High School, so I'm a proud Titan alum. I came back after college to pour into this community what I've got out of this community by becoming a teacher at West High School, not far from here, and I've been there for 5.5 years teaching students mathematics. I dedicate most of my time to students in my classroom and around the city by being a visible transgender man, educating people on how to be more kind. I also spend my time teaching people how to treat other people who may be different than us with the same dignity and respect that we expect from others. You would be surprised how better the students are receptive of this than the adults. Case in point here today. Through my work with USD 259 and my small work with Glisson, Kansas, I can tell you we have come a long way. In 2019, USD 259 finally came out with the non-discrimination policy that not only protects me as a transgender man, but as a Hispanic man who is also a devoted Christian. As a teacher in a Title I school, I will also tell you that this is important for the safety of my own students in and out of my classroom. West High gets a negative rap, but in reality, I would like each and every one of you, I actually invite you all to come to West High to come visit. I will tell you that everybody there is treated like family, including staff. I have students who struggle with housing and employment simply because of the color of their skin, their religion, their gender identity, their sexual orientations, and their families as well. Why did I bring this up? because this non-discrimination ordinance isn't just about me being a part of the LGBTQIA community. This is also for future generations that may be in the communities that are in this ordinance. Non-white, LGBTQ, different religions, abilities, ages, and more. I have pride for the 316 and the ICT, but the time is now. Our children are watching. Our elders are watching. My Nana Lucy's sitting over there. You can see her. She's kind of in the back hidden. She's listening as well. She's a Hispanic, Catholic, immigrant, and elder. And she has no problem with this ordinance as it helps us be more inclusive. The reason that this is so powerful is that most, if not all, marginalized communities are represented. I believe everyone deserves an equal opportunity with housing, accommodations, and employment. For our city to be seen as the best, though I already believe this, the time is now to pass this. As a Hispanic, transgender Christian man, I have been discriminated in this city, just like Vice Mayor Johnson talked about last meeting when I was young, and I didn't know what channels to go through either to file a report. I believe that this non-discrimination ordinance needs education, but also consequences, which I also realize that you all have done that now, which I'm happy about. As a teacher, like Representative Byers said, we all know that consequences are the key to teaching, so enforcement of this ordinance will be key here. All of you have power to pass this non-discrimination policy that is long overdue in our city. As a city with the biggest school district in Kansas and the population, the time is now. By the way, my God loves everyone, including each and every one of you. I will end with a quote. By doing the work to love ourselves more, I believe we will love each other one better. Laverne Cox, thank you all.
Thank you. Next, please. Oh, don't get me going about decorum again, people. All right, next, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I want to say my name is James Barfield. I'm the president and founder of the Kansas Advocates for Racial Justice and Equality. I've been advocating for racial justice since 1980. You've heard an awful lot of opinions here today, but nothing based on facts. Now, I normally don't read from prepared remarks, and I'm not going to do that today, but I did put together a disclaimer that I want to read before I begin my remarks. First, allow me to say that nothing I am about to say shall be interpreted as I am not in favor of the ordinance. Nothing could be further from the truth. Also, my remarks are not intended to be offensive nor rude. However, I must say, the council meeting on June the 15th left me deeply disturbed. I felt the meeting focused solely on the concerns of the LGBTQ community. And that was confirmed by one of the members stating that she had received text messages inquiring as to whether or not this ordinance only pertained to members of the LGBT community. Now, I want to put some facts on the table, and first of all, let me say that I was a little disheartened at the last meeting to learn that there are several forms of discrimination. Not every member that you have on here receives the same form of discrimination. There are people who stepped up here today and say that an ordinance is not needed. Those are people that are in denial, and they're mostly part of the problem and not part of the solution. The religious members have come here and made their statements, and they've picked one aspect of the ordinance, and they're against it. And I would say to you that if you remove that aspect, 90% of them would still be against this ordinance. I wonder how many of those people remember or even know that the most segregated place on Sunday in Wichita is in the church. So let me give you some facts. The facts are that the oldest and most pervasive form of discrimination is race discrimination. So I was disturbed last week to watch on television and learn that not a single member of the African American community had been involved in the copying, and I'm going to use the word copying as opposed to drafting, because it wasn't drafted, it was simply copied from another city, and it was the weakest ordinance that was available. And I can tell you that because of the fact that I've contacted several members of the state that have these ordinances, and none of them were as weak as the one that was put forth here on June the 15th. But let me give you some facts as I stated. One of the largest banking institutions in the United States, Citibank, has conducted a study of race discrimination, systemic racial discrimination. And their study, which was published in September of 2020, not 20 years ago, not 40 years ago, September 2020. And their study found that systemic racial discrimination had a cost associated with it. And that cost for the last 20 years was $16 trillion. Now, a lady a while ago said that the First Amendment and the Constitution made sure that we're all created equal. We're all treated the same. Well, $16 trillion says there's an awful lot of people that don't share in that view. The American Medical Association, the largest members of doctors, have said that systemic racial discrimination is a health threat to this country. For these religious people that are here today, as we speak, the largest denomination of Baptists, the Southern Baptists, is now, as we speak, reassessing their involvement in systemic racism over the last 100 years. So systemic racism in this country and in this city is real, and it is serious. And we have a need for an ordinance, and not just any ordinance. We don't want an ordinance like was proposed on the 15th. We want an ordinance that has some substance to it. We want an ordinance that has some enforcement opportunities. And I was disgusted and dismayed by the assertion that the enforcement of the last ordinance was going to be an advisory commission. I've served on more advisory commissions than probably anybody in this room, okay? And I can tell you that a single advisory commission or board that I've ever sat on had the budget, the authority, nor the power to enforce even a parking violation, let alone something that requires legal expertise. So that was completely out the window. So what we must do...
Your time's up. Can you just wrap up your thought, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you wrap up your thought? Your 5 minutes is
You
up.
know, I want to tell you one thing. I can wrap it up, but I tell you, last week, sir, people came here and stood for as long as they wanted. Nobody ever interrupted them with a time development. Okay, so I understand where you're coming from, but I need just a few more minutes. Okay?
They don't give me a gavel, so...
I'm sorry?
They don't give me a gavel to gavel you down, so go ahead.
Okay. All I want to say is I'm going to turn to another aspect. After the meeting on last week, I emailed several council members. And my email said that I felt that the meeting on the 15th was a disgrace. And one member, councilman, emailed me back and said, Mr. Barfield, if you could give me some more detail on what you mean by that, I would be happy to engage in a productive and intelligent conversation. I emailed him back and said, Councilman, The reason I say it was a disgrace because of the fact that this council voted to forward an ordinance that was weak as water, was flawed from front to back. The staff said they were not ready to move forward with that ordinance. The members of the council had unanswered questions and unaddressed concerns. You had reservations, but yet you chose to offend the very people that the ordinance was meant for by voting to pass an ordinance that you did not even understand, that you had concerns about, but you felt because these people were marginalized, this ordinance that would not have been good enough for you was good enough for them. That's a slap in the face, that's disgraceful, that's distasteful. I'm offended by that. You insulted my intelligence, okay? So I want to say I am in favor of an ordinance. I do want you to pass an ordinance, but I want you to think it out before you rush to judgment. And I will tell you, I would hope that you all learned something, and I'll finish with this comment. I learned a long time ago, when somebody says to you, I've got a good deal for you. As a matter of fact, it's so good that you have to take it right now, because it won't be on the table tomorrow. You say, well, can I go home and talk to my wife about it? No, you can't. You have to make a decision now. Can I go home and talk to my husband? No, you can't. You have to make a decision now. Can I have 15 minutes to think about it? No, you can't. You have to make it now. Folks, I tell you what you do. The next time somebody tells you that, the first thing you do is put as much distance between you and them as you can, and you do it as fast as you can, because I can guarantee you nothing good is going to come from that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to clarify, the process you're referring to was the original proposed ordinance with no teeth, which was a copy of Topeka. What was actually voted on did have teeth. There were penalties in it. The process was not written out like it is right now. This one is better, which is why it's a first reading. There was substantial change to what was passed and what wasn't. But we did not pass an ordinance that didn't have any type of penalty. That work was done before.
No, I didn't say that, sir. I said enforcement.
The enforcement was there.
You still voted on an ordinance that had the advisory committee as the enforcement arm mechanism.
It did not. That was the Cadillac version, and the city council did not take that version up. What we actually passed had up to $2,000 penalty per day. That was changed into the form that you have now. The process was not completely outlined, which is why some of us expressed some concern. And speaking for myself, that was part of my concern, because process is so important. The process is outlined in this new ordinance, but there was a penalty there and there was enforcement.
Who would assess the penalty? Under the old ordinance, who would assess the penalty?
From what was passed on the 15th, the city of Wichita would have done that.
Okay, that was not, I missed that.
And there's a new draft now. The new draft
I
is.
understand it's in the new draft, but I was speaking about the 15th. Thank you very much, Treasurer.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your time. Next, please. Sir, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
And good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Shannon West, Wichita, Kansas, 6525 West University, Kansas Department of Corrections, number 67742. I just want to speak on this ordinance from a different set of eyes, someone who's spent a lot of time in prison, and I want you to know that these ordinances that you pass that seem like they're not that big of a deal. I've witnessed discrimination. I've witnessed things happen, discriminated against people inside prisons that you could never even imagine. To see sexual orientation and gender discrimination and all that is not protected under the Kansas Department of Corrections law, under any law, unless you've been physically changed. Doesn't matter what you perceive to be, whatever your gender is, that's where you're going to prison. So I've seen things in there. There's good people in prison that just made mistakes, but there's bad people in prison that look at these loopholes and that want to do bad things from these ordinances that are passed. You know, I have a daughter that was born with cerebral palsy. I have a little brother that has Prader-Willi syndrome. And if he went to a job for a janitor, but he's not physically able to perform that job as a janitor, I don't think it's discriminating against him to not get hired. If they discriminate against him because he has Prader-Willi syndrome, absolutely. If I am on staff at my church now, I am happy to say I'm able to vote now. been a few years, but I've spent the last 5 years of my life going back into the same prisons that held me incarcerated to teach people that it's okay to believe what you believe. I'm going to live my life how I believe, and I hope that my life affects the way you believe, as you probably hope your life affects the way I believe. But we're still going to love each other. I go to Word of Life Church. If 2 gay people came into our church and sat in our congregation, I would love on them just the same way I love on the women in Topeka Correctional Facility that come into my service, well before COVID, that sit in the services arm in arm. But I'm going to tell them what I believe. Why those people wouldn't come back to our church is because our beliefs are different. We believe the Bible says marriage is between a man and a woman. Your belief might be that it's between a woman and a man and a man. That's okay. That's why you wouldn't come back to our church, because our beliefs are different. Not because we're discriminating against you. We have a daycare. We hire janitors. And I want to acknowledge that answer, because if I was at a meeting and someone we hired as a janitor, knowing our beliefs, showed up to one of our employment functions with their partner, they would be discriminating against me. They would be discriminating against me knowing that we're in a place of business that believes a different way. There are a lot of Christian business owned places in Wichita that hire, even being Christian owned, that will hire. You can go to Texas Roadhouse out east. There are gay waitresses and waiters there. It's Christian business owned. But churches there needs to be a little bit more, it's so wide open. So I know you said they're not discriminated against, but we hire childcare workers, we hire janitors, and if we have to, if we're being made to hire someone who, while we're watching these little children in our daycare, a man goes into a woman's restroom, it does affect our belief system. And it does affect the children whose parents have brought their kids to our organizations to be instilled the belief that we believe, and now we're not able to say anything about their beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ellen Wilhelm. I live at 15130 East 29th Street North. This is a kind of ordinance that has been used to penalize bakers, florists, photographers, and adoption agencies when they decline to act against their convictions concerning marriage and sexuality. Young professionals and small business owners are not looking for a community where they will become targets of this ordinance. This ordinance, purposefully vague and broad, disregards the conscience and liberty of people of goodwill, including young professionals and business owners who happen not to share the government's opinions about issues of marriage and sexuality based on a reasonable worldview, moral code, or religious faith. Accordingly, this law risks becoming a source of social tension, not unity, in Wichita. Wichita doesn't need this ordinance. We love our neighbors here, and we don't want or require government overreach in the form of city manager-appointed mediators when we have disagreements between us. We need more conversation and discussion, not intimidation. Wichita has always been known as a great place to raise a family based on Judeo-Christian values. We are a community of adults who can work out on our differences with reason and common sense. Please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you, and God bless.
Next, please.
Good morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Noah Blanco. I'm a Wichita resident based on 7901 East Lincoln. I believe I'm in Brandon's district. I think I voted for you this last election. I'd just like to speak as probably one of maybe 2 or 3 people who have spoken today. Am I not?
Yeah, just pull the mic close to you.
Okay.
It's sensitive or not sensitive.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Okay, wonderful. I'd like to speak as a transgender Hispanic male in this city who has experienced discrimination, who has friends who have experienced discrimination in their jobs and not been able to go through the proper channel to get something sorted, either for fear or for just bureaucracy and complication. And this is something that our city desperately, desperately, desperately needs if we're going to maintain an economic edge in this new economy that we're finding ourselves in. There are people moving from all over, moving from Colorado, California, Texas, and they want to come here because the housing market here gives them hope. Now, when they get here, if they get duped and all that hope, they came there and maybe they're gay, maybe they're transgender, maybe they're Muslim, maybe they're whatever the situation may be, and they can't find gainful employment because after a little while, they're just too different because somebody's religious beliefs make it so that they cannot have a work relationship, which I have experienced living here. Not being able to find a common ground with people who are so torn into their religious beliefs that if I don't agree with you, then I'm automatically a villain, which is what I hear the religious people in here saying. However, they've never actually experienced that discrimination. People of color have, people with disabilities have, women have, other gay people and transgender people, other members of the LGBT community here have experienced these things, and that is why this is happening. Whether or not the execution of it has been perfect, I don't know. I have my own issues going on. I'm finishing up a bachelor's degree dealing with a sick mother, all kinds of things. Everybody, we all have our own struggles, and I understand that. However, I think it would be a great overstep for this to go by the wayside because of the voice of what another person here use the term, let's not let the radicals be the ones who move. And to me, that is exactly what I'm seeing happen here, is a very small percentage of a religious society, because I am personally a man of faith. I have been to many churches here. I used to go to Holy Cross Lutheran, and I had people who were my mentors, who accepted me as the man that God created me. They accepted me for who I was and helped me grow in Christ. And if they had had that stringent belief that, oh, no, you're not a person of God, you're not a creature of God, you're living in sin, they wouldn't have been able to help me grow. But they took me in with actual love and actual openness. So what I would like to do is challenge everybody here who is protesting one portion of a discrimination amendment based on completely false and contrived and proved time and time over again. A gentleman here, honestly, in my opinion, should be ashamed of himself for parading his female companion's sexual assault in front of everybody. That sexual assault happened before this ordinance happened. That has nothing to do. Women are attacked and sexually assaulted by men, period. It doesn't matter. A predator is going to find a reason and find an avenue to prey. But having an ordinance like this actually protects people, because apparently what is not being understood about the transgender circumstance is that it's a medical condition. I had to see doctors for years to go through my transition. It was not something that I just woke up one morning and boom, started doing things. It was a medical process. So please, understand, actually reach out, because there are people in this community that have suffered because we haven't had enough protection. So if you're putting your money where your mouth is, it's an economic impact. Also, I would like to see more expansion on the enforcement front, because not only does that enhance our economy, enhance our safety, but those are good jobs for educated people that help our community when we have enforcement branches of these type of operations. I would just like to challenge everybody here to, instead of worrying about this hypothetical situation where you're going to get sued, maybe just actually love people. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I'm fatigued. I don't know about the rest of you. This has been an interesting morning. It's not a funny subject we're addressing here, but there has been some elements of humor introduced, one of which is you guys haven't had a response from the community like this since the last time, or when the board recommended putting fluoride in the water. And the person that related that to me said that got pretty ugly. They were throwing toothpaste at the board members and stuff like that, saying, eat this because it'll kill you, you know. Fortunately, it hasn't come to that. My name's John Berkemo. I live at 11725 West Alderney Court in Wichita. My wife and I are new to Wichita. We moved here a year ago last February from the Phoenix, Arizona area. And you know what I can say about that? I love Wichita. And more than that, I love Wichitans. I love the friendly nature, the willingness to interact, kindness. You know, it's something that I didn't experience out in Arizona. People basically get in their garage and close their garage door, and that's the last you see of them, you know. But it's different, and we're grateful to say that we're Wichitans. We're proud of that. I'll tell you what else I'm proud of. I'm proud of being an American. No, I want to amend that statement. I'm very proud of being an American. And most people in this country, my age, and some of your age and above, are in that position. They're proud of being Americans. But I'm fearful for our country, folks. I'm fearful for it because I feel like there's some form of attack going on that's trying to degrade this country in the eyes of the world, in the eyes of our youth, in the eyes of anybody that wants to take a look. And when we define something like we're discussing today as being, well, let's keep it on this point because we're not relating to these other issues, we're not doing ourselves a service because I believe these are all parts of an effort, an overall effort to make this country look bad. And I don't believe that. I never have. I believe this is a wonderful country. I believe it's the greatest country in the world. I talked to a judge from Wichita over the 4th of July, and we were talking about the state of the country, and he kind of said this. He says, yeah, that's why so many people are packing up to leave. And my wife looked at him like, yeah, I didn't know that. But the fact is, he was talking tongue-in-cheek. Nobody's packing up to leave the United States of America, folks, because where would they go? This is the greatest nation under earth. But there is an effort afoot to degrade this nation, make us appear evil in the eyes of the world, whatever. You know, and these things, these little steps along the way are all being orchestrated by whatever power is behind this. It isn't a matter of rights of gay people or the rights of non-gay people. It's the rights of wanting to be in control of a country that's going to be completely changed if we go along with it. Unfortunately, in our country, we're seeing the weaponization of legislature. This is an example of that because it's giving a bludgeon to the hands of a certain group of people to make sure all other people either conform or accept or underscore their beliefs and values. That's not right, folks. I believe in the rights of gay people and every other people. Inalienable rights, as one of our people said here. But you know what? Gay people, like all people, have the right to be who they want to be and how they want to live, but they do not have the inalienable right to be right and foist their values on other people. And if those other people don't accede to those values, boom, escalating economic bludgeon applied. Hey, the guy in Colorado that was baking cakes, the Supreme Court upheld him in that one issue. But you know what? The Soji in his town has now made it impossible for him to bake cakes for anybody's wedding anymore. That, my friends, is using legislature for weaponization. Can you imagine a baker who can't bake for weddings? That's got to be a big part of a baker's business. The lady in Washington who sells flowers and was selling flowers to the very people that brought suit against her. And when they asked her to do something that exceeded the point that she was able to accept it, they brought legislation, and now she's in danger of losing her business. Hey, I just ask you guys, you know what? This Soji is the kind of bill that could turn around and bite any one of you men and women sitting up there. Whatever your motive for wanting to pass it today, that aside, but at the moment when whoever's deciding when to bring suit or accusation decides that your words or whatever you've done fall outside the parameters of their acceptance, then guess what? You could become a victim, your family could become victimized, your business could become victimized. And I want to beseech you, urge you, do not pass this ordinance. Hey, just because other cities have it, so what? San Francisco's got tons of ordinances that you wouldn't want to have in this city. Thank you.
All right, next, please. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Georgie Wilhelm. I live at 15130 East 29th Street North. When I woke up this morning, I was not planning on talking in front of the city council, so this is new for me, but I think I have a perspective that's a little bit different than what you guys have heard. I go to school in Maryland, which is very different than Kansas in a lot of different ways, but for one, I've seen discrimination that I never really knew in Kansas, a lot of different things, like towards me, also towards people around me, just in a lot of different ways. And I think that like putting this ordinance into plan in Kansas is fighting a battle that I don't really think exists yet in Wichita, and I'm not seeing that this is going to prevent anything. In fact, I think it might like open more avenues of a conflict that's not exactly here yet. And if it's paving the way for it, I think that's more harmful than it is good. I come home to Kansas, and it's a breath of fresh air because people are nice and people are kind, because just respecting you for who you are and not looking for the motivation behind your every action. And to do that, they don't have to compromise on things they believe in. They're just respecting you as people. I don't think Wichita needs ordinances that create conflict. Wichita just needs her citizens to keep being people of integrity. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Welcome.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Tina Tatuan. I'm at 569 South All Hallows Street. And I want to thank you, and I pour God's blessings over every single one of you. I want to thank you for your time. I just want to say I am so tired of playing the race card and everyone playing the race card, everyone playing the gender card. This is nonsense. I am a grandmother. I have a gay granddaughter. I have a niece who is gender, and, well, she's a boy, I guess. But the whole point of this ordinance, chapter 2.06, is a non-issue. You should not be voting on it. This is not in your area. The word sex covers it. You don't change it. And if you think you need to change it, take it to the Wichita voters, because it's covered. It's covered under our Constitution. We just need to stop trying to create more propaganda. We have been through so much with this. You know what I'm talking about, the COVID everything, and then the way our government's being run. I love Wichita. I love the United States. And please, let's just be logical. And if you feel you need to vote on it, please vote no. I thank you and I appreciate you. And I call chapter 2.06 cursed down to the ground, 5 layers, in the name and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeannie Gerolds. Am I too loud? My name is Jeannie Gerolds. I live at 2646 North Meridian. My mother was a high school teacher and counselor. My father was a district fire chief who died early because of injuries he got in the fire here in Wichita. My husband and I have been married over 55 years, have 8 children. We love life and we love this city. But I'm here to talk about this ordinance. The Bible says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So today, I want to declare the fear of the Lord be on the city council. Truth be heard, lies and deception be loosed off those in bondage. I declare healing and restoration on those captured by the spirit of LGBTQ. Many of these people have admitted that they are not really happy within. They're hurting people should not be allowed to try to promote their lifestyle as normal. We are not being hateful. We love all people and want to see the LGBTQ society healed and delivered. This is a fight of righteousness, good, and light against the spirit of communism, humanism, and antichrist spirit, which is a spirit of darkness and hate. Children are being influenced through social media, schools, and libraries. One of the goals of the Communist Party is, and I quote it, present homosexuality, degeneration, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. We cannot celebrate this kind of a lifestyle because it isn't healing, it isn't healthy, it's not beautiful, and it is not natural. Therefore, we do not want to encourage it, teach this lifestyle in our schools, in children's classrooms, in movies, books, music, etc. These are the facts. Humanity exists in male and female only. Male and female are not what we feel we are, but what we actually are. Every cell in our bodies is marked either male or female. Our bodies do not lie. God said, let us make mankind in our likeness, male and female. He created them. There is no scientific development that tells us that being transgendered is naturally occurring in our society. It is not the way someone is or merely a different kind of a person. The best scientists studying these issues are not sure what causes it, but they know it exists solely in the mind of that person. LGBTQ says they are, if they believe they are. This is pure madness. As was explained earlier, they might want to be a person from outer space or a fish, whatever. Why the definitions matter. 1, sexual fidelity within the same-sex marriage is a real problem. There is a 48% chance of breakup rate for lesbians who have been parented for 10 years. And their children had been exposed to as many as 6 new partners over the same 10 years. Children have a greater opportunity to observe irrational behavior in same-sex union. Homosexuals are more likely to abuse drugs, use tobacco, contract sexually transmitted infections, report poor mental health, report high rates of considering suicide, and to have been sexually abused as children compared to those of heterosexual couples. I came to speak understanding, hope, and truth about the lifestyle of the LGBTQ. As Christians, we are to love all people, but we will not encourage their lifestyle. We will say, no, you were not born that way. You have been hurt and wounded by the opposite sex or even in the womb. There are thousands coming out of this lifestyle and want to share their testimonies with others. We have all sinned, but we must confess and be healed. We are all fearfully and wonderfully made in God's image. I know that this society that we're discussing has been wounded and are in pain. And I'm sorry, and I pray for them and minister to them. I could say it really doesn't matter what I think or what you think, but it does. But what really does matter is the truth, the facts, and what the outcome of those facts are, and what the Lord says about it. So I encourage you and pray that you do not pass this ordinance. Thank you. God bless.
All right, next, please. Good afternoon and welcome.
Hi, Lindsay Dries. I'm in District 2, but I won't be sharing my address because some of these professed loving Christians in this room have threatened me and my family before because I come and speak at these things. So I won't be sharing that information. So I didn't prepare anything today, but I got a babysitter. I'm a single mother of 4 going through a divorce. Got dressed, came here today to speak to you because I knew the busload of bigots would show up this morning. And I knew it would be broadcast on YouTube, and that several of my friends who are trans, bi, gay, all different members of the LGBT community would be here today and watching online. And I wanted to make sure that they heard the voice that said, you are loved, you matter, and who you are is who you were made to be and is absolutely perfect. And I am so sorry, Councilman Cerullo, that you have had to sit through this today. It is horrific. And I just want to thank you so much for your strength and grace this afternoon, this morning. You should not have been subjected to this, especially not by people claiming love. It's gross, and I'm so sorry. But I just want everyone who is hearing this today, who is seeing this today, to know that love never fails. And that comes directly from the Bible, but it's also true. If you're feeling today like these things that you've heard mean that you don't matter, or there's something wrong with you, or you're broken, no, you are absolutely 100% loved and perfect the way that you are. And we're here for you. You're going to hear from some amazing people here in a minute who can speak to these issues better than I can. And we've held people who've listened to these meetings while they cried because they felt like they didn't matter anymore. We've held children who've been kicked out of the homes of these people at this meeting while they cried and had to find them placements. And a lot of times with minors, there's very little we can do for them. They're stuck, and it sucks. And so I want those people to know that we are here, and we are fighting, and we are here for you, and you are perfect, and you are loved. And I'm actually really thankful that I just so happened to go after the last person that I spoke after, because I'm a biologist. And she mentioned that science has said there's no evidence that there's more than 2 genders, but intersex people exist. They're born every day. They have genitals that are neither male nor female. And there are people with genetics that are neither male nor female. Gender is a spectrum. There is no identifiable, simple solution to what is gender. And you either have to accept that gender is a spectrum or that God makes mistakes. And I was raised to believe that God doesn't make mistakes. So who you were born to be is who you were meant to be. And I am so thankful that He made you the person that you are today. Thank you.
Next, please. Representative, welcome.
Good afternoon. I am Representative Stephanie Byers. She, her are my pronouns. I live at 119 South Chautauqua. I am in District 1. I come to you today because of the fact that, like many of the people that you've heard speak, I live at a lot of different interesting intersections. One of them being that as a trans woman, a member of the LGBTQ community, I am also a Christian and a person of faith. And it's interesting as we talk about non-discrimination to hear so many people basically pit the LGBTQ community against Christianity, which is not the case for many people. It may be for some, but not for all. In my upbringing, I was taught that one of my jobs is to study to show myself approved. And as you've heard, people have brought different facts and figures to them. They're not all complete and accurate, but you all know this. You realize that people are going to try to present things to sway you a certain way. For instance, in the Connecticut case that was brought up earlier, they leave out the fact that after the lawsuit was filed, a week later, one of the cis girls, not only part of that lawsuit, but defeated the trans girls twice in 8 days. And so we talk about these things, but we don't put all the details in. In Bostock versus Clayton County, a lawsuit went into the Supreme Court on October the 8th, 2019. Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch, in his majority opinion, wrote that says the 1964 Civil Rights Act does mean that on the basis of sex includes gender identity and sexual orientation. He uses what's called the but-for causation. So let me give you some examples of the but-for causation in my life. 2 months ago, my wife and I walked into a restaurant here in Wichita, a very popular place. We walked in, both of us dressed kind of like I am wearing right now, and the restaurant attendant there at the door let us know that they only had one table that we could use, a high-top table with high stools, and I realized that the gentleman up here on the board may not have the experience of having to sit on a tall seat when you're in a skirt, but it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. But we were informed it was the only table available, yet the low two-person booth next to us remained unoccupied the entire time we were there. Were we seated there because of the fact that we came in holding hands? But for the fact that we were those, would they have, people holding hands, would they have seated us in the lower booth? That I don't know. Some time ago, my family came visiting from Arizona, and we went to a pizza place here in town where we were seated at the table. And an hour later, no one had come to our table to bring us menus, bring us water, and we got up and walked out, obviously, because why would you wait for such a long time? Those things do happen here in Wichita, and we talk about the love of community that's here, and there's a tremendous amount. Matter of fact, the number of churches that flew pride flags during last month was amazing. And to see that those churches are more and more accepting on a regular basis in denominations all across the city, it's encouraging. But as the testimony that you have heard today given, it cites a lot of very specific reasons, maybe not intentionally, but as to why we need these protections put in place here. Because people are willing to separate us and say that you don't belong here. People are willing to sit down and say, we should not have to hire you. People are willing to sit down and say, we should not be obligated to serve you. People are willing to sit down and say, if I have an apartment complex and I don't want you living there because you're a same-sex couple, we need this protection because we need to be able to have those basic human rights that the rest of this community experiences in whole, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of their ethnicity or their religion. We need to have those protections put there so that the city of Wichita becomes that pearl of the prairie that it once was and leads Kansas. And maybe this time it's in civil rights, but we will continue to lead Kansas and put things forth so that we can be the predominant force that needs to be in the state. We know that not every ordinance is perfect, but we have to start somewhere. And this one has the best positions that I have seen of anything we've taken, because it's written with intelligence and with allowances for all communities. And I would urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Next, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Tom Witt. I work for Equality Kansas. I live at 2821 East Senate over southeast of East High. So there's a couple of things that have come up that I want to kind of clear up. I want to first look at the language about actual or perceived sexual orientation, actual or perceived gender identity. That language has been floating around in local ordinances and at the state level for well over a decade. And it comes from a case called Jantz v. Musey, which originated here in Wichita, at North High actually, where the principal at the time refused to promote an instructor to a coaching position because the principal felt that the potential coach, the tenured Wichita teacher, acted gay. It was the principal's perception that the potential coach was gay and therefore was not going to get the promotion. Well, that went up to the 10th Circuit eventually. And even though the facts supported the teacher's case, his appeal was denied because there were no protections for LGBT people written into law here in the state of Kansas or in the city of Wichita. So it was okay for him to be denied a teaching job, even though he was a heterosexual man with a wife and 3 kids. It was okay for him to be denied employment because he acted gay according to the principal's perception. Okay? Another thing that I'd like to take a moment to address, former Representative Chuck Weber, whom I know from my work in Topeka, refused to answer some questions about what the Catholic Church would do in instances where a staffer was gay. Well, that question I can't answer, but I can answer a very close question, which is what will they do when they find out that a student at one of their Catholic schools happens to have gay parents? And what they will do in that circumstance is kick the kid out for the sin of their mothers. And that happened up in Prairie Village just a couple of years ago. And I know former Representative Weber is aware of that incident. I kind of made a list during the other presentations. And, you know, I'm used to being othered. I work in Topeka. And so I'm that gay lobbyist, right? But this was good. Today was really over the top. We are communists. We are fascists. We are Antifa. Now, if we can be all three of those things at once, I want the instruction guide on that. I really do. We're sinners. We're pedophiles. We call everybody bigots. I don't think you've heard that word from any of us today. We're nefarious actors. We rape people in domestic violence shelters. We're trying to create a police state. We are the militant left. I'm actually pretty conservative. We're sexual predators. We're drug abusers. We are whatevers. That was actually the word used by one of the previous residents. We are unnatural. We're a burden. We're just here to persecute people. We're here to harm people. We're radicals. We are enslavers. God, I almost can't read my own handwriting. We are deceivers. And we are here to degrade our country. My husband and I raised a daughter who actually got a nomination to the United States Naval Academy. And we could not have been more proud when she got that letter from our Senator Pat Roberts. We're not here to degrade the country. We're here to be patriots just like everybody else. What we're not called in any of this is Christians. Everything that you've heard before I came up to this podium this morning, and now into the early afternoon, has been us against them, Christians versus queers. That's what we're doing here today. I've lived in Wichita since June of '95. And I've never been so disappointed in my neighbors as I have been this morning. There's a list of things that we got called, but what I'll call all of you here, you're our neighbors, you're our co-workers, you could be our relatives. And to stand here for hours on end and call the LGBT community in this town that make up a good percentage of Wichitans, to call us all these things is incredibly disappointing. And if there's any reason that I can demonstrate right here today as to why we need this ordinance, it's this list. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendall Seal. I am the Director of Advocacy for the ACLU of Kansas. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works to preserve and strengthen the civil liberties and civil rights of all Kansans. Strengthening resident civil rights is at the center of your proposed non-discrimination ordinance, or NDO. We urge you to adopt the revised NDO language to avoid constitutional and due process concerns. We believe in centering impacted communities in our work, and we commend you for listening to members of the Wichita LGBTQ community and their allies, and for remaining open to adjusting the NDO ordinance. This most recent revision is a marked improvement, and your legal counsel is to be commended. Here's why it's a marked improvement. First, The revised ordinance clarifies the process, the evidentiary standard, and the written record requirements. Wichita is not the first Kansas municipality, much less the first United States municipality to pass an NDO ordinance. What we know about best drafting practices for these NDOs and other jurisdictions is that explicitly spelling out the process, providing for an evidentiary standard, and requiring a written record promotes due process, provides the public notice, and protects the rights of all parties involved. It also creates certainty within the business community in terms of what to expect. It often helps avoid or mitigates constitutional claims. Next, the revised ordinance provides flexibility that an earlier draft lacked. Providing for mediation is a standard practice for most legal procedures. Mediation is a fiscally responsible deployment of resources for all parties, including the system's resources. Providing the opportunity for educational requirement is in place of fines. It acknowledges the fact that parties in these conversations may come to this issue from different levels of awareness and cultural competency. And finally, a local enforcement process has been much discussed today, and the option of appeal to the district court. Those are essential to promote consistency and protect the process integrity. Some may argue that it's best fit to shift enforcement to the state for the initial enforcement, but for a number of reasons, notably the shifting sands of state administrative rules and directives being the leading one, and the more consistent and efficient resolution right here at the local level, here in Wichita, is a best practice from our perspective. Additionally, providing a process check by way of an appeal to the district court is common in a range of different municipal level procedures. It's completely appropriate and, based off what I've heard here today, likely necessary. The revised NDO proposal is a better, smarter public policy. It should pass this council. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer questions or be of additional help to members of the council in their deliberations. Thank you for strengthening your community.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. You brought up something we've heard quite a bit today. People are protected on the state level and federal level, and you mentioned shifting sands. Can you talk to that? Would a new gubernatorial or administration or legislature, would that change anything?
It's absolutely on the table in terms of the administrative rule or interpretation. So what many people have been talking about today has to do with the Bostic decision that the Supreme Court rendered, where, right, it's a very conservative Supreme Court rendered that decision actually and saw an expansive definition for sex, but it was a very narrow, tailored interpretation specifically to employment. And what happened at the Kansas level was a more general interpretation of that decision. A new administration could come in and interpret the rule differently and provide additional guidance. And from our perspective, it's better to be consistent and set a standard expectation, and that's what we believe Wichita is seeking to do with this structure.
So some of the speakers that were for the ordinance, they might have concerns that they may have rights right now without this ordinance with this administration, but a new administration can take those away. A local ordinance would provide some consistency for them to have that throughout.
Absolutely, and what we see kind of across a range of issues, right, is that local government's leading in many instances in providing the kind of certainty and expectations that members of the community rely upon to do business and to live.
And my last question, you kind of mentioned this process was, I think you said a good one, but as far as the due process that everyone would get, whether you're accused of discrimination or not, do you feel this is a decent ordinance to pass?
Yes, we do. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Equality Kansas as well as the current kind of structure. This is, again, an ordinance that many communities have utilized. I think there's a lot of, I heard fear, I heard anxiety, I heard I don't know kind of what this might mean for me, but that's really not been manifested in other communities, not only across Kansas, but across the country. I do want to speak to the point that I think you may be getting at too here, that there was a number of Supreme Court decisions that were referenced today, and in fact, just this last Friday, again, this Supreme Court denied to hear a case related to this because the court generally, from what we are observing, is taking a much more narrow interpretation, much like what your drafting of this ordinance is doing. And so really the fact that you're narrowly tailoring this ordinance is actually a reflection of the current state of the law.
Thank you.
So you work for the ACLU, the state level, is this correct?
Correct.
Are you a trained lawyer?
I am.
Now, our understanding is that there are about 20 local level NDOs, 19 have local level enforcement already right here in Kansas. Is that correct?
Based off what I know, correct.
Do you know of any situation, because a lot of, I think, examples of why this could cause, I guess, a negative impact or an unintentional impact, people have cited cases outside of Kansas. They've cited cases in Colorado or California or these other cases. Now, in your work, in your legal training as well, can you think of those type of unintended consequences that have they happened in Kansas?
No, I'm not aware of that happening in Kansas, and specifically in this ordinance, I think you make it pretty explicit that this does not apply to religious organizations. It's abundantly clear in the ordinance that it doesn't apply. The cases, Masterpiece Cake Shop, Fulton, the one that was denied cert as of last Friday, all of those, the court really did not want to weigh into it because what proponents of this litigation really want to do is they want to create a massive exception whereby none of the civil rights laws apply to me and I can claim my own individual thing and I don't have to, I can be as discriminatory as I want across any number of things. And the court's not going there. They've shown that they're not interested really in seeing this in that broad of a context. That's why they're drawing their conclusions very narrowly.
So just last, because I think you're the only lawyer that we've had so far, self-identified lawyer, so I'm bouncing some extra questions off you. So with the religious exceptions that are really based in this ordinance off of state law, and out of the 20 plus or 20 cities that who have enacted before us an NDO such as this, can you think of any organization that has been forced to close due to an NDO in Kansas in the last, 5 years?
No. This is a very targeted ordinance. Is seeking to address and balance the interests of the community, to protect the community as well as to protect, the list that was shared by legal counsel earlier, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. I mean, there is a balance that can be struck here. We can do, and I don't think this actually is that difficult of a thing. I think this is a very reasonable thing to expect people to live free in their community.
Councilmember Cirillo.
And I would ask a little further, are you aware of any lawsuits whatsoever in any of the 20 Kansas cities that currently have non-discrimination ordinances?
I'm not aware of any litigation pending. This may come as a surprise to some people, maybe not to others, but people can sue for just about anything they want to, and they may very well do that. You can't control whether someone's going to sue or do something or make an allegation. What you can do is provide predictability in the process and the expectations of the litigants, and that's what this ordinance seeks to do.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Next, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Whipple, Vice Mayor Johnson, and council members. My name is Susan Henderson. I reside at 9235 East Lincoln Court. I am an ordinary citizen. I have never spoken in public before, but I felt compelled to come here today. I had understood that this non-discrimination ordinance was being discussed and voted on by the Wichita City Council. And while I have compassion for persons who do not identify as cisgender or who do identify as same-sex attracted, I urge you to vote no for this proposed non-discrimination ordinance. I would also say that disagreeing with someone's view on sexuality does not mean that I hate that person, as often has been posited by other members who disagree with my views. While protecting others from discrimination is a laudable goal, Ordinances like this, which have been passed in other parts of the country, have actually resulted in discrimination. How does this happen? It happens when the non-discrimination ordinances is used to sue faith-based organizations and businesses who do not violate the beliefs of their faith in accommodating these individuals covered by these non-discrimination ordinances. The ordinance is used as justification for nullifying the free exercise of religion, which is a constitutionally guaranteed right, and for which many people have immigrated to this country. Can we consider the YMCA a religious organization? Ms. Musganya has said that religious organizations are exempt, but exactly what is the definition of a religious organization? Could the YMCA be sued for not allowing transgender persons to use the locker room of their choice, which does not correspond to their biological sex? Could it be used to sue churches whose faith does not allow them the option to redefine marriage or to promote redefinition of marriage? What about allowing homosexual couples into faith-based family shelters? Or providing married homosexual couples with adoption services? I think this has been mentioned several times in the case in Philadelphia where Catholic Social Services was sued by the city of Philadelphia. And the Supreme Court recently decided that case in favor of religious freedom. What about churches who rent their halls to the general public? Are they protected from renting to people for whom they have a viewpoint that's different and their religious faith does not allow them to promote the different viewpoint? What about faith-based organizations operating homeless or domestic violence shelters? Could they be forced to accommodate transgender individuals having biological men in a women's shelter or biological women in a man's shelter? To sue businesses whose owners or employees use their artistic abilities if those businesses or employees don't provide services for same-sex weddings. In many cases, these organizations would be forced to violate the tenets of their faith or face fines or spend much time and money litigating in court. As the gay gentleman had mentioned earlier, he does not have the resources to litigate in court. Many faith-based organizations operate on a shoestring budget, also do not have the resources to litigate in court. Despite the fact that they are supposedly exempt, they still can and are sued.
Thank you. Your time is up.
What I would like to say in conclusion is, would this community be better off without women's domestic violence shelters, Anthony Family Shelter, Union Rescue Mission, etc.? Would it be better served by fewer children being able to have foster or adoptive parents? Will teenage girls be better served by having someone with male genitalia disrobe in their locker room? I have a teenage daughter. Would we be better served by Ascension Hospital closing its doors? Or facing mountains of legal fees for not providing a hysterectomy, mastectomy for a woman who identifies as a man and who wants perfectly healthy organs removed? This is a violation of Catholic belief, not because they are transgender, but because it is a sterilization surgery.
Amy, time is up.
I ask you to respectfully to vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, this doesn't apply to, I'm asking legal staff. This only applies to housing, employment, and public accommodations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So surgical procedures wouldn't be covered under this. Is that correct?
Public accommodation would apply to any place that is open for business to the general public.
Okay. But it doesn't limit surgical procedures in the ordinance, right?
The ordinance does not address that.
Thank you. Doctor, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members present. My name is Carrie Wilkes. I am a professor. I am also the chair of Equality Kansas, and I live in Council Member Tuttle's district. I'm not even sure where to begin. There have been so many things said here today, so many buts, so many howevers, so many ands. For many of you, you will never know how it feels to hear those words. And may I respectfully submit this is exactly why we need a non-discrimination ordinance. We need to tell people that Wichita is open for business and is welcome and affirming to all. We need to tell people that it doesn't matter the color of your skin. It doesn't matter if you're in a wheelchair. It doesn't matter who you love. We are open for business. You might not realize this after hearing from speakers today, but guess what? The data reveals that in 2019, 72% of Kansans were in favor of laws that protect LGBTQ people from discrimination in jobs, housing, and public accommodations. Wonderful, exactly what we're talking about today, 72%. Why? Other survey data indicate that LGBTQ people experience harassment and discrimination in Kansas. In this 2015 survey, 15% said they've lost their jobs, 29% said they've been fired, denied promotion, or just not hired. You've heard a lot about bathrooms. When I first started this work, I was told, you're going to have the bathroom question. I said, what? What in the heck does non-discrimination have to do with bathrooms? Well, I've learned. Let me educate you a little bit more about these bathrooms they're talking about. 60% of trans Americans avoid bathrooms. 60%. Y'all, they just want to pee. That's it. 12% are verbally harassed. 1% are assaulted or physically attacked. 9% are denied access, and 1% are sexually assaulted. My friends, it is these transgender Americans that are at risk in our bathrooms. A Howard study of teenagers identified that 1 in every 4 teens, transgender teens, has been a victim of sexual assault. Who, my friends, is the predator? My dear friend, Reverend Jackie Carter, who married me and my wife, is in Washington right now, visiting her grandchildren. And she texted me when this started, and she said, excuse me, it's very hard to listen to hate for hours on end, no matter what public mask you usually wear. She said, as a person of faith, my understanding of what it means to follow Jesus is to intentionally and purposefully reach out to and include people who are different than myself and those that the religious authority shunned and refused to honor. Looking at the life of Jesus and what he said and did was to include all people as your neighbor. Using Jesus as a weapon to discriminate is faith-based in fear and misunderstanding. Thank you for bringing this ordinance. Thank you for giving it enforcement. And please don't let the people that say, we love you, but we don't discriminate, but we do all of this, but sway you from what is right. Because all of these classes of people have experienced, I assure you, one time or another, where they were the and but. The city of Wichita needs to return a non-discrimination ordinance. We've had it before, we can have it again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Pauline Jernigan.
Welcome.
I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I have a grandson. I'm here to represent the family, if I can do that. And when I was born, we had men, we had women. As I look around the room, I see a man, I see a woman. I know that a lot of people are called different names and bullied. Bullying is never acceptable in the sight of God. It's never acceptable to our hearts. It's never acceptable for anyone around us, and I don't want to see anyone bullied. But I do want to speak for the protection of our children, our grandchildren. I do not want to see them desensitized. And you know, we have agreed that there are laws on the book. There are housing laws on the books for protection, for equal opportunities. We have discriminations. We have colleges here in the city with human resource classes, and there's all of these discriminations that we have discussed already taken care of. Your own attorney, as she began, said there are laws already on the books for these issues. So what is this really about? I've listened all day today, and I just don't get it. It's about something far bigger, I believe. And critical race theory has not been mentioned. You know, a lot of things have been. Yeah, you don't want to hear that. But it's part of all of it. And I don't want to see our children desensitized. I want to protect the next generation. And as you can see, I'm old enough that none of this will matter for me, but it will matter for our future, and it will matter for our children. I don't want to see anyone on the female side, if you can call it that, or anyone on the young man's side. I don't want to see a woman or a man feel uncomfortable going into any restroom. I feel that we were born with a sex, and that's the restroom we should go to. I also feel this speaks to far broader issues, just like has already been discussed. If someone is incarcerated and then they go on the women's side, they go on the men's side. So if they're incarcerated and they decide today that they want to be a male, well, I don't want that person on the women's side. I want to speak for those women. If I have a woman that wants to be identified as a man, We speak to far broader issues and far broader concerns. So I agree with the people that say that this suit has things that would affect so many other things than just our housing or our employment. And maybe I shouldn't say suit, this ordinance, and I ask you not to pass it. I do not feel it's in the city's best interest in any measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Sherry Taylor. I live at 1615 South Emporia. I wasn't going to speak today, but I am so tired of people calling me homophobic because I happen to be a follower of Christ. I believe what the Word of God says. If homosexuality was not in the Bible, I would have no reason to stand up here. But it is. It is in the Old Testament and the New Testament. But that doesn't mean that we don't love the gay community, the LGBT community. I have a gay brother. I love him dearly. I don't condone his lifestyle, but I don't condemn him. He has a job as a coder for a hospital. I wouldn't want him to be discriminated against because he loses his job because he's gay. But I don't believe that you should go around saying your sexual orientation at work. I mean, what does it have to do with your job? It doesn't. And I think this ordinance is kind of ludicrous because you're saying you can't discriminate against religion, but yet you will discriminate against religion. Like if my pastor chooses not to marry a gay couple, he inevitably could be fined. That gay couple could take him to court because of this ordinance. Or if a baker chooses not to bake a cake for a gay couple or a transgender couple, they could be fined. Why can't a gay couple go to a bakery that will bake for them? There's all kinds of businesses out there that will be open to a lot of, like, what I'm trying to say is like that one man said about he had a Christian business. So he would want to hire people that believe in his faith. What's wrong with that? That's not discrimination. You got Muslims. I dare say, I don't think a gay couple would go to a Muslim bakery. They wouldn't. You never hear that because they know the ramifications. So why are you saying that I'm homophobic, that I'm a hater, that I'm all of this when I'm just a child of God? And it's my faith that's on the line because it's discriminating against my religion when you say you're going to be fined if you don't hire this person. There's all kinds of opportunities out there. Like my brother that's gay, he's a coder. He doesn't have to use his sexual orientation to get his job. He didn't have to worry that he would lose his job because that has nothing to do with like a Christian-owned company that their ethics are, okay, we want a Christian, like everything is Christian-based. As I don't know, I'm getting confused here because I wasn't going to speak anyway, but what I'm just trying to say is that just because you're a Christian, you're not homophobic. You believe what the Word of God says. You stand by what the Word of God says. And when it's all said and done, it's what the Word of God says. We need revival in this land. We have gone so far from God. We are 112 genders. There's only 2. God created male and female. It is in the Bible. You can say that it's not, but it is. Because he created male and female. He created this gender, he created that gender. If a man changes because he thinks he should be a woman, his DNA is screaming out still that he is a man. You cannot change what God has created. And you want to follow the science when when you like it and then forget about it when you don't like it. And the science says God created male and female. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to hate you because you've chosen a gay lifestyle. My brother's chosen a gay lifestyle. I love him. And I just pray for him. And I just pray that you will not pass this ordinance because I think it will be a detriment to the faith community. And we hate gay people, but we do not. We love everybody. And that's what you should know. All these people that use homophobic as a word, they use hater as a word because it sounds like, oh, they're so homophobic. No, we're not. We love. I used to go to Lakewood Church many years ago. You've heard of Joel Osteen? Perhaps you have. Well, his father was John Osteen, my pastor at that time. We had Friday nights, we would go out on the street and we would go to the gay community and we would minister to them God's love. We didn't condemn them. We told them we didn't condone their lifestyle. We loved them. I remember this one gay young man coming up to me and saying, he was crying. And I said, why are you crying? He says, because I didn't think you guys loved us. And I said, of course we love you. And we just want to tell you that Jesus loves you and that he can change your life. Because we're all going to be standing before God someday. Whether you believe it or not, we are going to stand before God someday. You can believe what you want, but we will. And he'll either say yes or he'll say no. Please don't pass this ordinance.
All right, 2 left. Next, please.
Bob Berner.
Go ahead and pull the microphone really close to you.
Yeah, I'm Bob Berner. I'm a piano tuner here in Wichita for the last 51 years since I started working on pianos. Done a little business with all kinds of different people, and I still love everybody, just like God does. But if somebody's going to go over a cliff, and I know their life's going to end when they step over that last mark, I'm going to warn them. And this is just a warning, I think, for all of us to reconsider who we are. I was born in poverty in the state of Missouri, hillbilly heathen, you might call me. But I came to know who Jesus Christ was when I was about 12 years old. I hadn't heard about him, didn't know nothing about the Word of God, but I found out somebody really loved me. His love don't condemn anybody to hell, but how our response to his love ends up being our judge. Because Jesus said, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. That's proof that we love him. And he started out with 10 commandments in the beginning, right, in the Old Testament. Jesus brought it down to 2. Love me, put me first, and love your neighbor. If we can do that, we won't need any more laws. We won't need any more judgment of each other. He is the judge of the whole world. Whole earth is his. If you believe he's the creator, let's get in tune with him instead of just what I want. The middle letter in sin is I. I'm the sinner. I'm condemned without his justification. I stand condemned before God. That's where we all are. If you're human, you're born once, you'll die twice if you don't believe and receive what he's provided for you through his death, burial, and resurrection. I'm not here to preach, but just to say, for me, the issue is not who you believe you are. It's who God made you. And if you really want a relationship with him, you want to follow his commandments, not just what you want for yourself. And that's all. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Next, please.
Hello, my name is Debbie Ratola. I'm not going to talk about bathrooms because I'm thinking about it for 4 hours, and that's all I can think about, so you won't hear that from me. I'd rather not say my address simply because I have some real firsthand experience of some things that people have said could happen that happened directly to me. It was about the pro-life issue a while back, and we had made a stand for being pro-life. It was our belief. We believe that every child is important, born and unborn, and there were certain people that found out that we were a pro-life church, pro-life organization, pro-life woman, and came to our church and wrote on the school board windows, they're all glass, kill the pastor's wife. And that's who I am. So I know firsthand experiences about being threatened and things like that. If you stand up for something or if you have some kind of belief that's different than someone else's belief, there are some violent type of people that can come after you just because you believe differently. And I think going back to what this ordinance is all about, because you kept saying, Mayor, make sure you talk about the ordinance. Let's talk about the ordinance. And I think we need to go back to that because we can share our beliefs, we can share what we believe, but what we're talking about here is forcing someone else's belief system on Christians who do not hold the same beliefs. I'm old enough to remember when the gay rights were in full force 10, 20 years ago, and they were asked, several people, do you want to force churches? Do you want to force Christians to accept or just whatever? And he says, no, we want to be accepted like everyone else. We're not going to force pastors to marry. We're not going to force, but we've gone way past that. And I just want to say that I have had urine thrown at me when I'm sitting in front of an abortion clinic. I've had my name, kill the pastor's wife, because we believe a certain thing, which is, God created man, male and female, he created them. We believe we should be able to teach our children that. And so going back to what this ordinance is all about, and that is the Wichita moms and the Wichita dads are not going to be happy with this. They are not going to accept this. The word has not really gotten out in full force, even though there's a lot of people here today, or we're outside, only 55 allowed in. They're not going to be happy with this. The word is going to get out, and they are not going to be happy. When we see in the public library here, the cross-dressers, and I'm not sure of all the terms, teaching our children certain things, dressed like flamboyantly and making everything seem it's just normal to our little 5 and 6 year old. We have to grab them out of the public library because we don't want what is there teaching our children. Now you say it's not going to be the schools. This is a door that you're opening. This is a very big creak of a door that you're opening. And yes, it will be to 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. What will it be? It'll be things that we don't want our children to be exposed to. And we have that right. We have that right. And so I'm asking you to please vote no, because it's very important that we are not discriminated against. That's what the ordinance, you kept saying, Mr. Mayor, let's talk about what we're talking about here, the ordinance. You're discriminating by passing this against people, and it's not just churches. We have 100+ employees. There's only a few of them that are ministerial that would be exempt. So it's not just churches. It's all people, all businesses that are Christian that do not want certain things accepted for the people in their church or people in their organization. So you're discriminating against us, is what I'm saying. Let us just live our lives. Let us do the way we see fit. Let people that see things differently do the way they see fit. This is not going to change, physically challenge people's rights, black rights, anything like that. This is the SOGI law implementation, that section, that's what we're all talking about, that opens the door to things that these moms and dads in Wichita are not going to want. And if you think this is a lot of people, just pass this. This is not what Wichita wants, please.
Next person, please. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I spoke before you a month ago on behalf of an organization, but today I'm here to speak on behalf of myself. As Liz Hamer, parent, mother, activist within the LGBTQ community, advocate, friend of hundreds, maybe thousands of LGBTQ folks, but also as a Christian. It has been really hard for me to sit here today and listen to Christians say they're against this ordinance and say that they feel like this hurts their religious beliefs, when it is my Christian religious beliefs that led me to do the work that I'm doing today, that led me to understand that the way our society treats LGBT people causes real harm, not just perceived harm, but suicide, causes pain, emotional abuse. And when my eyes were open to that, I had to do something. I was called to do something. And I have had a lot of experiences with a lot of the people in this room at different sorts of presentations. I have spent library meetings with them where they talked about the same kinds of things in front of the library about why an inclusive policy at the library shouldn't happen. And I had one of the people in this room say that my children should be taken from me because of me forcing them to pass out indoctrination materials, that is akin to child abuse. When what my children were passing out were bookmarks about creating safe, inclusive schools where every student could feel safe, valued, and respected. So what I want to say is there's a difference between belief and behavior. My religious beliefs, I hope, affect my behavior. It's what causes me to speak out, I'm on vacation right now, so it causes me to come out of vacation, to come speak to you all. Not everybody's beliefs and behavior align. Behavior can be harmful. Beliefs can be harmful. I know y'all are hungry, I'm hungry too, so I want to wrap it up and just say, please, I want you to know not all Christians believe that this is going to harm them. I urge you to pass an inclusive non-discrimination ordinance because as a Christian, I believe that that's who we should be. We need to show everybody that they deserve safety, protection. They should be respected. Thank you.
I just felt compelled to speak because, number one, God created Eve as a partner for Adam. One reason, to procreate and populate this world. And if that wasn't true, this entire room would be empty today because not one of us would even be here. Two, we already have the book of all laws, the Bible. The Bible covers every bit of our lives and gives us, we can call them ordinances, we can call them whatever we want to, but the Bible covers every single thing. And the Bible isn't about religion, it's about a relationship with Jesus Christ. That is all that it's about. He didn't intend for it to be religious. And I never heard of so many religious organizations and gender orientations or whatever was spoken about today. God says we should hate the sin and love the sinner. And that's what Christianity is all about. Because I am a Christian, and I will stand that to my dying day, because I was saved by the grace of God. I wasn't always a Christian, and I don't hate anybody in this world. But God intended it to be a man and a woman. He created Eve as a partner for Adam to procreate and populate this world. And like I said, if that wasn't true, this whole entire room would be empty, because none of us would be here. So I urge you not to pass an ordinance that is going to cause discrimination. I guarantee it. And as a Christian, yeah, if I wanted to, I could claim that discrimination card if I wanted to, but I won't, because that's not what God wants us to do in this world. He wants us to spread the gospel. My husband and I spent 20 plus years at the Union Rescue Mission the second Tuesday of every month. Why? Because God says, take the gospel to the ends of the earth. Do you know how many people in this community won't even step foot in that place? Why? Because they're the unlovelies. They're the scum of the earth. Why would we want to participate in that? Because God said we should. So I urge you, all of you, examine yourself. Read the Bible. Because it doesn't sound like too many of you know what it says when it comes to what God really designed. And yes, he designed a man and a woman. And if that weren't true, then none of us would be here. It takes a man, it takes a woman. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Okay, a couple housekeeping things. If you want to speak, you need to be lined up now. After this, we'll probably cut off public speakers. I think we got a whole bunch, but we do have folks who, at this bench who need to take breaks, and I want to make sure that if you're speaking, you're in line as was requested in the beginning. Also, please keep your comments focused on the ordinance, or at least address the ordinance. We do want to talk about the ordinance on the table today, not other topics. Ma'am, you're next.
I apologize for lining up late.
No, you're fine. You're not the last, I guess, but I just want to make last call.
My name is Jody Hodges. I live at 323 South Lakeview Drive. And I just wanted to let you know that I am speaking to this ordinance. It's been brought to my attention here of late, and it grieves my heart. And I'm just going to tell you why. Okay, first of all, a little history on me. I lived here 16 years, from 1993 to 2009. I raised my family here, and I was proud to do so. Loved Wichita. I'm originally from Tulsa. Would not go back there. We moved away for 10 years, and I'm back now. I came back in 2019, excited, because I thought it was the same place I'd left, and it's not. The government is completely different, and it's completely changed, and that grieves my heart as well. I find it hard to believe. I mean, I wasn't here to vote for you guys, so I have to say I didn't vote for you. Because I wasn't here when you were running, but I would have to say I would definitely do some deep research on each of you before I voted. And it's odd to me that 7 people get to choose for all of Wichita. I really think this should have been put to a vote and of the people, because I would definitely have stayed in line for hours to vote. This ordinance is harmful to children. I don't understand, if we have federal and state laws that already are on the books, why we're even talking about this today. I still don't. That is one point that has not been answered, so I do not understand that. One thing I want to say is what is morally wrong, you cannot make politically right, no matter what. It will never happen. And I don't appreciate you rolling your eyes at me, Mr. Whipple. That's rude and inconsiderate.
I'm sorry. Continue. I'm not rolling my eyes at you.
I saw you. It's on film.
Sure. You have
I
2
saw you.
minutes, 45 seconds.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. I am. Please don't take my time. I saw you in the interview talking about your children and how you want them to grow up in a certain kind of world. Well, I'm a mother and I'm a grandmother of 8, and I want my grandchildren to grow up in a certain kind of world, and it's not Brandon Whipple's world. One thing I used to tell my kids, you can choose your regrets. Make sure you choose wisely. Make sure that you choose what you can live with and what you plan to answer for. You cannot choose your consequences even when you make your choices, so please be careful about what you're planning to do and how you're planning to vote. My last thing is, am I now your enemy because I tell you the truth? I think not. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Whipple, Vice Mayor Johnson.
I wear contacts and blink my eyes, and I don't want you to think I'm making a bad gesture towards you if I blink my eyes because I haven't had a chance to.
That's fine.
Drops in for the last few hours, but go ahead.
And all the council members. My name's Michael Andra. My wife and I own 107.9 FM Country Radio and the Wichita Union Stockyards Event Center. First of all, I came to talk about the liquor issue, but this issue has struck home with me. And I'll have to say firsthand that discrimination is alive and well in Wichita, Kansas. Just in some recent things that have happened with us a number of years ago, we adopted a teenage boy the same age as our teenage son, youngest of 3. And in going around the Wichita area with those boys, whether we were in a sporting goods store or a department store or something, if I was with our biological son, nothing would ever come. I mean, we just walk around and just free will. But our adopted son, who just happened to be black, we would be followed around the stores. People would sneak and look down the aisles. They would follow us. And it really never struck home with me because I am totally colorblind. One of the requirements our father had of us is we had to read the book Black Like Me when we were young. So I was colorblind to this. And just in the recent past, we were looking for a newsman for our radio station. Somehow we were very lucky to come across Councilman Jared Sorello and was told that he was available and would do our news. I told my wife, I said, let's get him. He's a fantastic news person. Within hours, an employee at our station had to bring up something about Councilman Sorello, who I would never bring this up, but Councilman Sorello brought this up earlier. Something about his lifestyle. I stopped that person dead in their tracks. I said, makes no difference to me. As a business person and a human being, I'm colorblind and I'm gender blind. I don't care. I don't want to know. And if you bring it up again, you will be packing your bags. So discrimination is alive and well in Wichita. I don't know how we deal with it. It's ingrained in you. It's how you're raised. It's how you're brought up. The one thing that concerns me about this ordinance possibly is that as the owner of a venue of nearly 800 capacity, how the restroom thing is handled. If that's going to be something we're going to have to deal with, you know, an ordinance like this, if it allows people of any person to go in any restroom, we have to watch out about the people that are going to take advantage of this, the people that are demented or perverted or whatever, because that's the last thing I want to have happen. But as far as discrimination, we're totally against it. We don't practice it. I don't see it. And I don't want to be a part of any kind of discrimination. But the restroom part concerns me. And if there is a restroom type deal, would the city have some kind of training or orientation so business owners can know how to address people as they come in and what restroom they should use? Because under my belief now, it's a crime for a so-called man to go in a woman's restroom or a woman in a man's restroom. So I don't know if that's true, but I would like to be educated about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I believe that is the last speaker, so we're going to close the public input section of this meeting, and I will ask the clerk, how many folks was that? 43, what's our record? 152. All right, so we have a couple things we could do. We could break for 10 minutes if the council wants to, or we could just individually use the restroom and keep going forward. Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute break? All right, so we're going to go ahead and break for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2:05. We are coming back from a short break. We're still on item 1 under unfinished business. We will have the discussion come back to the bench. We appreciate the 43 individuals who came out and spoke today. Now, I believe we've had discussion on this last meeting, so I assume we won't have as much discussion this time around, but I do want to ensure that we have. So anyone could push their button and line up to speak if they want, but so far no one has. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Cirillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I will say if there's anything that I think we've learned over the last 3 weeks is that the process does matter. The process does matter. I can't speak for anyone but myself, but I think many of us have said publicly on multiple occasions that we believe our city does need a non-discrimination ordinance. Every single one of my district advisory board members said the same. Every one. But just like with many on this body, the public has overwhelmingly also asked me, why is this moving so quickly? I did want to borrow a couple of statements and concerns that came directly from my DAB meeting that was held last week, which I moved up in order to have a robust discussion before we took up this vote today. No matter what, I don't think, and neither do people on my DAB, that we should be knee-jerking ordinances just for the sake of writing ordinances. We should not be knee-jerking ordinances just because it's Pride Month. I'd take that even a step further and say that we should not be knee-jerking ordinance just because it's campaign season. Despite everything we've heard over the last 3 weeks, I don't believe this ordinance was brought up in the name of civil rights. And every single person who is considered in a marginalized group, especially the LGBTQ community, myself included, should be highly offended at the way this entire thing has been handled. Over the last 3 weeks, I've been vilified on social media and in the public by some in my own community who were the first to accuse me of playing political games with my vote. And that's foolish. And I said so on June 15th. I was called things like a traitor from people in my own community because of my no vote on June 15th. And ironically, one of the same people who spread outright lies about me told me several months ago that he was hoping that, quote, someone like me with common sense would get this seat. So thank goodness common sense prevailed. Even the vast majority of people who are supporting this ordinance say they have significant concerns about the procedures and lack of definition. What will the cost be? Why did it just come up out of nowhere? The bottom line is that things like this just cannot come up out of nowhere. They can't. That is doing an extreme injustice to the marginalized groups that this ordinance claims to be fighting for. We do seem to have some sort of disagreement on whether this proposed ordinance covers anything that is not already covered through existing state and federal laws. And to this day, I don't think we have that matter settled. Our own city staff is telling us that there is nothing in our proposal here today that is not already covered by existing state and federal law.
Councilmember Tuttle. Or
were you done? No.
Councilmember Cirillo retains the floor. My apologies.
Sorry. So I did want to talk about some good things about this ordinance as well. A concern that has been brought up by many people uses the example of a women's shelter where a woman is fleeing a domestic violence situation. The question's been raised many times by many people as to whether or not a woman would be forced to continue sleeping next to her abuser if the man suddenly decides he wants to identify as a woman and gain admittance to such women's shelter. I'm confident that this ordinance has protections for nonprofit organizations. It exempts them from this ordinance. I don't find any merit to those claims at all. Regarding the burden of proof issue, this ordinance puts the burden of proof on the claimant. So, in other words, a person who's been treated unfairly must prove so. If someone believes they've been treated unfairly, I would hope they have solid proof of such a claim. I am confident in our city manager and our city staff and their ability to appoint a reasonable and credible investigator to look into the claims that are made by both sides of the complaint, any complaint that does come up, and provide an unbiased summary of the facts. But the facts show us that in 20 cities in this state that already have similar ordinances like this, there have been very few complaints. Very few. And no lawsuits. I think that this ordinance is in line with Wichita's progressive values. And I think this type of ordinance, despite what we've heard from so many people today, I do believe this ordinance is important for attracting business and tourism to our city. I do believe that this ordinance will allow for individuals to feel protected at the local level, especially as it relates to sexual orientation and gender identity. And I do believe this ordinance will allow for quicker resolution of discrimination complaints as opposed to having to file under state or federal law where cases might fester for years. I believe that businesses who are looking to move or relocate to other cities want proof that their community that they are looking at is welcoming and equal for all. I believe that young and talented individuals who are looking to relocate to a city, they want to know that their city is concerned about treating all people fairly and equally. It's been clearly shown this ordinance will not require churches to perform gay weddings against their beliefs. There's simply no proof to show that that's been the case in any of the other 20 cities that have enacted similar ordinances. This ordinance has exemptions for churches and nonprofits. The main thing to take out of this today is that this proposed ordinance covers housing, employment, and public accommodations. And the vast majority of general services don't apply to this ordinance. And I'll conclude very quickly from more information that came out of my DAB meeting last week. This is not me speaking. The ordinance, the people at my DAB meeting made it very clear that this ordinance is in line with Wichita's progressive values. And this is important for attracting businesses and tourism to our city. This ordinance will allow for individuals to feel protected in housing, employment, and public accommodations at the local level, especially as it relates to sexual orientation and gender identity. The ordinance will allow for quicker resolution of discrimination complaints. A local process will be much easier to navigate than filing complaints at the state or federal level. The ordinance is shown to be manageable and effective in the cities in which this version was modeled from. This ordinance is past due. Vital stakeholders such as Equality Kansas support this ordinance. Those aren't my words. Those are words from many members of my district advisory board meeting. I am proud of who I am. I am not proud of what I heard today from many people. That's all I have.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, as I'm sure many of us from this bench and in this community have been. When people asked me why I wanted to run for office, I told them it was because I was authentically heard as a community member. Issues like clean indoor air, or somebody mentioned fluoride, the built environment, things that were very important to me. And I wanted to run so that I could authentically listen. And I think that's my biggest angst with this, is that we have not had the opportunity to let the community weigh in. Now, granted, today we had 43 speakers, and I'm thankful for that. I really appreciate their time. I know they maybe took time off work or away from friends or family to be here, and that's great. But this hasn't gone to my DAB. I think it's only gone to one district advisory board, and that's not fair. That's not giving our community an opportunity to weigh in a really meaningful and thoughtful way. Our community is really smart, and we are here to represent our constituents, and we're not given the opportunity to do our job when it happens in this way. Also, we went through painstaking efforts to appoint and figure out a process for a diversity, inclusion, and civil rights advisory board. And we're not weighing in on that. We're not letting them have an opportunity to contribute and to contribute their expertise. Speaker 22, I think his name was James, made a really profound comment that not every group is discriminated in the same way. And we have a group of us making this policy decision. I'm not sure 7 people should be responsible for changing our judiciary system within our city, and that's exactly what's going to happen with this. So I know that there will be negative feedback if I say I think we should slow this process down. But I think we should slow this process down. I would like the opportunity to have more input from the community, input from the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Board, and also our district advisory boards. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor.
Could you turn your mic on,
Pull
please?
it close to you, too.
Yeah. Publicly, I wasn't going to say a whole lot today. I really just wanted to listen to folks and see what would be said. I've read the form emails that I've received from various groups and wanted to hear what our citizens had to say for us today. A few of those comments today inspired some questions from me, just to see, again, more insight into what was being said. And I think about the comments today, the ordinance that's before us, and what I said on June 15th, and that was my concerns about process and making sure that we didn't just have something in writing, but something that was outlined where a 16-year-old me would have a process outlined to address real discrimination. And today, a few things really highlighted for me the significance of this discussion. So earlier, a few pastors, I wrote pastor next to the comment, mentioned what we were taught by our parents, maybe even in our church. Another gentleman, I don't believe was a pastor, talked about thousands of years of beliefs, religious beliefs specifically. We had a former member of the Kansas African American Affairs Commission speak to more than one protected class being addressed by this. That was speaker number 22, James Barfield. And the need for process. And Mr. Barfield, who lives in District 1, has over the last 15 years or so, really longer than that because he lived in my former neighborhood, always talked about process and addressing issues. This ordinance provides something that my grandfather didn't have. And I don't talk about my grandfather often because I tried to make my own name in life, but my grandfather is John H. McCray, former owner of John H. McCray Sanitation, Small Business Award winner here in Wichita, honored by U.S. President William Jefferson Clinton for his accomplishments. I just said a U.S. president highlighted my grandfather. Yet, as I thought about what the speaker said earlier, what were we taught by our parents? And I added my grandparents. It didn't matter that a U.S. president acknowledged him, highlighted his success. He was discriminated against on the federal level, on the local level, by local business, by local law enforcement. This is all real. And though he may not be able to speak to that now, my uncle can. He watched it. I witnessed it. I've experienced it. And as I continue to highlight today that it's more than one group, I also thought about the stories that my grandparents and elders in the church. I grew up in the AME church. I know some of our faith was questioned today, but I'm an old school AME, the long services. I thought about what was said when they all fought for rights and protections. And often, it was the same arguments I heard here today. And it was kind of eye-opening to me to sit here and listen to it because I heard my grandparents talk about that. But it was always the various justifications for we need the freedom to be able to do these things. And I think about the experiences of my grandparents. And I want to make sure that as God is all-powerful, the Alpha and the Omega, he often empowers us with the ability to address these issues, whether that's as a citizen or an elected official. One of my criticism of elected officials as an activist was that God empowered them with the ability or the seat to make an impact, yet so many don't use it. They just pray. Faith without works, well, we all know what that is. So today I'm supporting this ordinance. It outlines a process. It allows people their due process. It allows a business owner to claim why someone had been, why whatever action happened. And it allows both sides to make their argument. Ultimately, hopefully, as in the justice system, the truth comes out. But a process is necessary on a local level. And all those who questioned why something local is necessary, I'll tell you, it's intimidating to try to go to the federal level or the state level to deal with these issues. Not only the folks I've referenced to it, but I just thought, what would it look like if I tried to go to the state? What happens if we get a new administration in that doesn't really care about my issues or thinks that we are in a post-racial society, like so many people say because we had U.S. President Barack Obama, when even he'll tell you that's not true. What happens then? Then my issue is not important, or that impacted person doesn't have process. So I'm supporting this because locally, it adds the consistency that I think is necessary to address these issues. Businesses that are not discriminating won't have any impact. If there are false allegations, just like when we talked about getting body cameras for law enforcement, the truth will come out. But this is something that our city needs. From what I heard today, it really enforces my belief that the city needs this. And although I agree with my colleagues on process and that I should have seen this maybe rolled out a little differently, we've got a few ordinances in front of us today that you're going to see today. Didn't make it to DAB. Didn't get posted outside of our regular process. But I think with the concerns that I've heard my colleagues mention at the last meeting, and specifically mine, speaking for myself, this ordinance does address those. And so I'll be supportive today. That's all I have, Mayor.
Further comments or questions? Councilmember Fry.
Thank you. So I've always said that Wichita, sorry, I need to have a microphone so you can hear what I say. I've always said that for Wichita to be the most successful it can be, we need to be more inviting. And to me, that means we're welcoming, open, desirable, and inclusive. So to have a statement of support demonstrating non-discrimination as a city is a worthy objective. This revised version of an NDO is much better than the one presented as part of the June 15th Grandstand Act. I appreciate the work, research, and care that our city legal put into crafting this version. Kendall Seal had it right earlier with his earlier remarks that it's a marked improvement. It spells out a process with certainty and due process. There is better predictability than the first draft. Unfortunately, there is also much confusion and objection. Over the past several days, the communication I've received is overwhelmingly against this NDO. And for the last 5 hours, we've heard from over 70% who don't want it to pass for various reasons. That there's a duplication with state and federal laws, a municipal court system that will need significant changes with no idea what that cost might be, concern over unintended consequences, where does it apply, where it doesn't, the possibility of legislation as weaponization, that it grows government unnecessarily, and that it has the potential to discriminate one class over another, no matter how well-intended it is. Civic engagement can be messy sometimes. Having the opportunity for the public to weigh in is the hallmark of good government. It's where you start. Engagement first, policy second. We didn't do that with this. My district advisory board is hearing it tomorrow night. If you live in District 5, I invite you to come out and share your thoughts. Finally, if, as the mayor says, the true goal intent is to make a local pathway for state law to, sorry, lost my train of thought there.
You were attacking me for something. Go ahead.
May I finish?
Yeah, I'm trying to help you. You lost your thought.
No, you said I was attacking, so are you going to throw papers at me?
You're a little further away for that, but you could just finish your thought if you want.
Finally, if, as the mayor says, the true goal or intent is to make a local pathway for state law to be more accessible, then Topeka needs to address it before this body. Thank you.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Good. Councilmember Tuttle.
Sorry, it's going to take us a while to get used to that. And this is for Jennifer. One of the questions that I got over the weekend that I thought was a really great question, and again, I'm not trying to slow down progress, I just want to make sure we do this right, is usually when we develop policy, we have a need and then we work on a solution. And I'm wondering if that's the case here. I don't disagree that people are discriminated against each and every day, not in our city, not just in our city, but across the state, the nation, and the world. And for that, it's very unfortunate. But is there any way that we can, to find, through the Kansas Human Rights Commission or other places, to see if people actually had issues that they went and then they weren't given the protection that they felt they needed? I guess, again, I just feel this is incredibly duplicative. I was also thinking the same thing, that it seems like maybe the state should change their law and then we could follow suit with those if we felt it was a community-led and community-driven initiative. So, Jennifer, can you give any insight on, do we know if there's a need? Have you reached, I'm sure you have, you're incredibly competent, but the Kansas Human Rights Commission, can you just reflect on that for me? Thank you.
Tough question to answer without knowing more, but I did ask the Kansas Human Rights Commission approximately how many cases that they received in the last year, the last 12-month period from Wichita. I think the number is about 115, 120 cases filed. I don't know what that number says, but that's about the number they've received. I don't know if that means that those were resolved timely. Those were what were filed last year.
Okay.
I don't know more facts than that.
So if something like this passed in Wichita, if we had a non-discrimination ordinance, would then somebody still go to the state and still go to the federal? So it's like 3 different processes? How would that work?
And that's something I don't know how to answer. I think they could. I don't know what individuals who file might want to do. And I don't know how the agencies would treat them differently, if at all, because they've got an ordinance here or not.
So, I guess to the question, early on, we did have a business who presented themselves in which they admitted they won't hire someone based on religion. And then we had another young gentleman say that he has been discriminated against for employment because of his disability. So just in the 43 speakers, we saw 2 examples of why that this would be needed here in Wichita. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I tend to agree with my colleagues on the state legislature or the state doing something. I just would be a little concerned. We had what I deem personally a hate crime here in Wichita, where a gentleman, I think, kicked a child. The child was black. The older gentleman was white. There is no state hate crime law. And after last summer, we saw the state take no action to even create a hate crime law, knowing that that happened in 2019. Of course, the events of last summer. So I just, it's great when the state is working on behalf of the people, but some of these issues I think don't get taken as serious as they should on the state level. And, depending, especially in the executive branch, if it's not important to the executive branch, sometimes it can get kicked to the side. So I guess my preference would be seeing some really strong state level enforcement and bringing these issues up, but unfortunately, we don't see that, and I doubt even in the 2022 session we see much progress. That's all.
Further questions? Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. We've heard a lot of different cases today, and we had a state senator.
Is your mic? Yeah.
You gotta hit a button, I think. Is it, click the switch.
Okay.
Push it up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, for those who don't know, we used to not have to do that. That's why a few members have had problems with this. Go ahead.
So we've heard several different cases today, and we've had a state senator bring up a discrimination issue at our own ballpark, and I've already reached out to her, and we're going to communicate about that. But I'm going to ask her the question I would have asked of anybody. Have you filed a complaint with any of the other laws and rules we have, state, federally, locally? There are other things out there we can do. I don't think people are just getting away with it. What the Vice Mayor brought up, that a horrible thing. It should never happen. But I hope that there were some kind of charges or something done against that. And I just, adding this level, I want to get more public feedback on it. I'd like to roll it out to my DAB. They haven't had an opportunity to chime in on it. Whenever this was introduced last month, it was, made aware, it's been out there, it's been on the news, but it really hadn't. And I think the show of folks coming in here to speak about it today showed that the public really didn't know it. They don't understand it. I still don't completely understand it. Still had a lot of questions here. So I definitely think we need more public input before we can go forward with anything here.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. The spirit of redundancy, which I seem to be doing a lot lately from the bench, but we created a civil rights inclusion or diversity, inclusion, and civil rights advisory board for a reason. And to me, there could be no better opportunity for that group than this. And maybe it even is taking it to the next step where they help us with our legislative agenda for the state for issues regarding, this arena. Again, it's been said, and I'll say it again, but engagement first and policy second is the standard that we should be abiding. And we really missed that mark this time. Again, I know that I'm going to be criticized for wanting to slow it down, but I just think that our community deserves more time. Our district advisory boards deserve more time, and the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board deserves the opportunity to weigh in on this. Thank you.
Further comments? See none. With that, I'll make a motion that we pass this item out. I believe local control is the best control. I believe that with all the public engagement so far, we have only heard of folks who are against it, really based on a misunderstanding of what this does and what this will do. And with that, I don't think civil rights is something we should wait any longer on. Out of everything we're voting on today, this has been out in the public the longest. We already had a debate on this, and we're kicking it back to first read again with a new bill that has the same spirit of the old bill. Therefore, I make a motion that we pass this.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll.
Excuse me, if I may clarify the motion, it would be place the ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures, if that's
Yes.
the,
To pass the ordinance, place it on first reading, and authorize the necessary signatures.
I maintain my second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. All members will cast the vote. The result of 4 yeas to 3 nays, that motion does pass. The ordinance does pass. We will go into recess for lunch for a half an hour. So at this moment, we will come back at 3:15. Yes. The next item,
Are you ready, Mayor?
I don't know if I'm ready. Where's staff's ready? We do have quorum, so if
Adoption of the safety standard for elevators and escalators, 2019 edition.
I'm Director of MABCD, and before you today is exactly that, adoption of the 2019 version of the Safety Code for Elevators and Escalators with local amendments. This is covered in Article 4 of our Unified Building and Trade Code. This version adopts the latest version of the code as well as local amendments. It is an American Society of Mechanical Engineers standard, so these like the electrical code, are national standards, since obviously electricity is not standard from country to country. So those codes, they nest with our International Code Council family of codes, but they are not an international code. And then again, this does cover both elevators and escalators, though the changes associated with escalators are so minimal that that we're not even going to cover those here today. Our trades codes are revised every 3 years, and we do attempt to adopt them on that 3-year interval because of the changing technology. And we'll see a little bit about that as we go forward. So a list here of the codes that relate, again, are intertwined with this one, so we have to ensure that there's no conflict between these, which does take a little bit of effort from our advisory board, so and as well as our staff, and so we certainly do thank them for the work that they have put into this review. Specific here, the latest adoption of this code took place in August of 2017. That was the 2016 standard. It had 23 local amendments. This will bring us to the 2019 standard with 18 amendments. So we were able to reduce those and delete 8 sections in total from our UBTC. You'll see on an upcoming slide that we have added one back. We're always happy that when the national version of the code incorporates things that we've had locally. Again, being able to reduce that. Some of our reductions also were areas where it's now covered in general sections of our UBTC, and we don't want to be redundant in the individual sections, just to try to ensure we keep it clean and no room for misinterpretation. One thing to note there, the list of associated codes did not include the platform lifts and chair lifts. That is, of course, an associated code with this one. This code the release of this latest version of this code was delayed somewhat by COVID. The platform lifts and chair lift version was even delayed further. We now have that, and so it is under review at the moment. Normally these codes would be presented together, but that one was delayed enough that we moved on. Again, we have that now, so it's under review as we speak, and we are not seeing very significant changes to that code, so it should not create a problem for us. A quick overview of the adoption process here. Main player was the Board of Electrical Appeals. So again, they put a lot of effort into reviewing this as well as coordinating with our industry partners. Our main industry associations that looked at the code were the elevator constructors, as well as both the Sedgwick County Fire District 1 and the Wichita Fire District. One note on the elevator constructors, they're based in Kansas City. There's really not a large enough community here to have a separate association, so that's more of a regional association than just a city and county association. And then since it is a large impact to them and very important to this is also BOMA, the Building Owners and Managers Association, and we thank them also for their help in their review that went with this. WABA and some of the other building industries also look at these codes, so we did cover this with them. It did not have enough of an impact to them that they weighed in very significantly. They gave us a thumbs up, and we moved on with it from there. There are 2 changes to the code that meet our criteria of a substantial change to process, and so we'll cover those individually as well. They're both related to emergency communications. To cover and ensure we've covered the adoption process, we did set a public hearing back on the 12th of May, just before, and at that time we made public all of the associated products with this code change. We held a public hearing with the Board of County Commissioners on June 16th, and we did not receive any public comments, and we received a unanimous vote in the affirmative from the commission. Obviously today, July 6th, in front of you all, and pending the outcome of this meeting, we plan to make the changes effective as of October 1st. So to cover some of the specifics here, again, this is one that we're considering a significant change to process, and this is for new elevators only. So a remodeled elevator would be authorized to install this, but not required. Only new elevators, and of course, most elevator companies, this is kind of their flagship elevator. So this is what they're working to move towards as well. Specifically impacts emergency signaling and communication in cases where communication with a passenger would be challenged. In this case, someone who cannot verbally communicate or hear would be able to use text feature on a display device in the car to communicate with the technician who's monitoring that. So only visible by the authorized personnel. And then again, in a case where there's an emergency with the elevator, if the elevator stopped, if the emergency call button has been pressed, then that energizes, and the technician monitoring that elevator would then have access to that text messaging capability along with the passengers. Similar to that, under the message display topic is also video capability that is now in place. So again, when that emergency call is energized, the technician would be able to see what's happening in the car, assess the level of emergency, especially important if 911 needs to be called and further emergency response needs to be brought into play. So the next one we'd like to point out moves us to residential elevators, which we do have some. Up until now, given technology in the code, we've required all elevators, no matter where they were, to have an actual elevator door. We've advanced to the point where now we're able to allow a regular doorway, door frame, and door to be placed in those residential elevators. So relatively simple change that will not affect too many, but for those whom it does, it's significant. And then lastly, this brings us back to emergency communications as and also one of our ads. So when we were able to remove some sections of the code last time based on car requirements, by removing all of those sections, we also removed some language that left for interpretation whether the call button in an elevator car could go directly to 911 versus having to go to the elevator dispatch service. We do not want those calls to go directly to 911. In some cases, the elevator call button's pushed 100 times in a day. So that would obviously, that's certainly not something we want our 911 dispatchers to spend time with. So this does clarify that and ensures that we restate that in our code, that it must be to the elevator dispatch and maintenance company. So depending on how the elevator and their company are structured, some of those are local. For example, these buildings, such as the courthouse, city hall, the maintenance crew, they monitor these elevators. A lot of companies have a regional monitor, very similar to a home alarm type setup, and so they're the ones that get those initial calls. And then with the availability of the technology you saw in the first few changes, especially for new elevators, that will help enhance their ability to assess that. So one thing I did not mention on the previous slide about the process is, again, well, I mentioned the BOCC public hearing. So while this is not a public hearing, the mayor has generally solicited any public comment that may be present. So I would certainly recommend that that would be appropriate here. And at the conclusion of that, it is recommended that the City Council place on first reading the ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5, Article 4, Section 6, and Article 4, Section 7 of the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Building and Trade Code and authorize the necessary signatures. And I will gladly stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff? Councilmember Fry.
Thank you. Chris, on slide 32, sorry. Chris, on slide 32, when you were talking about the elevator dispatch rather than 911, are those elevator companies dispatched manned 24 hours a day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cirillo.
Thank you, Mayor. And you touched a little bit on this, the second one, in terms of car emergency signaling devices. Does this mean every elevator in the city will have to have a camera in it, or just?
Only brand new elevators.
Okay.
So any elevator installed as a new elevator, this will be required. Again, obviously authorized for anyone who would want to install this as part of a remodel or upgrade to existing elevators, but not required.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wants to speak to this one? See none. Is there any more? All right, well, there is no more discussion. Then I'll make the motion to take staff's recommended action to place on first read the ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5, Article 4, Section 6, and Article 4, Section 7 of the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Building and Trade Code, UBTC, and authorize necessary signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. With 7 yeas, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance amendments to Title IV of the Code of the City of Wichita pertaining to regulation of alcoholic liquor and cereal malt beverage, and creating a new classification of the drinking establishment license for large capacity venues.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, I'm Beth Harlensky with the Law Department, and I'm here today to talk with you about some ordinance amendments to Title IV of the City Code relating to alcohol regulation, alcoholic liquor, and cereal malt beverage. And there are three components to the background for these proposed changes. First, we have House Bill number 2157, which was passed by the 2021 Kansas legislature and became effective May 25th of this year, that requires several ordinance amendments to bring our city code into compliance with state law. Second, there were some statutory changes made in 2019, which we're making at this time to further bring the code into compliance with state law. And third, this amendment proposes a new category of drinking establishment defined as the drinking establishment large capacity venue, which will apply to certain businesses that meet the criteria that's set forth in the proposed ordinance. This change was requested by the WAVE and is designed to provide some flexibility to enhance business opportunities for such venues, and by allowing minors to attend and patronize certain entertainment events. And the requirements of this license, we'll be going over them a little bit more in depth here in a minute, but they are consistent with the traditional regulations of the city addressing alcohol consumption by minors, and they were developed through meetings of city staff with a representative of the WAVE, and input was obtained from police, law, planning, the city manager's office, and licensing. This is a rather lengthy amendment, and I'm sorry for that, but it involves several code sections, but many of these actual changes are fairly brief. There are 16 proposed amendments that were set forth in the agenda report that accompanied this proposal. But to give you a brief analysis of the changes, I'll quickly go through them. First of all, definitions are revised that were amended by House Bill number 2137, and also the definition of the new category of drinking establishment. The next amendment, the time limits for retail Sunday sales of both alcohol and cereal malt beverage are expanded. The proposal expands them to 9 a.m. Currently, they start at noon, and this would allow them to begin at 9 a.m. to comply with the state statutory change. This expansion is for any Sunday with the exception of Easter Sunday, where no sales of alcohol or CMB are allowed at all. The proposed amendment authorizes all liquor by the drink establishments licensees, which are your drinking establishments and your Class A and B clubs, to sell cereal malt beverage for on-premises consumption without obtaining a separate license to do so. Currently, if an establishment wants to sell CMB, they must obtain the separate CMB license. And with this proposed amendment, the establishment can go ahead and sell CMB if they want to, under the same terms and conditions as they would be selling alcoholic liquor. And this would eliminate the need for such establishments to apply for that separate license, and they would not have to pay the cost of that license, which is $225 per year. So that would save them some money and some time that they would not have to apply for that separate license. Additionally, the ordinance amendment authorizes alcohol caterers and holders of temporary permits to sell CMB. Currently, a caterer cannot sell CMB, and a temporary permit holder must obtain a separate temporary CMB license to sell. So that would eliminate those restrictions. And this proposal allows certain mixed drinks to be sold by clubs, drinking establishment, caterers, and temporary permit holders. And these are pitchers of mixed drinks like sangria, daiquiri, those types of things can now be sold. The proposed amendment also allows for opened or unopened beer, cereal malt beverage, wine, and mixed drinks to be sold for removal from the licensed premises. And this particular change permanently extends the emergency order of the governor that was implemented in March of 2020 to allow for to-go sales during the COVID restrictions. And any mixed drinks or open containers must be sealed and placed in a clear tamper-proof bag. Original unopened containers of beer, wine, and CMB may also be sold to go, and they also must be placed in the clear plastic tamper-proof bag. Any alcoholic liquor must be, or CMB must be purchased on the premises of the licensed establishment. A dated receipt has to be provided to the patron, and all sales of to-go drinks must cease at 11 p.m., with the exception of wine that is partially consumed on the premises of a licensed establishment. That can be resealed and removed at any time. And sales of spirits in the original unopened container is strictly prohibited. And for your information, the curbside pickup of alcoholic liquor and now cereal malt beverage that was allowed by policy of the director of the ABC is also extended with these changes in statute. This was a policy interpretation that was implemented during the COVID restrictions to help businesses that were selling alcoholic liquor so that they could serve curbside. And since the legislature permanently extended the alcohol to go order and made it part of state statute, the director has elected to extend her policy interpretation allowing curbside pickup. So that is not a statute, it's just a policy interpretation, but it is extended. This amendment also provides authorization for retail liquor stores, drinking establishments, and clubs to sell beer and cereal malt beverage for consumption off the premises in refillable and resealable containers. They're commonly called growlers, and they can do this until 11 p.m. Currently, only microbreweries can do this, and this amendment extends it to these other types of licensees. The amendment also allows for persons who are not Kansas residents and corporations that are not organized under the laws of the state of Kansas to hold a liquor license. Currently, you have to be a resident and your corporation has to be organized within Kansas. And also, this applies to the requirement that you must be a resident of Sedgwick County to have a cereal malt beverage license. That is removed by this amendment as well. Finally, this amendment allows spouses of law enforcement officers to hold a liquor license. This is currently prohibited, and state law has changed to allow that, and we've made that change in our local ordinance as well. The proposed amendment further allows drinking establishments and hotels to temporarily extend their licensed premises onto public streets, sidewalks, and alleys under certain conditions. And those conditions are, it must be during a special event that has been approved by resolution or ordinance of the City Council, and it can only be done when the public street, sidewalk, or alley is closed to motor vehicle traffic. This will simplify the process for existing establishments to be able to extend their premises into community events and allow for the passage of alcohol from these establishments out into the community event when it's being held on public streets. Class A clubs are allowed by this amendment to host special events under contract with non-members, and they can serve alcohol to non-members. Currently, they can't do that. They can only serve to their own members and guests of their members. And finally, it allows the serving of samples of alcoholic liquor to temporary permit holders. And that's the end of the state or the changes that were mandated by changes to state law. Moving on to the creation of the large capacity venue, this proposed amendment creates section 4.16.140 of the code. And again, that's a drinking establishment, large capacity venue. As you are all aware, our city code prohibits minors under the age of 21 from being on the premises of a drinking establishment unless that business is also a restaurant. And that is defined as an establishment that has at least 30% of its profits from the sale of food for consumption on the premises. And the large capacity venue allows minors to be on the premises of that venue for designated entertainment events without requiring the 30% food establishment, or I'm sorry, the 30% food requirement by the establishment if they meet certain qualifications. And the qualifications were, again, developed after a staff committee. We had meetings, we discussed these, and we felt that the changes that were imposed would be consistent with the regulations of the city that we've traditionally had to protect minors. And those qualifications are listed in your agenda report, but they do include the establishment must have a capacity of at least 850 persons. The venue must provide entertainment, and that term is defined in the ordinance. The venue must have a permanent stage that is at least 200 square feet. Establishment must have video surveillance that is in operation during the times that minors are on the premises. They must employ security personnel, and they must have a safety plan as well as a plan for orderly dispersal at closing time. For shows, moved too fast. For shows or entertainment events where they anticipate an attendance of over 500 persons, the venue has to provide advance notice to the Wichita Police Department so that they can distribute their manpower and be prepared for any type of incidents that may result from that. Minors under 18 have to be off the premises by 11 o'clock on Sunday through Thursday evenings, by midnight on Friday and Saturday nights. Minors who are 18, 19, and 20 years of age must be off the premises by midnight on any given night. And all shows or performances where minors are going to be allowed to attend will cease at midnight. And again, this ordinance was developed initially through a project that was coordinated by Denise Peters from the city manager's office. And the ordinance was actually completed several months ago, but was not brought forward because the COVID restrictions happened. And it's being included in this larger amendment here before you today. It seemed like an opportune time to bring it forward with the businesses opening up again, and we also wanted to avoid piecemeal amendments to Title IV. So that's why this is before you today. This amendment is, again, designed to enhance business opportunities for venues that are essentially entertainment venues rather than restaurants, and also to provide opportunities for minors to attend certain shows and be able to partake in the entertainment that's offered at these venues. And again, the restrictions are designed to regulate minors, protect their safety, as well as combat any underage consumption of alcohol. And Mr. Adam Hartke, who is the owner of the Wave, is here today, and he can address any questions that you might have about the business aspect of this regulation. Finally, this proposed amendment creates a new section 4.16158 This bundles together all of the rules related to removing alcohol from licensed premises. Currently, they're kind of scattered throughout the code. They're hard to find, and they're not well identified. So because of all these new state laws allowing removal of alcohol from licensed premises, it was thought that creation of a new and separate section that would clearly identify these provisions and make the code a little more user-friendly was warranted, and that's what we've done. The expected outcomes of this amendment, Title IV will be updated to mirror all of the most current provisions of state law, and hopefully will be organized. Finally, the creation of the new category provides for expanded business opportunities and also opportunities for persons under 21 years of age to attend entertainment events at these venues. You're being asked to place the ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures. Additionally, state law allows for the summary publication of an ordinance in lieu of publishing the entire text. And since this is a rather lengthy ordinance amendment, you're also being asked to authorize publication by summary notification. And a copy of that summary was provided to you along with the agenda report and the ordinance. So at this time, I would stand for any questions. And as I mentioned, I think Mr. Hartke would be happy to answer questions as well.
Sure, when you say amendment, you're referring to addition to the changes from the state law that are being incorporated at a local level. Is that correct? Or
Yes.
Okay. Can you just tell us, because there's been some discussion about this, if this is already state law, why do we put it in ordinance?
Because our ordinance currently, they don't provide for the things that the state is now allowing. So we have to make changes in our code so that the establishments that are located within the city of Wichita and have our local license can also do the things that state law allows.
Okay. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. Did we consult with only one venue, or did we consult with other bars to see how the ordinance worked?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the new category?
Yeah.
No, we did not. We were approached by, as I said, the WAVE, and they asked for this amendment.
Okay.
And we had, I believe, about 4 different meetings, and this was back at the end of 2019. And we had these meetings and, of course, drafted the ordinance, came back and forth, and then right when we were ready to bring it to you all, COVID happened, and so we didn't go forward with it.
I'm just trying to come up with an idea of how we derived at the number of people.
That, I would ask Mr. Hartke to address that. That was the number that was suggested to us. It was also, if I recall, and I'm sorry, this has been a while ago that we had all these meetings, but we did talk about the fact that we didn't want to extend this to just large capacity, dance clubs that have a capacity of 200 or 300. We truly wanted this to be for entertainment venues that had shows, different types of shows. Some shows may be appropriate for minors to attend, some may not. And at the time, I believe there were 4 establishments in the city that met this capacity, and that was the Wave, the Cotillion, the Rodeo, and the Crown Uptown Theater. And they all have a variety of different shows that they present. And there you are. I'm sorry.
Maybe before Mr. Hartke speaks, Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember Claycomb were involved in early discussions. Can maybe talk a little bit about background. Also, police had a concern about opening this up to too many venues. And I was looking for the chief. I'm trying to get him here to also talk about that concern.
So I do have Johnson, who is on the board, to take the floor next, but I want to make sure Councilmember Bluebog still has the floor if there's anything else.
Yeah, I'm just, I guess, Mr. Hartke owns 2 of the 4, so I guess I'm trying to understand, is there any other definable attributes that define an entertainment venue other than over 900 people? Because if we're going to make the change, I don't know why we wouldn't open it up to other entertainment venues as well, rather than let one organization kind of monopolize the rules?
Well, as the manager has indicated, police had a concern about extending this to too many clubs. Otherwise, they would not be able to keep a handle on the enforcement, and the higher volume or the higher amount of capacity was deemed more desirable from their standpoint. We did negotiate this back and forth quite a bit, if I remember, from the staff meetings.
So are we foreseeing a lot of trouble with this then?
I don't
Because
think
if
so.
the police are worried about it?
I don't think so. With all of the additional restrictions that are put in place, those are a lot of restrictions that are put on these clubs. And Mr. Hartke put several of those forward when he came and asked about if we could make this amendment, but requiring the video surveillance. There's also special training of their employees, requiring hiring of security, safety plans. It's quite an extensive, there's a lot of requirements.
So if someone had 300 or 400, a venue of 300 or 400 people, and they were willing to sign up for these same measures, wouldn't it work just as well?
I suppose it could.
I don't have any other questions.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilmember Claycomb can jump in too. So to Councilmember Blueball's question, Adam, Alex Thomas, might have been one other person, but those two for sure reached out to us about 2 years ago, representing both the Wave and Cotillion, bigger venues, and looking at these potential changes. Councilmember Claycomb took better notes than me, but there were some concerns from law enforcement regard to smaller venues, and that's where some of these stipulations came from. So permanent stage versus something temporary, bigger venue, ticketing system, security, all of that. But it was a bigger conversation at that point. And then we had this period where we didn't talk about it, but now we're back. But I don't know if Councilmember Claycomb wants to add to that.
Councilmember Claycomb.
Thank you. Thanks, that's my recollection also. Adam, could you just speak a little bit about the motivation for this? I mean, why do you think this is necessary?
Yeah, for sure. So the idea came after looking at all the current ordinances that are in place, and there's not one that really defines what our business model is. You know, we're an entertainment venue. We do, 55 to 60% of our gross revenue comes from ticket sales, not from alcohol. So when looking at the philosophy behind the DER, the Drinking Establishment Restaurant, it's plain to see that the 30% requirement was to show that people go to these establishments for something other than drinking, right? They go there to eat food, and how do we know that? Because they sell 30% of their gross revenues in food. And so, when we looked at it from that perspective, we're like, well, we sell way more than, we double that, in our ticket sales, which shows that people go to our establishments to see concerts. A lot of people have a drink when they're there, just like they do when they go to a restaurant. But it's not the sole motivation to go to our establishments. If we're open and don't have a show, we're empty. Nobody's there. So, Wave and Cotillion are two businesses I'm an owner in. But, we see this as a first step of, kind of recognizing our industry as a whole within the city, which it hasn't been, and it still isn't currently unless something like this ordinance is passed. So to your point, Councilmember Blueball, I think there's plenty more legitimate music venues within the city that could possibly benefit from something like this, and that 850 wasn't a requirement that we asked for. It was something that the law enforcement officers asked for. So, our goal always is to bolster the live music industry in Wichita, and that means having a good competitive market. So, we don't want to monopolize. We don't want to be the only game in town because, our whole mission is to help people learn how to do this business so more can develop, more can grow, and we can have a really thriving music scene. So that's kind of the vision behind this, is to really just recognize the live music industry as an actual industry within the city. So.
Councilmember Fry.
Thank you. This is for you, Adam.
Okay.
Sorry, this is for you, Adam. Elizabeth, was there any consideration given to the other extreme, the small entertainment venues that maybe do less than 15% of their sales from alcohol, if they were able to do that? I'm thinking of a coffee shop that might want to do Bailey's, or an entertainment arcade that might want to have a Friday and Saturday night beer for their customers. A small venue that doesn't want to do a lot of alcohol sales, but again, to expand their opportunity, to expand their audience base, might want to offer something like that. Was there any consideration or talk about that side of it?
No, not to extend this, other than the law enforcement concern about extending this to too many different establishments.
Okay.
Councilmember Claycomb, I don't know if I see you back on the board. I apologize if I took the floor away from you too fast. Go ahead.
No, I have another question.
Of course, you
Thank
have the floor.
Elizabeth, this is a technical question. In the ordinance, there it says minors on premises. I can give you it's section 32, number 4, A4B. It's on page 71.
Thank you. Okay. And I'm sorry, would you say that again?
It's on page 71. It's number 4B.
Okay, yes.
I'm just trying to understand, this is talking about curfews and minors. Does that statement mean that that overrides a curfew if they're at the, or is it the other way around? I'm trying to.
It's the other way. This is not independent of the curfew.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Those would still apply.
Curfew still applies.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, further questions or comments from staff or to staff? See none, I think you're good. Let's open it up for public comments on this ordinance. Members from the public who would like to speak to this ordinance?
Welcome, council members. My name is Darren Griving. I own Blue Nightclub in Wichita, Kansas. I've been a lifelong Wichitan. Myself and 152 other people will be here to speak on this, to break your record today.
Gonna say.
So this has been an issue before COVID, the DE-DER classification. I've been in this industry, like I said, I think I said at least 25 years. And many restaurants, or many bars that are 21 and up, including mine, have gone from DE to DER because that was used as a weapon to shut us down during COVID. Now, some of these large venues that would be included in this new license are DERs. Any of us can go to 30% if we want to. I think that it's redundant to have a DE and a DER and then come up with another classification for 4 venues when we could all just group them together into a DE. Now, you guys could put restrictions, other restrictions, but let's this 30% number that was created ages and ages ago just doesn't work anymore. We all have food licenses through the state. It's just not a solution that in 2021 really resembles something that is specific to what each individual business is doing. So while I haven't gone from a DE to a DER because it doesn't do anything for me, I have also considered it because if this, Delta, Gamma, whatever variant comes along and starts shutting us down again, it then from the city looks like we're a restaurant. We have food sales, we do, but I mean, food sales are really hard to hit a certain number because alcohol costs so much. I think also creating a third category would inhibit other businesses from coming into Wichita, like you guys were talking about, trying to get outside businesses to come in for the simple fact, I mean, you want 850 people to go to this license. I mean, even if you did 400, I mean, let's classify us all together, and then if you guys want specific restrictions, myself, if we all went to DEs, just like the state licenses us, I'm not going to change my age. I don't want to. That's not my business. I'm not wanting people to come in and just buy pop, unless they're a DD or don't feel like buying alcoholic beverages, but adding a third category, I think, complicates things instead of simplifies things, which with our industry that was hit as hard as it has been, I think everybody would kind of take a breath of fresh air and save also your auditing department and your law enforcement some labor and everybody else. If we could all just kind of go back, look at what we're doing now and go on the same page, and then take any advice from the council what we could do better. If you guys ever get a chance, please also review the entertainment license that we have to have. It's normally considered a bar thing. We have an entertainment license because we have DJs, but it's blanketed across every business. If you ever have sing karaoke or have a music video on a TV, you can't do that before noon, but we can open it, I think, 6 a.m. now. I think there's so many things that have been changed, so I'm glad the council's at least looking at saying, hey, the state law is this, so let's get us all on the same page. But I think some of these really outdated, even this new one that has a time constraint. I mean, it's really hard to armchair quarterback something like a venue saying you're going to get everybody out by a certain time when you don't exactly always know. I mean, one example, one of the bars in Old Town got fined when they were showing what was the big fight? It was Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson came back and fought, and they got like an $8,000 fine, I think, because that fight lasted longer than what was allowed in the city, and people paid to come in and watch this. They're not going to get up and leave. If you would allow us to run our businesses the hours that you say we can run our businesses, instead of just throwing, numbers that sound right at the time, I think you would find that the majority of our community would be responsible with that. Thank you.
So, and maybe I missed this. It's been a long day. I'm a little confused. So you're saying you wouldn't take advantage of this new, even if you were included? Is that correct? 'Cause you said you
I would
want
prefer to see us drop the DE and DER licensing, not have the third one, and all go to DEs and drop the 21 to enter. I think that would, across the board, license everybody the exact same. The businesses can then decide what age group they want in, and then your law enforcement could decide what they want to focus their energy on. I think that would save the city resources, save your licensing department, your auditing department, your law enforcement department, and save us a huge hassle too.
Yeah, that would be a complete shift of paradigm on what we do.
I know. And if you guys want to pass this for them, I am all about you guys helping businesses, but I think we're overcomplicating things instead of simplifying them to get to the exact same point.
Okay, and I'm just trying to clarify the argument. So, in your argument, hey, we should simplify all three of them if this passes, which I get, but you don't have in the current system, you don't have a particular resistance to this ordinance as is moving forward. You're just saying it adds.
I'm not against this. I'm just saying instead of complicating things, adding a third license that doesn't, affect many people, and also some of the provisions I think would be complicated for them. But if it's 4 people, they can decide if they want to talk against it or not, even though they were in the process of getting it here. I'm not against it. I'm just saying it would be, I think, easier and more beneficial for the thousands of liquor licenses. I mean, Applebee's was forced to close because of the entertainment thing, because they started doing karaoke at one point in my career. I mean, there are so many things that aren't taken into account, that aren't accounted for, that businesses a lot of times don't even know they can't do until they find out the hard way. That really don't even make sense. I mean, you guys have so much on your plate and so much to do and so much to read and listen to, that I know going in and doing something that I've done for my career and read over is probably 1, boring, and 2, doesn't, I mean, like you guys, there's an ordinance that says in the entertainment license that says anyone that's not an active employee has to be out by 2:30. What wasn't thought of all these years ago when that was there is if somebody has a girlfriend, no drinks are out, everyone's just cleaning, she gets thrown out to walk to her car, probably by herself, if not somebody else, to probably wait for somebody. It's a safety issue that I've seen that for 15 or 20 years now. And so either places just do it or comply, and I mean, there are so many things that make sense when you're writing, the laws, but in practicality actually creates more danger. That would be one of them. I wasn't planning on talking about that, but I mean, there's a lot of outdated things on here that I didn't come to talk against your ordinance, but I was hoping before you guys passed a third one that maybe you guys could
Look at simplifying all of them.
simplify it and maybe go into one, because I mean that would be the most helpful, I think, for the entire bar community.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate your comments. You actually answered. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate your comments. You actually answered 3 of the things I was going to ask you. So the 4th one would just be, I appreciate that perspective and fairness to the ordinance today. Being with Councilmember Claycomb, I was able to hear from both Adam and Alex and from law enforcement. I don't have those notes in front of me, or I'd asked you some of those questions, but would love to kind of hear a dialogue with you and law enforcement in the same room about some of the concerns they had versus what you're suggesting, just to see comfortability and then how all of that could work. So if you're interested.
Absolutely, I would love to.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further public comment?
Good afternoon again.
Sir.
Mayor Whipple, Vice Mayor Johnson, and all the commission members. I'm Mike Landra, owner of Wichita Union Stockyards Event Barn on West MacArthur. We're just inside of the city limits on 40 acres. I knew this process was coming up because we currently farm out our bar service to exclusive events. And they have to get a special catering license every day we have something. And we're now in the process of acquiring our own liquor license. And just several weeks ago, in meeting with WPD, the alcohol control people, they first commended us that they hadn't really heard about us. And they said, that's a good thing. We've had no problems. The worst thing that's happened at our place, and our capacity is 792. The worst thing that happened at our place, I got a ticket because my cow dog's water was frozen during the cold weather. So that's as bad as it gets out there. But anyway, we're a family-friendly environment that we take calls every day, families wanting to come to Wichita to spend the weekend and go to, a classic country music concert of some type, a country dance environment, and they're wondering, can we bring our kids? Can we bring our son? Can we bring our daughter? Can we bring our grandson, our granddaughter? We look at ourselves, and if COVID wouldn't have happened, I feel we would be kind of the Grand Ole Opry of the Midwest, center of the U.S. People comment to us all the time that come and perform national acts that say, this is the perfect place because this is kind of a dead area for the older country music, classic country music performers, and we have the advantage of I-35 going right through town and I-70 just 40, 50 minutes north of town. So they like coming here, and when they're coming, we have to tell them, well, you can't bring them because, of the restrictions and that. And when they come, we steer them to Cowtown, we steer them to Exploration Place, the new ballpark now, and say, you need to come and stay. Our last event where we had a nationally known act that had major hits, we had people here from 11 states. We have an event next month where we're having people attend from all 50 states of the nation. There's going to be 750 firefighters and their families come to Wichita next month for a special 2-day fire safety training at our facility. It's never been done in the central part of the U.S. And this is a local company in Wichita that instead of having it in Cincinnati or Texas or somewhere else, they're having it in Wichita next month. 750 firefighters and their families. But in visiting with WPD and their people, we fit nowhere in the models for the establishments. We're not a bar or a nightclub or a drinking establishment. We're a country music, Western themed venue that just happens to have a bar in it. And we feel it's great if grandparents could come out, if grandpa wants to drink a beer and they want to bring a grandson or a granddaughter along to attend a good family-oriented concert. We don't have mosh pits. We don't have people up standing, holding beers and all that and shaking, spilling. We don't stand for that. We want a good, classy, good environment, and we want to make it a destination for this area. And we're accomplishing that, even though COVID did slow us down somewhat. But I'm a little confused if the 850 if that's an inside-outside number, because we have a 2,400 square foot patio with fire pits that isn't included in our capacity count, but our inside is 792. And in visiting with WPD, they told us about this new things that they were writing. We were given the impression it was going to be about 700. So we felt real comfortable about it, and I had no knowledge about this till it came out in the paper. So that's where we're at. We want to run a good thing. This would really fit us well, a family environment where they would actually bring their family and spend the weekend in Wichita. Not just, the younger generation's fine, but we want to center around bringing people here that stay and spend money in the community. So that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Claycomb.
Mr. Andrew, I have a question for you. Thank you for being here today. So it sounds to me like you could adhere to all of these except the capacity. All of these other requirements?
Yes, and I'm not sure if the capacity includes inside, outside.
Right, we would need to clarify that.
Because we know Adam and we know the Wave, and I know their inside isn't 850. That has to include some outside. So I'm a little confused how that body count
Well, so you might already be covered. We
comes
don't know.
together.
We need that answered, I think.
But we close at midnight now.
Anyway.
And 75% of our crowd is gone by 11 o'clock.
So, yeah.
We have people in their 90s that come and dance and have a good time. So.
And you could do you can do this formal system of checking IDs and video surveillance, mandatory training for
We do all that already. The only thing is just the capacity, just the number.
Capacity. So we just need that answer.
We like the ordinance the way it's written. We like what it offers to us, because right now we're in no man's land, basically.
Yeah, okay.
Where we're at.
So, Jennifer, do we know, or do we need to ask Jennifer? I'm sorry, Beth, do we know if it's indoor, outdoor?
Just total capacity.
Yes, it would include, the Wave's capacity includes their outdoor as well.
Oh, well, there you go. All right, thank you.
Further input from the public? All right, let's.
I'll just jump in real quick. I'm
Hi, Adam.
I think that this just, what the gentleman from the stockyard just showed us was that these venues in town do have a huge economic impact. Like he was talking about folks coming in from all over town. We have the same thing at Wave. Just with Wave and Cotillion, our economic impact in 2019 was about $24 million based on a study that was done by the Chicago Loop study. So when you combine all the venues together, you have the Stockyards, you have the Crown, you have Orpheum, you have, Dunbar, you have Murdoch Theater. There's a lot of these venues that are around that are coming up. So when thinking about this, and this is what it is, but when we look forward to the future, maybe there's more inclusiveness that we can look at for this. That's all I wanted to say, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, Adam, Darren, Mike, I appreciate you guys, and I know you guys have had a lot of challenges over the last 12 months, so I appreciate all three of you guys and everyone else out there in your industry for toughing it out, and hopefully things are starting to get a little bit better for you, so thank you guys.
All right, further discussion on this?
Bob, could we look at the number? Is there any, can we alter the number at all, or? I'm not really sure what the target would be. Obviously, the Stockyards is going to qualify based on what we're hearing from indoor and outdoor. So it's Councilmember Fry introduced a very different concept, so I'm not quite sure what you'd want us to take a look at.
So I will say that if the police chief and has been involved in these discussions. If we were to make any changes, it might be better to table it until we can, ensure there's no unintended consequences. So we do know that there have been other people at the table with this. So I'm just want to put that information out there. I think we should be a little bit cautious of just changing a number without having, the full viewpoint of why that number was there.
Another suggestion is to approve this and then ask staff to take a look at, I think the concept Councilmember Fry talked about is on the far end of the scale in terms of smaller venues. So we could take a look at that, and we could look at other venue sizes if that's where the council wants to go. I'm just conscious of the fact that we've, a number of years have gone, it's been a couple of years in terms of getting us to this point. And these larger venues, I think, could profit from this ordinance. And then we could do additional work, and because there's also a suggestion about streamlining our DE process, and we'd probably want to go through that as well and take a look. We could bring those. It'll take us a while to get through that process.
Councilmember Bluebog?
I don't want to do anything to slow down things today, but I wasn't involved with any discussions. I didn't see any of this until last week. I don't know if any of my other colleagues were, so I would like to maybe set a schedule to where we can start looking at some of these other opportunities.
Yeah.
Was there any other public meetings about this ordinance, any DAB meetings or anything?
No, I think based on whatever direction we get today, we'll start we can reach out to other bars and venues to talk about the DE process and the classifications, as well as what can we do to accommodate the small venues that want to have a limited sale of liquor for what would be non-traditional entertainment, not part of their core business, is what I think I'm hearing.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. If there is no more discussion on this, then, or no motions to break it up or anything, then I will make a motion to accept staff's recommended action to place on ordinance on the first read, authorize necessary signatures, and authorize publications by summary notification. And I would just, this isn't part of the motion, but throw in there, could we get a report once this is in place to see the effects of it with policing and with others? If we could do that maybe about 3 months after this is put in place so that the council can make changes if need be, or if there is any unintended consequences, I think that'd be important. But my motion stands, and if it's seconded.
Second.
Then we will take a vote. Has been seconded. Clerk, open the roll. Result of 7 yeas, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Amendments to section 1.4.70, 1.4.75, and 1.4.80 of the Code of the City of Wichita, Kansas pertaining to court costs.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name's Nathan Emery, Municipal Court Administrator. In 2019, the Kansas legislature enacted a statute allowing municipal judges to reduce or remit reinstatement fees related to driver's license suspensions. Additionally, in 2021, they passed a bill allowing judges, let me step back, that was upon a finding of manifest hardship for either that individual or the individual's family. Similarly, in 2021, the Kansas legislature passed a statute allowing judges to reduce or remit court costs and fines upon that same language, a finding of manifest hardship for that individual or their family. Currently, section 1.04.070 doesn't allow a municipal judge to waive court costs. The proposed ordinance would both recognize the change, allowing the reduction or remittance, the ability to waive the reinstatement fees, as well as bring us in line with current state statutes related to reduction or waiver of court costs upon that finding of manifest hardship. When we were looking at these ordinances, we found some language in section 1.04.080 that we needed to change to require judges to make a finding that individuals didn't have the ability to pay before sending them to jail if they failed to pay. Really, that tracks along with judges' inherent ability to find someone in contempt of court, but it makes evident in our ordinances that there is, in fact, that hearing and that it's not arbitrary. The financial considerations, these amendments may reduce revenue received by the city of Wichita, although we're unable to estimate that, as this is premised on an execution of judicial discretion for individuals, and we won't be able to know what that looks like and how they exercise that discretion until they have it. The law department drafted the amended ordinance and approved it as to form. The recommended action is that the city council place the ordinance on first reading and authorize all necessary signatures. And I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Regarding the financial considerations, I know it says it may. I would guess it would. And then do we know how we're going to address that?
Well, so I say may because, this is a finding of manifest hardship for these individuals. If it is in fact a manifest hardship, likely they didn't have the ability to pay that and would remain essentially in default for those costs and fines. So it may, or it very well may not, depending on whether these individuals truly had an ability to pay.
So if it does, do we have a plan to address it? Just checking. And if Bob needs to jump in, he looks like he's itching to do it.
Yeah, direct answer is that would come. Those funds go into the general fund. They're probably a very small part of what comes out of the court system, and so we should be able, in the general fund, to take care of this piece of it. I did want to provide some background. We've been working with advocates on behalf of residents who have had suspended licenses and have not had the ability to pay for the restoration of their licenses. And the stories that we've heard from the individuals that have been caught up in this is that it makes it very difficult for them to have employment because they can't drive unless they're on a suspended license. Many times that's their only alternative. They then will get picked up for driving on a suspended license and becomes this downward spiral. And so advocates, there were some really compelling stories as we met with the groups to learn about those dilemmas. At the end of this month, you're going to hear about a model from Durham, North Carolina, that we're going to bring forward that will probably give a little more systematic approach to dealing with this issue. And we've been working with, as I said, advocacy groups in order to be able to come forward with a program that I think is a little more comprehensive. But this is a good first step and reflective of what's being done at the state level, so that we're not standing in the way of the state law being effective here in Wichita.
To echo the manager, these are really important tools for the judges to effect justice within the court.
Yeah, and I'll just add, the change in the legislature was actually spearheaded by Wichita-based legislators who have worked for years to bring, if I borrow your word, justice to folks. It is not just to have a fee for someone that is far higher than they themselves could pay, causing them to go into this spiral of a system in which they're continuously getting more fines having more obstacles between them and going to work, which causes their family more hardship. And by putting more judicial discretion, by aligning our ordinance with what is now state law, in fact, I believe the governor will be here tomorrow to have a symbolic signing of that state law. It would be sad if Wichita itself, the community that spearheaded this movement in Topeka, weren't in line with it. It's a conversation that's been going on for quite a while. Other input? Is anybody from the public? Did I already go out to the public? Who wants to speak to this? See none. Gentry, you want to speak to this now? Okay. Discussion back to the bench. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, then I will make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to place ordinance on first read and authorize all necessary signatures. Is there a second? Someone please second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Claycomb. Clerk, open the roll. Members cast the vote. Through a vote of 6 yeas to 1 absent. Yes, then the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Irrigation system installation.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Gentry Thiessen. I'm with the Park and Recreation Department, here to talk to you about irrigation system installation in Districts 2 and 6. In the 2021-2030 adopted CIP, there is funding to maintain, replace, and install new or expanded irrigation systems in our parks, rights of way, and open spaces. And in 2013, the city endorsed an internal water conservation plan that works to upgrade existing irrigation technology to maximize our water usage. Park and Rec is proposing to install new irrigation systems in Harrison Dog Park and Veterans Memorial Park. The project improvements include all of the expenditures necessary for installation, the central controls and system components to maximize efficiencies, and low flush systems to reduce overall water usage. Additional parks may receive upgrades or rehabilitation depending on funding and what's allowed. And there is $100,000 in this 2021 through 2030 adopted CIP for improvements. The bonding resolution has been approved by law. It's recommended that City Council approve the project, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions of staff. Councilmember Frye.
Thank you. Question about the acreage on both parks. Do we know the approximate size that we're going to irrigate for both Harrison and Veterans Memorial?
Troy Hauptman, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Do we know the approximate acreage of each park that we're going to irrigate?
So Veterans Park, we're talking roughly about 2 acres. And over in the dog park in Harrison, it's, if I remember right, we built that at 3.5 acres. So it's not going to be the entire location, but that's the general size of each one of those sites.
So $100,000 for less than 7 acres?
Well, actually, irrigation is pretty expensive, so it probably wouldn't go that far. And it's probably just going to be selected areas in the dog park, not the entire dog park, but in the areas where there's a lot of usage. And the same thing with the Veterans Memorial Park, where there's a lot of usage. And there's a lot of places where we wouldn't put irrigation underneath all the tree canopy because there's nothing growing there anyways. So very selective areas in those sites.
So you just made me doubt the number even more by reducing the footprint.
I'm not sure I understand.
It just seems like a very excessive amount for such a small area to irrigate.
So we're talking about the labor, all the components that go with it. These are all going to hopefully be electronic, so they're underneath a monitoring system, so when it rains, it's not going to irrigate.
Yeah.
So it's all those things put together. It's expensive equipment.
Okay, well, I'd just be interested in seeing the bids when they come in.
We'll get you a breakdown.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? See none. Is there people from the public who would like to speak? All right. bring it back to the bench. Let's go ahead and make the motion. No, excuse me. It's District 1. He's not here. District 6. I'm going to go ahead and recognize Councilmember Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's District 2 and District 6 because it's wrong in the agenda. The dog park is in District 2. So, but I move to approve the project, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open roll. Members cast the vote. 6 yeas to, I thought we had a no in there. Does that vote count right? Does someone click no? If not, it would be called as 6 yeas to 1 absent. Madam Clerk.
North 45 Edition Developers Agreement.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering. The item before you this afternoon is a developers agreement for North 45th Edition. This is the same as several recent developers agreements that the council has approved for new residential development and the infrastructure that goes with those. On May 25th of this year, the City Council approved the infrastructure improvement petitions for this development, which is located south of 45th Street North between Ridge and Hoover. The petitions represent 100% of the improvement district. The developers requesting to privately contract for design and construction of the public improvements for the next phase and have the city finance through special assessments. The petitions that were previously approved said that the city of Wichita would acquire the improvements when completed, as opposed to normally that we construct these. Effectively works mostly the same. Engineering staff will complete project oversight and inspection. These are still publicly owned and maintained facilities, so we need to make sure that we do have some level of oversight, and we'll be able to recover those costs through the petitions and those petitions that have been previously approved. As I mentioned in the past, the developer is required to obtain a minimum of 3 bids for each different type of project, each different type of infrastructure work. They have to conduct a sealed bid opening, which city staff is present at. They do not have to select low bid, but there's a combination of factors, including bid price, schedule, and previous performance that they're allowed to use. Ultimately, our office approves that bid, and they're able to move forward at that point with oversight of construction, design and construction, with both the consultant and the contractor working directly for the developer. The budgets set forth in the petitions include those soft costs related to managing the construction and design, and everything related to getting the projects built, which again would say includes our costs for oversight of the same. The improvements will be financed on an interim basis with temporary notes by the city, consistent with the typical process for petitioned subdivision projects. These costs will be permanently financed with special assessment bonds at the completion of the project. With that, staff recommends City Council approve the agreement and authorize necessary signatures, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Gary. Any questions from the council? Seeing none, go out to the public. And seeing none, bring discussion back to the bench. If there is no other discussion, then I would move that the City Council approve the agreement and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. No further discussion? Oh, Councilmember Blueball. All right, council, cast your votes.
Just 1 second.
All right, motion passes 6-0, 1 absent. Madam Clerk.
Pike and Pike Second Edition Developers Agreement.
Again, Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering. Try to save you some time here and tell you this is the exact same thing you just heard. I will not go through every single part of it. I will let you know this is for Pike and Pike Second Edition, north of Maple between 151st, 167th Street. Same developers asked to do the same thing. I just mentioned everything related to financing. All the costs will be covered within those petitions. Have to do the same thing with the bid opening. Nothing changes. This is an identical process. Staff recommends City Council approve the agreement, authorize necessary signatures. If you would like me to cover something more in detail, I'm happy to.
Thanks, Gary. Any questions? Seeing none, go out to the public. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the bench. If there's no further discussion, I will move that the City Council approve the agreement and authorize the necessary signatures. Has been made. Councilmember Bluebow seconded. Please cast your votes.
Councilmember Tuttle, would you cast your vote, please? Thank you.
Motion passes 6-0, one abstention. Madam Clerk.
Approval of committee's recommendation selecting Ruffin Properties, LLC, for development of the East Kellogg redevelopment site.
John Philbrick, Real Estate Administrator for the city. The item before you is asking for the approval to enter into a development agreement with Ruffin Properties for some property the city offered up on East Kellogg. This is following review by a committee and the recommendation to accept Ruffin. Let's see how we get this to go. There we go. Back in January of 5th of 2021, the City Council approved the sale of the 18-acre site on East Kellogg and approved selling the property via the request for proposal process. Here's an aerial of what the property looks like. It's an assemblage of several parcels that the city had acquired over time for the redevelopment of East Kellogg. We ask that any proposals include that the property, the new use be a mixed-use development compatible with the surrounding area, the construction start within 2 years, and there to be a tangible public benefit from the development. The RFP was posted on the website. Notices were sent out to a large variety of brokers, developers, and other individuals in the region. And like I said, the proposal was available electronically. 3 proposals were received. All of the proposers were invited to present to the RFP review committee. This is after the review committee had reviewed the proposals. All 3 were, met the requirements. The review committee selected Ruffin Properties as to be the preferred developer. Some of the details of the Ruffin proposal: they offered $8.7 million for the site. This is approximately $11 per square foot. They intend to develop the site with approximately 108,000 square feet of mixed-use retail, restaurant, public entertainment spaces. These will be in multiple buildings. All costs of the development are going to be paid by Ruffin. There are no incentives requested, no financing is required. The recommended action is to accept the committee's recommendation to select the development proposal from Ruffin and to direct staff to enter into development agreement negotiations. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Fry.
Thank you. So by reading the green sheet, I see that the proceeds from the sale will be credited to the local sales tax fund. Do we have any designs or ideas yet on how we may be able to apply those dollars and how quickly? I'm sorry, that's probably more of a question for the manager, John, than you.
I don't have an answer for that one.
Yeah, yes, we do.
Any detail?
No. Actually, it will, some of it will be programmed into the capital improvement program. Right now, it'll show us fund balance going into the sales tax fund balance, which we'll probably wind up programming formally next year. I'm also looking at, this will free up some general obligation dollars that can be used for a significant drainage improvement project. But I'll go into that more in detail with the council when I present this.
I guess the reason for my question is just like with the Hyatt sale, and we had an opportunity to make some significant investments immediately in the community. This would be another great opportunity to see that windfall and do something substantial with it rather than let it get sparsed out over several years.
Right. Technically, this is another $8.7 million that's available for streets as part of our sales tax use or proceeds.
Thank you.
Further questions? Input from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the bench. Oh, we're in District 2. Chair Councilmember Bluebog.
I just want to make a few comments. Appreciated serving on the committee with Councilmember Tuttle and...
Mic on?
Mike.
It's going to take a while to get used to after 8.5 years and I'm flipping a button. Appreciate the opportunity to serve on this community committee with Councilmember Tuttle, and I'm very excited to see this go into works. The Ruffin team put quite a project together, and I think it's going to be a great attraction coming in off K96. So I'm very excited about it.
All right, Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And again, I'm very excited. This is really a legacy project, something that you really get to see in your district. So I'm excited about that. It's also the gateway to our city. If you're coming off of the Turnpike or you're coming from the east on Kellogg. So I want to thank staff. John and Jerry did a great job of making the process easy and had everything prepared so that we could adequately review the applications. Also to thank the committee. It wasn't just staff and 2 council members, but it was also community members, Greater Wichita Partnership, and some other folks who gave some really critical feedback and were a valued part of the process. And thank you to Councilmember Bluebaugh. His experience in real estate was essential, so I wanted to make sure he was part of the team. And thank you the most to Ruffin Properties. Their proposal again was so exciting, and I can't wait to see this come to fruition. It's really just going to be a great enhancement for that corner of our community. So with that, I move that the City Council approve the committee's recommendation and select Ruffin Properties LLC as the developer and direct staff to enter into a development agreement negotiations. Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Clerk open the roll. Members cast the vote.
There's like, can you hear that?
Result of 7 yeas to 0 nays. That motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Biological Nutrient Removal Program, Letter of Interest and Contract Extension.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Alan King, Director of Public Works and Utilities. Coming before you today on the biological nutrient removal project. That's basically upgrading our sewer or wastewater system. The city has 5 wastewater treatment plants that collect water, sewage basically, treated before it's discharged into receiving waters. There are some new requirements that we have to meet. We have to have a certain kind of a permit, a discharge permit that gives us rights to discharge that treated sewage. And currently we're at 7 to 36 milligrams per liter of nitrogen and 4 to 6 milligrams per liter of phosphorus. At the next regulatory cycle, we're going to be required to take that down to 10 milligrams per liter nitrogen and 1 milligram per liter phosphorus. And that's a significant decrease in the amount of nutrients or untreated material that goes into the receiving waters. And we have to also plan ahead and realize that this is going to be followed by an expected enhanced nutrient removal targets of 5 milligrams and 0.5 milligrams respectively. So this effort is for us to meet those permit requirements for our sewer treatment plants. Leading up to this has been a project we've been anticipating for some time. It started out when we looked at our 2019 through 20 CIP program, setting aside $1 million for evaluation and concept of how we would meet these requirements. And then in our 2024 through 2028 CIP, we have programmed in $355 million for the total design and construction of this project. The sewer rate increases that we've been presenting to council that project out 10 years, they have included in those projections these amounts as part of the assumptions. So the sewer rate projections that the council has been seeing already covers these expected costs. In January of 2020, we presented to council a plan on how we're going to achieve these new permit requirements. In July of 2020, we actually approved and we executed an engineering services agreement. And then in December of 2020, we also entered into an agreement with a owner's rep, someone who oversees the work that's being done by the designer. In February 16 of this year, we actually did a concept design selection, and we brought that to council and showed council a couple of different options. One was for the least amount of total life cycle costs. The other one was for the least amount of upfront capital costs, and presented those two options to council, and council selected one of the two concepts and gave us some direction. It was the least total life cycle cost option. We've also since met with and convened a steering committee made up of council members, staff, and also stakeholders. And on May of this year, we actually presented to them a draft letter of interest and received comments back from them, and that's what we're bringing to council today for your review and approval. I'll go over these next 3 slides quickly. I do have staff here in case you have some specific questions and you want to do a little bit of a dive down into what we're talking about, but really this project is made up of 3 different efforts. One is upgrades and new construction at our existing Plant 2. It's our main treatment plant where most of the sewage treatment occurs in the city. What we will be doing is adding some new process that meets these new stringent biological nutrient removal requirements. It'll also be replacing aged equipment, so we'll be basically being able to modernize and update this treatment plant so it becomes newer and more reliable. And then finally, we'll be able to add some things that we want to take care of, notably odor control. This is an area that's got neighborhoods around it, and so what we want to try to do is to put some odor control features in here. There's also another treatment plant called Plant 1, north of Plant 2. It receives about 60% of the sewer's total sewer flow, and it does really kind of pre-treatment. It screens, it uses grit chambers, takes out some of the materials and what have you. It also has extraneous flow basins so that if we get really high flows from rain events, it has a place for the sewage to go to and wait until the storm passes, and we can go ahead and have the hydraulic capacity to treat it. So there'll be some modernizations going here as well. And then finally, in order for this all to work, we have to do some improvements to the sewer transmission pipelines that are part of our total sewer treatment system, and that will be part of this project as well. So it'll include modernization to 2 of the sewer treatment plants owned by the city and improvements to the transmission pipelines in our sewer system. In order for this project to be more economically feasible, particularly to our ratepayers, what we need to do is utilize a financing using WIFIA. It's a type of funding. It's available through EPA. It's the same sort of funding that we use in our Northwest Water Treatment Plant. It has a very favorable financing interest rate and payback schedule. To give you some kind of an idea, between the WIFIA and the State Revolving Loan Fund, both of which are targeted for this project as well, for the Northwest Water Treatment Plant, which is more expensive than this one, we saved roughly $97 million in interest payments over the traditional revenue bonds. It won't be as much as this, and we really won't know until we have the interest rates actually locked in. But this is a critical part of our plan to bring this project forward, is to secure this funding. So the EPA issued their notice of funding availability, their NOFA, back in April of this year. We've prepared this letter of interest that's before you today, council members, and we are asking that you review and approve it so that it can be submitted on or before the due date of July 23rd, 2021 of this year. If we are selected, if our letter of interest is favorably received by EPA, then they will provide us with an invitation to apply. Generally, that means you're about 90%, 95% sure you're going to get the funding at that point. So that'll happen about 3 months after we submit. And then you have about a 1 year length of time for the application process where you actually apply for the funding, and then a loan closing that takes about 5 to 6 months. The letter of interest highlights, it describes the project, all 3 phases that we've shown you. It provides the background of the engineering work that was done to date, this conceptual design that the council's already looked at and provided direction on. It provides an overall timeline of what the project, how the project will lay out. It shows the different sources of funding, including WIFIA and the State Revolving Loan Fund. And then it addresses EPA's key criteria. We were successful in the WIFIA financing for the Northwest Water Treatment Plant. We learned something from being successful in that, securing that funding, and we're applying those lessons learned to hopefully increase the chances that we'll be successful with the WIFIA funding for this project as well. It includes things like readiness to proceed, engineering feasibility, that you're looking at that it has a regional significance, which this does. It serves a very large area, serves things like other town municipalities. It looks at compliance issues. It looks at things like the weather extremes and contaminants. We address those. We look at how it helps in economically stressed communities. We look at things such as repair, replacement, rehabilitation, and then we also look at things like alternative sources of energy. And we're looking at the possibility, we burn methane now that's produced by the treatment process, we flare it, and so we're looking at the possibility, for example, of taking some of that methane and using it to supplement our natural gas for the heating of the treatment process. And this was reviewed and approved by the steering committee, as I said, and so we're bringing it to the council in that form. Just by way of dates, as you can see here in 2020, we've already done the concept engineering approval and the owner's advisory approval. We brought the concept before council for their review and approval. What we'll be doing next is what's called the LOI submittal approval. That's what we're bringing to you today. And then what we'll also be doing is bringing an owner advisor amendment approval, and we'll talk about that just in a second. So the recommended action, the next steps is submission of the LOI to EPA. We want to get council's permission to do that. And then we also want to extend the owner's advisor contract. We have an owner advisor in this project, and it's a very important part of the project because we're doing this design, bid, build. And in that kind of an approach to realize the kind of value-added engineering savings that you would in a design build, it's very important that you have an engaged owner's rep as part of the process. We have that owner's rep in place right now. Their contract expires the end of July, and we're negotiating an amendment. Council, when they approved the last contract, they gave us permission to negotiate a contract with them as an amendment to go ahead and cover the rest of the project. That's the process that we're engaged in right now. So in order to complete those negotiations, we're asking council's permission for a 30-day extension, no cost, to continue those negotiations. Then what we'll be doing is, as far as the next steps, is an open competitive procurement for the next design of this project. It could be the consulting firm that we have presently, or it could be others. We're going to make it a competitive, open process. An amendment to the owner's advisor, that's what we were just talking about getting the extension for. And then continued engagement with the steering committee through the project as we proceed through the design and get closer to construction. So what we're asking for today is for approval of submitting the letter of interest to EPA and approval for us to continue to execute a 30-day extension of the owner's advisor contract so that we can continue negotiations and bring an amendment to the council for your review. I stand for any questions.
Questions of staff? See none. Input from the public? See none. Discussion back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle. Oh, excuse me. I thought this was in your district. I guess not. Sorry. Is there any further discussion? If not, then I will be the one to make the motion to take staff's recommended action to approve the submission of the LOI, approve the no-cost contract extension of 30 days with Garver, and authorize the necessary signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Clerk will open the roll. So to 7 yeas, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Con 2021-21, city conditional use to allow an accessory apartment generally located 1/4 mile west of Northwest Street and 1/4 mile north of West 13th Street North, 1612 Northwest Lynn Avenue.
Is there anything on this calendar we could push off to the next time? Or which is pressing? Or do we have other 2 executive sessions at the end of this? Like, I understand that the manager's taking a vacation next week. But do we want to prioritize any of this stuff? It's almost 5 o'clock, and I don't know if we want to go through the next six items. I'm not sure what people
Mayor,
think.
I'll let the planning director talk about the 4 planning items.
Yes, with the 4 planning items, we have one that covers an accessory apartment, one that covers a proposed rezoning for redevelopment of vacant sites. We have one that covers a request for industrial zoning of a current vacant site, and another one for rezoning of a partially built-out subdivision. So in terms of the impacts that they would have to the developments, it's tough to say, but those are the types of developments that would be impacted by the delay.
Okay, so these are timely then?
Yeah, I would say so, sir.
The item under the airport agenda, I think we can take care of that somewhat quickly. So I don't believe I'll keep you very long.
Sure. Okay. A motion to adjourn is always in order, so I want to make sure that if anyone gets any ideas to make a motion, we get through the stuff that is actually needs to get through now instead of going into 7 o'clock at night for stuff that we could do a week from now when everyone's a little more fresh. But anyways, Councilmember Tuttle.
And I just wanted to recognize that we do have a guest here from Textron who has been here all day. So I appreciate his patience and would hate to have somebody come back again next week. So I think in the interest of our guests and also the business of the city, I'm perfectly happy with continuing. Thank you.
Right. And again, my question is something like Textron, where someone's been here all day. Obviously, we wouldn't skip that item. We would continue with that item. Are there items that are lengthy that we can hold off and see no negative effect on? I just want to make sure that everyone is as fresh as possible to go forward with this stuff. So I'm more interested in quality work than quick work. That's my point, but we can continue. So go ahead.
Understood. Yes, sir. This is an application for a conditional use to allow for an accessory apartment at a residential location. The item is being presented today because there have been valid protests submitted against the application. The accessory apartment is currently under construction, and approval of the conditional use would bring it into compliance with the zoning code. Now about the site is located in District 6, northwest of the intersection of West Street and 13th Street. The address is 1612 Northwest Lynn Avenue. The site is zoned SF5, as you can see here on the graphic, and is developed with a single-family house, which you can see on the aerial. The subject site is generally surrounded by properties developed with single-family houses. The duplexes are located roughly 1 block to the southwest, and you can see them zoned yellow at TF3. In terms of recommendations and histories, on May 19th, the District Advisory Board considered the application. Several individuals objected to the application. The DAB voted 9-0 to approve the application. On June 3rd, the public hearing for this case was held at the Planning Commission. 3 neighbors spoke against the application. 1 neighbor and the applicant's daughter spoke in favor of the application. The Planning Commission voted unanimously 12-0 to approve the application based on staff findings and subject to staff recommendations, recommended conditions which are listed in the staff report. Valid protest petitions accounting for roughly 40% of the protest area were received. This exceeds the 20% threshold, and at least a 3/4 majority, 6 of 7 votes, on the council is required to approve this application. It is recommended that the City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the requested conditional use for the accessory apartment, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish the conditional use after approval. This will require 6 of 7 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can deny the conditional use, override the Planning Commission recommendation, and identify alternative findings. This would require 5 of 7 votes, or 2/3. You can approve the application with modifications to the MAPC recommendation. This would require 5 of 7 votes, 2/3. You can return the case to the MAPC for additional consideration. This requires a simple majority, 4 of 7 votes. And with that, I'll take you through some of the photos and graphics briefly. So here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing residential. Here's the aerial of the site. You can see the structure that already exists in the rear of the lot. This is the protest map. You can see that 40% of the protest area is represented with official protest. There's a photo of the house. Here's the accessory apartment in the back. Here's the rest of the backyard, looking to the east, looking across the street. The house immediately to the north and west, and back to the aerial. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Cirillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I saw that in here, you didn't talk about it much. This was already built before the permit was pulled, or there was some sort of problem with the permit? Can you explain a little bit about that, please?
Sure, certainly. So my understanding is that they had submitted, so for residential permits, you do not submit formal plans. Most of it is done as a site inspection. So staff from MABCD had come out, were doing the site inspection. It was described to them on the application as a rehab or refurbishing of the garage, improvements to the garage. Staff were out there, they noticed that they were putting in things to help make it into a living space. And at that point, they were advised that they needed to stop, they needed to submit this application for a conditional use in order to have the accessory apartment out there.
If I may, Mayor, I just, I've been here barely 2 months, and my concern here is that this is the 3rd or 4th time that we have someone who has broken the rules got caught, and we're just giving them permission. I struggle with that. I don't see where the process went. I guess I don't understand where the process went wrong. How could they have not have, I mean, as a property owner myself, I think it's, I don't know why it's not common sense that you can't build an accessory apartment in your backyard without making sure everything's lined up correctly.
Sure. Is this, can you talk about process? That seems to be something people have been pretty concerned about.
I think in this individual case, I think they were relying on the contractor to make sure that all the permits and work was in order. And in this case, that did not happen. The applicant, this issue came up at the Planning Commission and was talked about quite a bit. And the applicant explains their reason and their purpose for having this accessory apartment and went through that. And also indicated the case of, the contractor not pulling the necessary permits, but that it was by no means their intent to do that. It was just an error, and that they expressed that they are willing to comply with any and all conditions. And again, they talked about the unique circumstances for why they feel that they need this accessory apartment to meet their needs of them and their immediate family.
Further discussion? If not, I will recognize Councilmember Claycomb from District 6 as this falls into District 6.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Scott. This has been a long process for everyone involved. In answer to your questions, Councilmember Cirillo, I think what the planning director explained is what has happened. The applicants are here today. We don't take public comment, but I want you to know that they're here today to listen. I, of course, chaired the DAB meeting and understand what went on during this process, and then was present at the MAPC meeting or watched it online at that point. And I think that both of those boards believe that all of the questions were answered. This will be, according to the applicants, a true family extension, so that mother-in-law is moving into this facility. And so what I would propose, what I would move, because the protest petitions, based on what was presented at both the DAB and the MAPC, was the concern that this would turn into a rental. And that was the big concern. And so the applicants have agreed to a restrictive covenant on their property. So what I would like to move is to approve the decision of MAPC subject to the following added condition, which is to require the filing of a restricted covenant against the property prohibiting the accessory apartment from being used as a rental unit. And as I said, the owners have agreed to that restrictive covenant.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. So out of 7 yeas, that motion passes. Madam Clerk.
Zone 2021-22, city zone change from multifamily residential and general office to neighborhood retail to expand commercial uses on property generally located on the east side of North Hillside Avenue and 1 block south of East Central Avenue, 344 North Hillside Avenue.
Thank you. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. In this case, the applicant is requesting a rezoning to NR, neighborhood retail. The case is being presented to you because the Planning Commission and the DAB recommendations are different. The subject site is generally located southeast of the intersection of Central and Hillside. The address is 344 North Hillside. The site is currently vacant and zoned MF29 and GO office. You can see the split right down the middle. Surrounding the subject site are the following. To the north is a PUD, which is developed as commercial and retail uses. To the east is zone TF3 two-family zoning and developed as single-family homes. To the south is zone GO and developed as a dialysis center. To the west is zone GO and in commercial uses. The proximity to residential uses abutting the subject site means that it must comply with the Unified Zoning Code requirements for screening, landscaping, and compatibility setbacks. In terms of history and recommendations, on May 20th, the public hearing for this application was held at the Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission voted unanimously 9-0 to recommend approval subject to staff comments. On June 7th, the District Advisory Board reviewed the application and recommended approval 5-1. The recommendation of the DAB differs from that of the Planning Commission. The DAB recommended approval subject to the creation of a protective overlay that would prohibit cash advance / title loan or similar type businesses and restaurant uses. No protest petitions were received. The application can be approved with a simple majority vote. In terms of the recommended action, it is recommended that City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the requested zone change subject to the recommendation of the MAPC. This would require a simple majority of 4 votes. Alternative actions include the following. City Council may accept the recommendations of the DAB to approve the requested zone changes with additional conditions, provide alternative findings, and override the recommendation of the MAPC. This would require 5 votes or 2/3 majority to override the MAPC. Or you may return this to the MAPC for reconsideration. This, of course, requires a simple majority of 4 of 7 votes. And with that, I'll take you through some photos and graphics. So this is the zoning of the site and the areas around it. This is the map from the comprehensive plan showing new employment and residential in the area. This is a protest map showing that no protests, again, were received for this application. These are photos looking directly at the shopping center directly north, and the property subject site has the Wigan sign in the front there. Here's the subject site. This is a dialysis clinic to the south. This is looking across the street, again, across the street at the commercial uses, and this is the site. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Councilmember Frye.
Thank you. Scott, in your testimony there, you said that the DAB had a protective overlay prohibiting title loan and cash advance, whereas in our minutes, it only says financial institutions and restaurants.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify that. The discussion at the DAB was concerned with checking to cash and cash advance locations. At the time, the planning staff that were there felt that that fit underneath financial institutions, and so that's why you've got that recommendation coming from the DAB about financial institutions. The fear was to try and prevent cash advance or checking to cash locations.
Right, but are we asking to approve a protective overlay with financial institutions and restaurants prohibited?
The recommended action is actually the one from the MAPC, which does not include that protective overlay.
Okay, I just want to be clear on what we're going to be asked to do when it comes time. So.
No, very good questions, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Councilmember Johnson, excuse me, Vice Mayor Johnson. This falls in District 1.
Thanks, Mayor.
Hit the button.
Got to remember this button thing. Thanks, Mayor. So with this, there was a lot of discussion at DAB regarding the check into cash and cash advance concerns that we really have throughout District 1, as well as the restaurant. And the DAB member that actually lives in College Hill highlighted those homes right there and some of the concerns they had with a restaurant that could be loud or the issues that they felt restaurants brought there. The District Advisory Board agreed with that, being that I thought those were all good points. And of course, the protective overlay preventing check into cash and cash advance is one that I support. So on this, I would move that the City Council accept the recommendation of the District Advisory Board to deny that zone change, provide the alternative.
I'm sorry, sir. In the staff report, the changes were made late. The DAB recommendation was to approve, but with a protective overlay.
Oh, okay. So wrong run. Well, I would move that the City Council approve the zone change with the protective overlay, denying check into cash, cash advance, and restaurants. And I think that's it.
I'll second it. And I appreciate staff catching that.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Literally hours with little breaks, trying to still do this dense work. Of course, we're going to have errors, but apparently what we're doing. Go ahead and cast your vote, guys. Result of 7 yeas, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Zone 2021-23, city zone change from single-family residential to limited industrial for manufacturing and warehousing, generally located approximately 900 feet south of East 55th Street South and on the west side of South Hydraulic Avenue, 5727 South Hydraulic Avenue.
All right, Scott Wadle again from the Planning Department. So in this case, this is an application for a rezoning of a property to LI Limited Industrial. This case is being presented to the City Council because in this situation, again, the Planning Commission and the DAB recommendations differ. About the site is generally located south and west of the intersection of Hydraulic and 55th Street South. The address is 5727 South Hydraulic Avenue. The majority of the subject site, is zoned SF5, which you can see here in the white. A smaller portion fronting Hydraulic is zoned LI Limited Industrial, which is shown in the light purple or blue. This application is requesting rezoning of all of the SF5 property to limited industrial. Surrounding the subject site are the following. To the north is zoned SF5 single family and LC limited commercial. The majority of these properties are vacant. A small portion is developed and in use as a residence. To the south is zoned SF5 and limited industrial. A portion is developed as a single-family residence as well. And another as an appliance store. To the east is zoned LC, Limited Commercial, and SF5, GC, General Commercial, and LI, Limited Industrial. These properties are developed with a single-family house, a city park, and a sewage treatment facility. To the west and abutting the subject site is a residential development, which you can see here on the aerial. The proximity to residential zoned properties means that the development at the subject site will be required to comply with screening, landscaping, and lighting standards, which are described in the staff report. In terms of history and recommendations, a public hearing for this case was held at the Planning Commission meeting on June 3rd. The Planning Commission recommended approval, subject to staff comments, including a recommended protective overlay. Their vote was 10-1 to recommend approval. On June 2nd, the District Advisory Board reviewed the application and recommended denial 901. One member of the public spoke in opposition during the DAB meeting. 2 protest petitions were submitted concerning the zone change. The valid protest petitions totaled 5.55% of the protest area. The 20% threshold was not met. Therefore, the request can be approved with a simple majority vote. The recommendation, it is recommended that the City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the recommended zone change subject to the recommendation of the MAPC. This requires 4 votes or a simple majority. Alternatives include the following. The City Council may accept the recommendation of the DAB to deny the requested zone change, provide alternative findings, and override the recommendation of the MAPC. It would require 5 votes or 2/3 majority. City Council may also recommend approval with modifications to the MAPC, which would require an override of the MAPC recommendation, which again would require 5 votes or 2/3 majority. And finally, you can return the application to the MAPC for reconsideration. This requires a simple majority of 4 of 7 votes. With that, I'll pause. I'll take you through the photos and the images and then stand for questions. So here's the subject site. Here's the zoning of the area. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing a variety of different uses on the site, including agricultural, industrial, residential. Here's the map of the protest area. You can see that one property to the west. Here are photos of the site and the residential area immediately to the west. This is looking again at the subject site, looking north of it, looking to the south. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions of staff? Discussion on the item. Councilmember Cirillo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I discussed this with staff at length and had some significant concerns regarding this zone change. We've seen a lot of an influx of requests in the past year to change the zonings up and down Hydraulic from 55th Street South down to 63rd Street, where this has been primarily residential for its entire existence. Especially down by 63rd, we've seen significant investment in residential homes, and I'm extremely proud to see that people have felt that the south side is where they want to live and settle down and live their lives with their families and their kids. And some of these homes, less than 1 mile from this proposed limited industrial development, are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more than $500,000. This is primarily a residential area. It always has been, and because of that residential charm, people have chosen to build their homes or move into this area. They bought their homes because of the current rules that were in place around them, and I believe it's unfair to change those rules in the middle of the game, especially when there's already limited industrial zoning right across the street from where this applicant wants to build his business. So again, as far as this proposed development, there are 2 properties, as the map shows, right across the street that are already zoned limited industrial, and an additional major concern is that this property butts up on the west end right up against that residential neighborhood. So If there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Floor is yours.
So pertaining to the golden rules, I find that this change and proposed use would be inconsistent with the zoning, uses, and character of the neighborhood. The vast amount of that area is SF5 or undeveloped. The uses and character of this neighborhood are primarily residential, and if you look at that street, you can see that Patty Street curves at the end. It was clearly meant to be residential. I find that the subject property is not well suited for this use. Going from single-family residential to limited industrial is a very big change. There's already LI land available directly across the street. I find that granting this request and allowing the redevelopment of the site for uses in LI as restricted would detrimentally affect the nearby neighborhood by significantly lowering their property values. I find that there is already LI zoned land right across the street from where this applicant wishes to develop. I find that the District 3 Advisory Board was unanimous in asking for this proposed development to be rejected. And lastly, I find that there is significant opposition from the property owners immediately near this proposed development. I would therefore move that this request for zone change from SF5 single-family residential to LI limited industrial for manufacturing and warehousing be denied.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Members, cast your vote.
Councilmember Bluebell, would you cast your vote, please? Thank you.
With a result of 4 yeas, the motion to deny passes. Madam Clerk.
Mayor.
I think that was 7.
Is that what I said?
Said 4.
My apologies. 7? It was unanimous. And we're good, we passed, right? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Zone 2021-24, city zone change from single-family residential to two-family residential, generally located 1,600 feet south of West 47th Street South and 1,650 feet west of South Meridian Avenue.
Thank you. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. This is an application for rezoning of an undeveloped portion of the Fox Run addition to TF3 two-family zoning. This case is being presented today because it has been protested. The subject site is generally located to the south and west of the intersection of 47th Street and Meridian. About the site is currently zoned SF5, which you can see here on the map, and is vacant, as shown in the aerial. Surrounding the subject site are the following. To the north and west are zoned SF5 and developed with single-family residences. To the east is zoned TF3 two-family and undeveloped. To the south is zoned MH, manufactured housing, and is currently undeveloped. In terms of history and recommendations, the public hearing for this application was held at the June 3rd Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission voted unanimously 11-0 to recommend approval. There were 3 members of the public that spoke in opposition at the MAPC meeting. On June 7th, the District Advisory Board approved the application 8-0. No members of the public spoke in opposition at the DAB meeting. Valid protest petitions have been received for the requested zone change. The total percent of the valid protest area is 19.9% and does not exceed the state 20% threshold. It is recommended that the City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the recommended zone change, place the ordinance on the first reading, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the clerk to publish the ordinance after approval on the second reading. This requires a simple majority of 4 votes. Alternatives include the following. The City Council may deny the requested zone change, provide alternative findings, and override the recommendation of the MAPC. This would require 5 votes or 2/3 majority, or you may return the application to the MAPC for reconsideration. Again, a simple majority. I'll take you through the photos and images and then stand for questions. Here's the comprehensive plan map showing a variety of different uses. Here's the protest map showing the 19.9%. Here's photos of the site. photos of the single-family homes to the north, looking to the east, and an aerial image of the site. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Councilmember Bluebog, District 4.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'd like to take staff's recommendation and approve.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Please. Out of 7 yeas, that motion does pass. What else you got for us, Scott?
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Textron Aviation, Project Site Lease Agreement, Supplemental Agreement Number 1, Site Lease Agreement, Supplemental Agreement Number 9.
I feel so bad that we had this gentleman stay here this whole time for this final item, but we appreciate it and glad we're here. So, Scott, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Scott Rigby, City Manager's Office and Acting Airport Director. Here before to talk to you about Textron Aviation, particular sites out at Eisenhower Avenue, at Eisenhower Airport. In 1990, the Airport Authority approved a project site lease with Textron to build, or Cessna at that time, to build a new customer service facility. Later on or earlier in 1970, the Airport Authority approved a site lease agreement with Cessna for 31.9 acres on land, which included 4 facilities that were to be constructed and later added an additional 261,000 square feet of land. Both agreements expired this past year in April of 2020. During those early discussions, as the expiration was coming up, that was, as you remember, right at the beginning of the pandemic. Many things were shut down, including a lot of aviation. It was a difficult time. During those discussions and leading through the first part of this year, the decision was decided by both parties to see how the pandemic worked out, when the industry would come back to life and continue those discussions. But in that meantime, the goal was to work towards a long-term experience in 2026 to combine these agreements and other agreements that would be expiring around that same time into a master lease that would also include fuel flowage fees. Just a brief explanation, and I know Councilmember Blueball is very familiar with the site. Parcel 2 is within this, down towards the south of this location here. You see Parcel 2, which is particularly pertinent to these leases, as well as many other leases that the airport has. Again, you'll see a better definition of Parcel 2 out in this map as well out at Eisenhower. This is the southeast area of Eisenhower Airport. Again, the goal of this is to extend the existing terms of the agreements through August 29th of 2026 for the project site lease agreement, which had no financial terms when it was agreed, so there'd be no financial change to that. The second lease, though, does have financial terms that would be extended through 2026. Again, this is related to a parcel size of roughly 32 acres. As you'll see here on the right-hand side, you'll see the chart that shows increases. Obviously, the first year was to recognize the impact of COVID, still coming out of it, and I know Doug Scott with Textron will talk about that briefly, about their efforts to come back from the impact of COVID and the pandemic. And then you'll also see the lease escalations. Obviously, the second year jumps up 25%, and then after that, an additional 4% as we go through 2026. Again, the proposal is from the Airport Advisory Board, went to Airport Advisory Board for action. Both the proposal and financial terms were provided for their review, and they unanimously recommended approval for this proposal. So today, or this evening's recommendation from staff is that the Airport Authority approve both supplemental agreements and authorize the necessary signatures. I'll stand for questions, as well as Doug Scott with Textron Aviation is been here all day to answer any questions you may have. So with that, let's stand for any questions.
Questions for Scott? See none. With that, is there any discussion at all? Okay. With that, I'll make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to approve the supplemental agreements and authorize necessary signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. The result of 7 yeas, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember appointments and comments.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I would like to appoint Monty Shaw, it's MONTESHAW, for District 2 to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Board. Thank you.
Other appointments? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I would like to appoint Aaron Santry to the District Advisory Board, and I will send that information to the clerk.
Other appointments? I'm reappointing Sean Gates to the Sedgwick County Community Corrections Board, and I'm appointing Chris Papelli to the Park Board of Park Commissioners. More announcements. More appointments. If none, I make a motion to pass the appointments.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Seven yeas, that motion passes unanimously. Back on announcements for the good of the public. Bob, you really want us to do these?
Mayor, we can postpone until next week the potential site for a new city facility. We'll put that on next week's agenda.
I have two. Do you want them both?
Executive session.
Okay, so just one executive session today? Okay, then. Councilmember Johnson, or Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thanks,
getting
Mayor.
on the board.
Just want to say the community had a great celebration for Red, White, and Boom over at the new stadium. Fireworks were great. A lot of people turned out. And it was a good evening. So just wanted to highlight that and thank city staff and the baseball team for all their work they did.
Further announcements. All right. So I'll make the motion, or I move that the city council recess into executive session for 30 minutes to review performance appraisals of municipal court judges pursuant to KSA 754319B2, because apparently I can't wait, to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. The executive session is required to protect the privacy interests of an identifiable individual, and we will start at 5:30, and it will go till 6, in which we will reconvene back here to properly either make a motion to extend or a motion to end the meeting. So is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to go into executive session for 30 minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if you don't want to make it for 30 minutes, you can make it for any alternative time. It's up to you.
Well, I'm not sure what the...
I don't know what time is necessary.
Do we want to try 15 and then come back if we need to? Yeah?
15,
Okay.
should do it.
I amend my motion, and if it's okay with the vice mayor who seconded to...
Yep, maintain my second.
So second is maintained, so it will go from 5:30 for 15 minutes, which should be 5:45. We can go ahead and vote. And we'll come back in here if needed to extend. The result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, that motion does pass. Onward to executive session.